See this guy with the dance, with the leather jacket. No be yori, but I dey bust your bracket. What's up, buy the beat? This time when you got the shake. You dey feel like man, you know say me, I know the rig. See the guy got the dance. You dey feel the way me say I come here to the yarn. Show them say you sabi, show them say you say you man. Hey, no be lie, see the boy with the man. Hey, I see my guy normally I come to drop bars, something with me top notch. I don't dey shake the guy, he said on a shop vlog. Everybody they feel I'm the way and they drop some. The guy don't they smile, feel like say your head is on bug. He said he dey feel the way I just dey go. The flow is dope. He said he don't dey feel I'm on the low. I savage on the beat, you know say me say on a bad. Who be this your fine baby like this ready for your band? Fine girl, what's up? If I come now, make we talk now. I know say you self you dey with man, but make it no come be like say me self go for your hand. Make we interact one on one. Did they get them out? But this your girl she fine, be like say you pack it down. But everybody don't they feel am, they know say he bad. Everybody don't they see them, know say yes he know. Collect the vibe, my guy. You self God, you know you choke. Collect the vibe, make it no come they leave me hanging. It sound like they know me know that yeah the thing is banging. I like the guy because he be loving how I'm sounding. Everybody they see him, they know say the thing they boss. This the way everybody they carry babe from. What's up? Find me one babe now so that I go drop it. No, this one are your babe. All those catches, you know say me self I don't want them again. Make it no come be like say me self I come here come they toast. When I go come stop me for the road, come they ask me how far, where you come they walk me. All those catches.
Àròwó dájọ́ ṣùgbọ́n arọ́pẹ́dá mọ́rí àbábíkà ìyá Ramadan gbogbo ẹnu ló máa gbẹ bí àsìkò Harmattan. Olúwa dákun jọ gbẹ́bẹ̀ mi benefit mo fẹ́ jẹ mi ò fẹ́ jẹ̀bi ẹni tó wà nǹkan àwẹ̀ kó má rí mi ní kọ́nà bíbẹ̀ kọ́ agbalámbà bí Olúwa bọ́nà báríkà ìyá Rasulullah máàkì mi pàdé lọ kí jù máa bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run tákùlà láìlà ìlàlà báríkà ìyá Rasulullah máàkì mi lọ kí jù máa bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run tákùlà láìlà ìlàlà. Àwẹ̀ tán ojú tajọ̀sán Ọlọ́run ló mọye ládá 30 bag. Nothing should tamper with my ego. Èmi mo lẹ̀sìn mi sẹ́ mo lè fi brag. Ẹgbẹ́ Ọlọ́run tóbi Allahu Akbar. Ẹyọ̀ ń bá nábì sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Olúwa ló ń ṣọ́ wa àwa ò ní ìdí ajá. Tí Fọlárin bá mú bí ìtàyà bí ti ajá. Torí ìdí gan lébè wọ́n fẹ́yìn bí ìjì àwa. Fùrọ̀ tí ò bá ti tóbi tó fùrọ̀ ìfánà kò lè fíríkì àwa. Kò dẹ̀ lè fíìtì àwa. Tinúkẹ́ ń tó pitì ó ń gbé màlúmi tìwotìwo ló dèndé. Irú àyẹn níbo ló ti rí ta ló tún fẹ́ fi jọ òbí tó bí ni. Wọ́n ló ń dó yàtì bó ń dó ṣéke bó ṣe ń jó disco ló ń jó rékè. Fún anábà jẹ́ ká patronize ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ owó ká mọ price. Jẹ́ ká ṣe lọ́wọ́ déédé ìwọ náà mọ̀ mi ò kéré. Mo mọ̀ pé mi ò hólì ìbọn ọmọ wòlíì ni mi béèrè lọ́wọ́ délé. Tẹ́ bá ti rí Tinúkẹ́ ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́. Gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo missionary gbogbo. Tẹ́ bá ti rí Tinúkẹ́ ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́. Gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo missionary gbogbo délé. Tẹ́ bá ti rí Tinúkẹ́ ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́. Gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo missionary gbogbo. Tẹ́ bá ti rí Tinúkẹ́ ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́. Gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo. Ọmọ ìgbà wo ló jáná? Gbogbo scope mi ló ti ká tán. Ọmọge wá ná, I go chop before I chop you, ṣe lè dáná. Ó mọ̀ pé mo kó ẹ̀jẹ̀ bíi ti sushi, gbọ́n ẹ̀ mú bíi ti squishy.
Into the aqua of what Papa Jeremiah, chief of Baphomet Awolowo, the Kenyan philosopher said when he described Nigeria as a mere geographical expression. 50 years after independence, we're still talking about zoning. Is reflective of the fact that Nigeria still wallows in a state of medicinal statism, cankerous tribalism, ethnocentric chauvinism, syphilitic parochialism, epileptic nepotism, catalyptic barakboism, and state brigandage of the bluest dye. Is reflective of the fact that Nigeria still wallows in a state of medicinal statism, cankerous tribalism, ethnocentric chauvinism, syphilitic parochialism, epileptic nepotism, catalyptic barakboism.
I don't suffer, no be small. say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no beauty. It's once again, everybody will pay out. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chop back. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we be Mugu, I be the master. Oh, Iboma, I go chop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in the Betty, we the Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, Namigeta, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring her. We the Mugu, I be the master. When you go pay what you they go say that you style. What countryman do you go? You know the shots. Whatever you go find is greedy. I say I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my terrapo, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring up. Mugu, I be the master. Now me be the master, oh. I hear you.
Well, here's a video of Bola Ahmed Tinubu muttering those unintelligible words which have since gone viral. Let's take a look.
You see the innovation. If we lend ourselves to innovation, we can create wonders. Yeah, it's a successful again, a town hall, different from Blue, Bulaba.
Rufai.
ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀kẹ́ gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni bọ́bá lọ bèbèrè wá fi jó ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàlàbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ.
Oh, that it shouldn't land on that. I usually have removed that before I come on. So let me play you one more clip then. I think because yes, usually when I stop the music, I like it to land on or not on my face, but on my avatar. I cannot even I can't remember the last time I actually went camera on live. Maybe we'll look to do that soon. Just to remind ourselves what we look like. Still no improvements, by the way. I'm still as ugly as seen, you know. And there it is right there. So that's much better. So that's usually how it happens, isn't it? So there it is right there. I wonder if that many of you I wonder if that many of you know that we have a TikTok page. So go follow us on TikTok. We're going to start experimenting with TikTok now because what seems to be the case, the way traffic seems to work on social media is that you use TikTok and Twitter to drive traffic to your mainstream. So we'll experiment with that. We've got so many outstanding moments that we could clip and put on all of this digestible, this snapshot sort of spaces. So we start doing that. So that's also on TikTok right there. If you want to follow. So good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company and how are you? So good day to you. So good to be here, good to be in your company. What keeps getting better is Choma giving them hell there again. Now, this Choma, man, what are we ever going to do with Choma? Impossible girl. Good day to you and all that. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just at my invitation to do so. Not already subscribed, please correct that subscribe. Come join me on the screen via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So, but that's at your discretion, you know. I tire of having to push that people should come and, if you want to come and join. If you're not inclined, you're not inclined. Click on like, but I'm pushing you though towards the like and subscribe. Those ones are necessary. Click on like and subsequently click on subscribe. So do those two things. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come join, as I said. Share the links just as widely as you can. Share the links in your TikTok spaces. Yes, put the links in your TikTok spaces. That seems to be where all the traffic are. Did you know that a very, very dark man, this BDM, I just recently found out that it was just a muscle man on TikTok, and it has now turned into this phenomenon that is just collecting money hand over face, agitating the Nigerian landscape and all of that. So, but it was just, you know, those guys, those exercise guys, those bodybuilders on social media, it was just one of those. And now it's become like somewhat of a phenomenon. So good day and all that. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join. Share the links just as widely as you can. Super chat towards the stream. So I'm saying that now to the people watching live, and I'm also saying it to you if you are watching in watch back. So all of the things I'm saying now, they are applicable whenever, if you are watching it in 10 years' time, all of the things I'm saying now still applicable. So do as directed, like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us on the screen, super chat towards the stream, just like Ayo has said, and say hello in the comment section so I can say hello to you back. So I see the assembly already assembled somewhat. Agbado Omo Tinubu always agitating even before the session starts. Good to see you, Agbado, right there. That's Choma giving them hell, as always is the case. That's Adedeji right there. I see you, Deji. Good to have you here. That's the landlord then, the owner of the building. That's Ayo right there, the #1 super chatter towards the stream. That's who else have we got there? That's Adriana. It's me, Adriana. I see you, Adriana. That's Derek Hodge right there. Good to see you, Derek. Who else have we got? So say hello. That's Samuel Adeleke right there. Good to see you, Sam. Who else have we got? So yes. So good to see you all. Say hello as you are coming in, so we can acknowledge your presence. And then all of the what's it called? All of the pleasantries are done. So click on like. I've done all the likes and subscribes. That's Ganiyu right there. Well, how do we even qualify Ganiyu? You know, every family has a Ganiyu. We have one here as well. So that's Ganiyu right there. Good to see you, Gani. Babanganito. You know what I was actually thinking of? If I'd remembered in good time, I would have done it. I was thinking maybe I should start the sessions with Obesere sort of something. So maybe we'll bring that back. Maybe tomorrow we'll do that. We do Obesere. We started with Obesere as we continue to delve into the archives of the historical music, or however we're choosing to term that. So all that. So we were going to have like somewhat of a positive spin to this particular session, but matters agitating the Nigerian space is any and everything other than positive. So we cannot make light when the country is in somewhat of a somber mood. So let me start it off with this clip. The situation in Nigeria is so I don't want to say it's egregious. It's more than egregious. The situation in Nigeria is so high octane that is resonating within the international space. It's so alarming and shocking that is resonating within the international space. So let's kick it off with this.
Nella notte tra il 13 e il 14 giugno, nella città di Yelewata, nell'area amministrativa locale di Guma, nello stato di Benue, in Nigeria, si è verificato un terribile massacro in cui circa 200 persone sono state uccise con estrema crudeltà, la maggior parte delle quali erano sfollati interni, ospitati dalla missione cattolica locale. Prego affinché la sicurezza, la giustizia e la pace prevalgano in Nigeria, paese amato e così colpito da varie forme di violenza. E prego in modo particolare per le comunità cristiane rurali dello Stato di Benue, che incessantemente sono stati vittime della violenza.
So that was the Pope right there, speaking to the goings-on in Benue State. So it's as high up internationally as that. Very soon you'll see Michelle Obama doing whatever it is that she does, bring back our girls and all that. You know, so that's where we are. So we cannot but start on a somber mood to acknowledge where the country is at the moment. The insecurity is if there is one thing that's holding that, if you think of the amount of monies that were spent on insecurity over the past however many decades, it is enough. It is enough to have turned that country into a first-class country. Thus, we hemorrhage billions and billions and billions of dollars every single year, but we're not seeing anything near not even commensurate with the spending. We're not even seeing marginal improvements. So where is all of the money going to? This is the thing. We spend countless billions. They tell us about Tucano jets and etc. But as they announced the Tucano jets, a week later, there's another wave of slaughtering all over Nigeria. So it's getting too much, and something has to be done. It's not a Tinubu matter, by the way, because of course, you know the obedience, the raw meat eaters obedience space, they will start to latch onto it and try to politicize it. This is a long-standing situation, which we thought this guy had was starting to get to grips with somewhat, but it seems to have reverted then to his epicenter, somewhat, you know. So something has to be done. We cannot carry it forward for too much longer. You know, there's so many excuses. The governor of that state, he came out as early as today to tell us then that these are foreigner Fulanis that are using the corridors between Zamfara, Cameroon, etc., to do a surprise attack and then retreat very quickly back into known corridors that they used to funnel in and out of Nigeria. So if this is known, then why is something not being done about it? The countless billions. And if that is the epicenter of insecurity, Benue, Zamfara, Borno, why is the security structure not focused sufficiently on that space? And by the way, the attack that we saw, that lasted for about 5 to 6 hours. So if it lasted about 5 to 6 hours, why was sufficient? Because that place is a hotbed of insecurity. So why was there not systems in place to raise alarm, to call for assistance, etc.? Why is all of that not in place? You know, they casually stroll in and go on a leisurely slaughter for 4, 6, 7 hours and casually stroll out again. You know, so I mean, how can this carry on? You know, and this is a movement of people, by the way. This is not just a random 2-man gang going around just taking opportunistic pot shots at people. This is a wave of militias, of terrorists coming in a vehicular formation, surrounding the community and slaughtering the people there. So how can this be? How can it be? It cannot be now. It's unacceptable. We cannot live like this, and we must not live like this. I forgot my youthful ambition was to be able to get into a vehicle in Lagos and drive all the way to Borno to go and visit my friend Mustafa or Danladi or whatever, have a jolly good time there, and drive then in the middle of the night all the way back to Lagos. And my only concern should be that am I too drunk to complete that journey? The only concern should be I could get into my car now. As I'm speaking to you now, I could abandon this stream, get into my car, and drive all the way to Scotland and back. It is 1 a.m. where I am. I can do that. Nothing stops me apart from the petrol spend. You know, so what's going on? It's just, it cannot carry on. Whatever the excuse, they are very, very good with the excuses. So it's a surprise strike, it's a surprise attack, they caught them off guard, they came in the dead of the night, they did that and the other. It cannot carry on. It cannot. It cannot carry on. You know, there was that Edo boy, he went into the just into the afterglows when the films were still hot in that space, and he was filming charred bodies of children all over the place. I couldn't bear to watch it because I cannot bear to see things like that. You know, I avoid things like, but it cannot, it must not carry on. It's not a Tinubu problem, by the way, because it was worse under Buhari, and it was even worse under Goodluck Jonathan. There was marginal improvement. We're starting to credit this guy with tackling insecurity, but then we see this. It can, and what sort of people are this sort of people? They are worse than barbarians. These are animals. These are not human beings. These are people that do things. They're animals. And when we tell you we have a Fulani problem, you say, oh, you cannot ethnic blanket cast as partial. We have a Fulani problem. And these people don't belong among civilized people. They shouldn't be allowed in Yoruba land, though. That's my first priority. Anybody that wants them. And we shouldn't have cows on our road. You know, I've always thought, actually, that if people to start shooting those cows, if the cows are on the road, mow them down with an AK-47. If you see cows on the road, mow them down with an AK-47. If we do that for 6 months, 1 year, then we see where we are. What's all this? It cannot carry on. 200-300 people, and then they will just say, oh, what is the usual standard line? The president has given the security. This is the standard line, from Goodluck Jonathan to Buhari and now latterly Tinubu. The president has given the security chiefs their marching orders. That's usually what they say, and that is where the blood-curdling massacre of 300 people plus, that is where it usually ends. Under Buhari, they used to kill 700. Remember, we used to see all those bodies wrapped up in a white cloth, all laid down on the ground, you know, for the media to see, you know. And then what does he say? Oh, the president has called in all the security chiefs and giving them their marching orders, and that is where it ends. No marching order this time, those people must be hunted down, and they must be dealt with summarily, and there's measures must be. They talk about security architecture, Where is the architecture? Do they? I mean, it just there's no room for it anymore. It cannot carry on. It cannot. And I wasn't even going to start the session like this. But the more it comes to my mind, the more outrage I get. Somewhat, it just cannot carry on. It must stop. Otoge, as they used to say in Kwara State. Let's whiz through. Oh, I didn't want to start with this one. No, let me not start with this one. Let me start with no, I can't start with Dangote either. Let me start with Borno State. Not Borno State. So let me start with Benue State, because of course that's where all the narrative is. You know, this headline actually was what inspired the thumbnail, the title of the session. But then, of course, the more time I was spending on the social media space, the more I watched just endless gush of Benue. I wasn't even going to spend that much time on it. The story broke as early as yesterday, and I was just going to give it an acknowledgement, but not really emphasizing it, because it's a recurring decimal. It happens all the time. But then it happens all the time does not mean we should be desensitized. You know, we're now inured to, if this happened in France, Buhari will be putting the Nigerian flag in half-mast. Tinubu will be putting the Nigerian flag in half-mast. If it happens in Nigeria, they go to dinner. They don't care, you know. So it cannot carry on. But this was what inspired the original headline. Now we are pivoting to somewhat of a different sort of a storyline. But let's go to where we were where we started off rather. So we go through the readout at speed. Benue killings. Aliyah blames attacks on border infiltration. Cites Nasarawa Cameroon axis. So if this is known, then what is being done about it? So don't tell us what the reasons why. Tell us what you are doing. Not even tell us what you are going to do about it, because you've been telling us what you are going to do about it for long enough. Tell us what you have done and let's see the results. And Nuhu Ribadu, by the way, is so busy permutating how to succeed Tinubu that his main, what's it called? His main brief, his main mandate, his main job is taking his eyes off the ball. What's going on? It's just, you know, it's just, I cannot handle it anymore. You know, by the way, it's not a Tinubu storyline, no, because of course, I knew that Peter Obi would be dancing with the light and wanting to feast. Do you know how that guy likes to dance on the graves of the afflicted? So it's not even a Tinubu storyline, it's a Nigerian storyline. This is where the nation should unite in solidarity against this kind of things. But those sort of obedient spaces, they're so ethnically gone, they're so subsumed by ethnicity, they cannot say beyond that. Benue killings. Aliyah blames attacks on border infiltration, cites Nasarawa Cameroon axis. Benue State Governor Hyacinth Aliyah has attributed the unrelenting violence in parts of the state to its geographical vulnerability, pointing fingers at let's start that all over again. Benue State Governor Hyacinth Aliyah has attributed the unrelenting violence in part of the state to its geographical vulnerability, pointing fingers at infiltrators from neighboring regions and across international borders. Speaking on Channels Television's This Morning brief on Monday, the governor said that the state's proximity to Cameroon, Nasarawa, and Taraba has made it a soft target for marauding attackers. We share borders with Cameroon, with Taraba, and with Nasarawa, he said, adding that those who frequently attacked the state come in from the border. So, and Nasarawa and Taraba, they are not foreign countries, so I'm not quite sure what he's even talking about. The Benue State Governor further stated, they were not necessarily Nigerian speaking the Hausa we know, or the Fulanese, when to come to the axis of Nasarawa. This is where we have a lot of challenges. There are a number of happenings within Nasarawa state, and there were routes where these people come in through anytime they are shifted out of Benue. What we see now, if anybody described it as a reprisal, we would not say no to that. So reprisal to what? So when he's talking about reprisal, this is what Tinubu was referencing to when he was saying that the governor of that state now has to find a way to negotiate peace. So there's clearly some internal squabblings there. I know a lot of people like to attribute that it's a fight for resources and they are trying to sack people of their lands, etc., etc. But there's historical ethnic clash there. It's actually a clash for resources, but really the resources land for agrarian reasons. The Benue State governor further stated they were not necessarily Nigerians speaking the Hausa we know or the Fulanese. When it comes to the axis of Nasarawa, this is where we have a lot of challenges. There are a number of happenings within Nasarawa State, and there were routes where these people come in through anytime they are shifted out of Benue. What we see now, if anybody describes it as reprisal, we would not say no to that. Aliu said he spoke with his Nasarawa State counterpart, Abdullahi Sule, and he said he got some intelligence that the terrorists were moving into his state through Benue. When I told him that the havoc had already been caused at Yelewata in Benue, then he said probably they came and made a touchdown in Yelewata in Benue and were going back because he said one person was macheted in Nasarawa State. So these are just these people casually strolling through from state to state, no interception by anything or from anything that purports to be security. So there's that. Let's go on from that. We're still staying very much within that space. President Tinubu reschedules Kaduna visit, heads to Benue to end killings. So we'll heads to Benue to end killings. Is he carrying an AK-47 to Benue? What does that even mean? Heads to Benue to end killings. But there it is right there. President Tinubu reschedules Kaduna visit, heads to Benue to end killings. President Bola Tinubu is set to travel to Benue State on Wednesday, June the 18th, as part of efforts to foster peace and address the persistent conflict affecting communities in the state. Special advisor to the president on information and strategy, Bayo Ononuga, who made this known in a statement on Monday, stated that due to the Benue visit, the president has rescheduled his planned official visit to Kaduna State. Correspondents report that during the Benue visit, Tinubu will meet with all stakeholders, including traditional rulers, political, religious, and community leaders and youth groups, to seek lasting solutions to hostilities. Ononuga added that the president's visit aims to assess firsthand the recurring crisis that has claimed numerous lives and caused significant destruction. Well, I don't know, man. I don't really place any stock by any of these visits because we've seen it in the past. When they make this visit, they'll end up in the palace of some emir or the other, and then the state governor will be there, the dignitaries of that state will be there, they will talk about never again and marching orders, and the president will leave, and that's the end of that. So I'll be very surprised if it goes to the epicenter where this thing actually happened. I'll be very surprised if it actually goes there. But there's that. Call them terrorists, not herders. Not central group tells federal government over Benue killing. I'm hoping that this will be that killing too far that then calls for that necessitates the necessary actions. Let's see. The North Central Peace Advocate, NCPA, has described the rising wave of violence in Benue as a politically motivated campaign of terror, insisting that the perpetrators are not herders, but foreign-backed terrorists. In a statement issued on Monday, Frank Utor, coordinator of the group, said hundreds had been killed and entire community displaced in what he termed a systemic effort to destabilize Benue and other parts of North Central. The killing in Benue is not farmer-herder crisis, clashes rather. The killings in Benue are not farmer-herder clashes. That narrative is false and dangerously misleading. He argued that the attackers are not genuine herders, noting that they are organized terror cells with international backing who steal cattle, wreak havoc and retreat to hidden camps. The killers do not rear cattle. They rustle them from legitimate herders to fund their operations. They ride on motorbikes armed with sophisticated weapons, he added. He said misrepresenting these acts as mere communal clashes has given room for decades of inaction and weakened Nigeria's ability to respond. Successive governments have misdiagnosed the crisis. Where did that disappear to? Successive governments have misdiagnosed the crisis, calling terrorists by wrong names and undermining the severity of the threat, he said. This deliberate mischaracterization is the biggest obstacle to peace. It denies our security agencies the legal and operational clarity to act. He insisted that describing the terrorists as herders or bandits only serves to blur the reality of a deep-rooted security crisis. They are not bandits. They are not herders. They are foreign-backed armed insurgents. That is who they are. Uto also criticized calls for Benue government to dialogue with the attackers, saying such position amounts to abandoning the state to its fate. Asking the state government to dialogue with mass murderers is akin to abdicating the federal government's responsibility to protect lives and ensure justice, he said. He warned that the purpose of persistent attacks is to sow chaos and erode trust in government. This war has raged for over 15 years, yet no government has summoned the political will to identify and crush the perpetrators, he said. Uto praised the efforts of President Tinubu'S administration to restore peace, but urged the government to take a firm stance. Unless the government calls this war what it is and gives the security agencies the directive to treat it as such, the killings will continue and dialogue will remain fruitless. I don't think dialogue is the answer to this thing anyway. I think they should just go in there and slaughter all of them. That's just what I think. You know, so all this ungodly bookies, these malas. So like I said, I was going to go with this one. So this was going to be the original thing that the conversation wrapped around. Nigeria's inflation rate eases to 22.9% in May 2025. So that was going to be what we were going to discuss today. Nigeria's headline inflation rate dropped to 22.97% in May 2025, marking the second consecutive month of decline, according to new data released by the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS. The latest figures reflect continued easing of price pressures, down from 23.7 recorded. 23.7 recorded in April 2025. The NBS data shows that on a year-on-year basis, the headline inflation rate was 10.9% lower than the rate recorded in May 2024, which stood at 33.995%. The data also showed that the headline inflation rate on a year-on-year basis decreased in May 2025 compared to the same month in the preceding year, though with a different base year. Anyway, inflation is coming down, essentially, is what that's telling us. So inflation is coming down as Dangote seeks to seize charge of the entirety of the petroleum ecosystem. Dangote launches nationwide fuel distribution amidst tanker blockade. So if it's now the producer, the refiner, and now the distributor, I think he bought a whole bunch of petrol stations just a year and a bit ago. So the whole ecosystem he wants to control. Oh no, let me just stop that one. Right. The Dangote Petroleum Refinery has announced plans to begin a nationwide distribution of premium motor spirit petrol and automotive gas oil diesel starting from August the 15th. This was as fears of fuel scarcity mounted in Lagos and other parts of the country following the controversy surrounding the e-call-up system of the Lagos state government. The tank drivers and fuel marketers in Lagos state said on Sunday that they would stop loading petroleum products from today, saying they could not afford to pay 12,500 per truck for the e-call-up system, especially on the Lekki-Epe corridor. In response, the Lagos state government said there was no going back in the implementation of the e-call-up system on Monday, accusing the unions of collecting up to 41,000 from drivers without any service. So I think they're trying to wrestle money from one space and take it to another. Who's this girl? All right. So, amidst the brawl, the Dangote refinery, in a statement on Sunday, said the company would deploy 40,000 brand new compressed natural gas powered tankers to boost delivery capacity and improve access to fuel across the country. The offer, it disclosed, will be open to marketers, petrol station dealers, manufacturers, telecom operators, aviation firms, and the other large-scale fuel users. The firm also announced plans to support distribution through the establishment of daughter booster CNG stations and a dedicated fleet of hundreds gas power tankers. So that's Dangote trying to seize hold of another economic opportunity right there. So that's Dangote trying to seize hold of another economic opportunity. That's that. What else have we got? Not a lot, I don't think. That's what we got actually. Yes. Right. So there's these special forces deployed to battle terrorists in Benue State. So they will do the deployment and then they will be there for about 2-3 months. And then as soon as they leave, the terrorists are back. So it's not really deploying, it's having a long-lasting strategy. It's a strategy thing, it's a planning thing, and it's a rapid response thing as well. Our special security forces yesterday landed in Benue to battle terrorists and halt the spate of killings and other forms of violence across the local government. The combined security team is made up of intelligence agencies, the police, and the military. President Tinubu mandated them to take control of security operations. So it's not even, these are just a bunch of ragtag something. If they had responded in time, they could have just wiped them out rather than turning up. It's only the local people that they will go end up intimidating there. The terrorists long gone. But that's that. Yes, let's play the clips we have. Then we'll see if anybody turns up for the conversation. Let's play the clips we have. Let's start it off from here. Actually, a lot of them actually still wraps around that Benue State situation.
Yesterday I could not sleep. I kept on rolling on my bed. There was no way I could sleep. I kept on seeing images of the children that were burnt alive, families, dead bodies, bones. Till this morning I could not sleep. It was this morning I finally was able to close my eyes. I could not sleep. Do you understand? But do you know the pain? The pain is that they are not done with Benue State yet. They will kill more people in months to come. They will finish them. That's the pain. They've sent joint task force, police, army, everybody to Benue State. In like 3-4 months, when it is a little bit calm, those military will go back. They will come back, they will continue. Even from the press release from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, should tell you that they are not done yet. Now let's go back to the press release, right? In the press release, in the first paragraph, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said they should arrest all the suspects and prosecute them, right? Now, in that same press release, in another paragraph, he said this. He said, this is time for Governor Alia to act as a statesman and immediately lead the process of dialogue and reconciliation that will bring back peace. You want to dialogue with people that are burning people alive. People with barbaric ways. This is to tell you that they are even bigger than the president. It's just the truth. Don't let anybody deceive you. And this is not anything about politics or wanting to say something negative about President Bola Ahmed Tinubu regime. No. They are way bigger than him. They are bigger than APC, PDP, and everybody. They are way bigger. It will be clowning if the DG of DSS will tell me he does not know what is going on in Benue. It will be clowning. It will be clowning if the IG of police will tell me he does not know what's going on in Benue or what has been going on in Benue. It will be clowning if the chief of defense staff, army staff, and all the staffs will tell me they don't know what's going on in Benue. It will be clowning if the NSA say they don't know what's going on in Benue. The only reason anybody's acting now is because I had to go to show the video. Because a lot of you in Nigeria are already used to the news when you hear that, oh, 50 people buy, 20 people buy. You're already used to the news. And that is what scared me most. That's why I went there. I was so scared when I saw the news, 200 people. The news just passed like that. It didn't trend nothing. I said, oh, let me be, it's time for me to show them what it means to lose 200 people. That's why I went there. I didn't go there for nothing, just to show you. And now, automatically, everybody's now acting. It will be clowning. It will be clowning if NSA, police, army will tell me they don't know. Do you know how these people entered that place yesterday? They came with fuel, gallon of fuel. They will open the door, they will pour the fuel. So all these people were coming with gallons of fuel. Where did they pass through? Not just that, these people had AKs. They had AKs with them. It's not about protesting on the street. The people of Benue, listen to me. You have to go get a license and get a gun. Every farmer in Benue State, you gotta get a gun. It's bigger than what the government can come and intervene at this point. Listen. Get a license, get a gun. Every household in Benue, you get a gun. By any means necessary. If you want to sell your car, sell your car. If you will sell your property, sell your property. Your farmland, you protect it. Get a gun. I went to the state. I saw it with my own eyes. You people don't understand what I saw. Listen, bro. Seeing it on the camera is not when you see it in real life. Those people don't have no protection. There's no border nowhere. The land is just open. They can come from anywhere, for fuck's sakes, bro. These people can come from anywhere. Any angle they deem it fit, they'll just come. Unless the people have vote to protect themselves, they can't do nothing. From where the police were, you were lucky yesterday that police were there. They according to the story, they said they were lucky. Police came to their aid, and even the police that came to their aid, they are all lab rats. The people that are at the top, they know what's up. The governor is a lab rat as well. I'm sorry to say if he feels offended. He is a lab rat because he said it with his mouth that the people that are doing these things are in the National Assembly, but he cannot talk. That makes him a lab rat. It's for a test. Until the people get strapped up, nothing. And don't even make it by mistake. You Nigerians, listen to me. Don't think by a second like it's only Benue State. That same road, I carry them go Enugu State, where they go to buy people for Enugu State. That same road goes to Jos. Those places. From there they will move. They are coming for everybody. Don't make that mistake. Even me, they are coming for me. All of us. They are coming for all of us, bro. They are bigger than presidency. Way bigger than it. You have to get a gun. Don't talk about international community. International community cannot do nothing. They did not try to Boko Haram. What happened? Till tomorrow, they are still there. Until the people get strapped up to protect themselves, nothing can be done. So get a license. You can get illegal guns. Get a license. Even if it's pump action, just hold it. Every household. If they know you have these things, they will shy away. They will go back a little. Because tell me how you do that barbaric thing to those people. Why? Why? Children, mothers, fathers, food, everything. Everything. I know what I saw yesterday. I saw destruction, you know. Then when the people come out to protest, what do? Hey, you go and shut them down, throw tear gas on them.
Oh, all right. So that's a very dark man there, taking credit for highlighting the space. He said he was going to fade away in the news cycle before he went there to film it. So that's what he said. A lot that he said that I may agree with. I've always advocated that Nigerians should have the right to bear arms and all Nigerians should be armed. That's just the thing now. So those 200 people were slaughtered. They were slaughtered and they were just like a sitting dog, just there waiting to die. That was it. So if they knew that death was coming, but they had something to defend themselves with, at least they would go down fighting. So if these guys mowed down to 200, and out of those 200, they were able to kill off about 40, 50 of them, then when they are coming the next time, they will tread with a bit more caution. But you don't have the right to. Do you remember the guy that fought back somewhere in the north and was able to outmuscle these people? And then the Supreme Court gave him a death sentence for trying to defend him, for defending himself against the Fulani guy. So that's it right there. So that's a very dark man then going to the epicenter of it. So we're still with that space. So we're going to take about 3-4 more clips on that same storyline. Here are people now starting to protest. So medicine after death.
I am protesting because right now we are standing on the death of our mothers, our fathers, our brothers and sisters. We have become IDPs in our own very country. These killings have persisted for years. A lot of talks have gone on. Only last year, 500,182 people were displaced. We have 21 IDP cars in Benue. These killings won't stop. Up until this moment, nothing is being done. Why? What is more crazy is the deafening silence from our leaders, the duty bearers, the people who are supposed to speak, the people who are supposed to do something. They are silent. Now we want answers. We want to know what is going on. The government has a duty to protect life and properties. If President Tinubu is overwhelmed by this insecurity in North Central, in Benue, in Plateau, in Taraba, he should step aside. He should resign. They should stop playing politics with human lives. President Tinubu understands what democracy means. We need to stay alive. We want to just live. Right now, we are pleading for our lives. Look at what is happening. Look at the humanitarian situation in the state. Look at how it's affecting economy. Yesterday, I saw people being macheted, women and children crying by the roadside because they've had to flee from their communities. A woman woke up in this community. Her children, 5 children and mother were lynched.
Yesterday, over 200 people were killed in their sleep. What kind of a thing is this? And Mr. President is quiet. The governor is quiet. These people are not asking for political alphabet. They are just killing people in their sleep. We are farmers. We are an agrarian state. What are we going to do with the people that are just roaming the streets? Please, we are calling on Mr. President to speak to us. No condolence message, nothing. Is Tinubu a mother at all? She should talk to us. What is happening? He cannot depend on people that are trying to be politically correct. He reads the...
Referring to that Benue incident as a sad one is an understatement. That is a very terrible incident that portrays Nigeria in a very bad light. Now the whole country is heartbroken, grieving. In fact, I watched those videos and I was cringing, like, what is this? And I'm even very sure that the leadership of this country will be saying, this was not what we promised these people. We promised them renewed hope. But situations like this won't renew the hope of the people. It will only cause panic of the future for well-meaning Nigerians. But then Nigerians, I want us to understand something. This conflict in Benue has been in existence for no less than 10 years. So it is quite disappointing when I see people who are trying to gaslight and trying to push political narrative in this kind of terrible situation. You see somebody who come out and say, Tinubu never happened to you. For a situation, for a problem that has been existing for no less than 10 years, you are blaming it on a Tinubu that is just in office for 2 years. Of course, when incidents like this happens, the president is expected to address the people as GCFR, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, as someone who prioritizes the security of his people. But then Nigerians, we should learn to appreciate an active and acting leader more than a talking leader. Now, President Tinubu eventually addressed the nation on his Twitter handle, on his X-App account, and then in his address, it was clear why it took him time before he could put out that statement. Now, let's listen to this together. I have been bereaved on the senseless bloodletting in Benue State. Enough is enough. I have directed the security agencies to act decisively, arrest perpetrators of these evil acts on all sides of the conflict, and prosecute them. Now, is it not clear why it took time? Let's just stop there for now. Sir. What if he came out earlier and what he said is, I heard what happened in Benue. I will go and see what I can do. Don't worry. I will tell these people, I promise you, I will go. He's not coming out to say, I will. He's coming out now to tell you, I have done this. I have directed security operatives to go here and act decisively. Mind you, before this ugly incident, the government has been trying, I think the state government in this case now, have been trying to ensure that there's peace in Benue State, because I watched this on channel. 17
local governments were under attack. We fought it all down to 9 local governments. We fought it down to 6 local governments. Now we have fought it down to 3 local governments. That is a huge milestone. You can only appreciate this if you are within the state, or if you are in the full understanding of this. So there are frustrations, quite all right. Is the milestone made good enough and satisfactory? There's so much more work we have to do for us to say yes.
I think that's quite clear. Nevertheless, when things like this happens, it leads to national tension. But for you as a Nigerian to, in the midst of all of this mourning, try to stylishly twist in politics, trying to stylishly demarket Tinubu and try to stylishly market your own candidate, amidst all of this, you must be mad.
It is right there. I couldn't agree more. It's not the window to politicize anything. But then, of course, this is meat and drink. The obedience will be popping champagne over this one. But they're saying Tinubu is not acting. So Tinubu, here is Tinubu now speaking to what happened in Benue State.
Credit Eugenia Abu with the fact that we have a mini silence for the people, the victim of Benue. Why I sympathize with the Benue people, I've spoken to the governor. The leadership and people of Benue should accept our condolences and tried hard, very, very consciously, to maintain peace, harmony among themselves. I've always said this, that we are one single huge family living in the same house, stay in different rooms, but living together in harmony will be the result of our diversity for prosperity. we should be able to manage our anger and frustrations. I sympathize those who have lost their life. I will adjust my program and go see Benue people on Wednesday. But today is a great.
And there it is right there. So that answers the question then. So he's going to go and see them on Wednesday, but I'm sure that wouldn't really satisfy the people that are just after his blood, after his head. So that's Tinubu. I think that might well be the first time that the president will be visiting that the president will be visiting the center of this sort of activities. So it'll be interesting how that plays out. I just hope it doesn't end up in the palace of some emir talking big grammar. It needs to go and visit the actual place that the incident happened. That's what it really needs to do. Let me play you this clip now. This speaks to anyway, let me just play you it, then you'll see why I'm playing it.
My ball?
No, Enzo's Yoruba, right?
What does that mean?
Yoruba is like a tribe in Nigeria.
Well, my name, he gave me the name Kimisola.
Okay, so yeah, he's Yoruba. So, but like, you know, if you're looking, I'm not to bash anybody or to diss Yoruba or anything like that. But if you're looking maybe for somebody that'll spoil you like that and really be there for you, I think you should go more with Igbo side. That's one thing that a lot of people don't do. They actually miss out on the heart and the night.
No, I don't like nobody telling me what to do. You ain't even, moderator, you ain't even have to do that. I had to do that. I ain't trying to be rude. I just don't like nobody trying to tell me what to do. I think you should do this. Once you tell me what I should do, you gotta go. Don't tell me what I should do. You don't know me. How you gonna tell me what I should do? And so then how you gonna dirty Max? How you gonna put another man down? I don't play about Enzo. I'm not fucking around. Don't come on here and say Enzo doesn't represent all of our Nigerians. You're not finna come on here and talk about Enzo. No, that's not finna happen. Fuck is wrong with you? Then you want to shut the light on Igbo, bitch.
And there it is right there. So that's the obedience space then, internationalizing the hatred for Tinubu and ethnicizing it, of course. You know what they're like, those people. So that's that. I think that's all we've got. So I'll play the Kegite music, see if anybody turns up for the conversation. Link in the comment section if you want the conversation, hop on. But first, the Kegites.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido, hapa o naido, hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Failati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní rí
gbèsè o.
ìgbàlà tí èdè ìgbàlà tí èdè.
And there it is right there. Koko Neru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So joining us, Choma, always a delight when Choma is here. But I know that back from our travels. Maybe she tell us all about that. That's Tony right there. Always a joy when Tony is here. Rational Mind, of course. What the OG. Apart from myself, is probably one of the oldest member of the platform. There's Adewale right there, bringing the keg of palm wine, and here is Larry, here to give us a nuanced perspective. So good to have you, lady and gentlemen. So good to have you guys. It's a real sad day for the Nigerian state. I can't even crack jokes. We started to kick it off with Choma, who came in first. So Choma, you're first.
Good evening, one man.
Salam alaikum. Where are you now? Are you back home? Are you still on an aeroplane somewhere?
I am in the greatest country in the world.
Nigeria? I thought you left Nigeria.
Nigeria is nowhere, especially today. I mean, no, Nigeria is nowhere the greatest country at all. Like, I'm in the U.S. So, hope you're doing good. Hope all of you
I thought you said you were going to swing by London on your way back. That changed.
Oh, you pissed me off, so I changed my itinerary.
I pissed you off. All
Yes.
right, carry on.
So, anywho, I want you guys to click the like button. Make sure you share this broadcast because I'm going to be spitting some knowledge and truth. So share to your family, loved ones, and super chat if you have the money. So one man, I would love to start. First of all, one man, I don't want anyone to interrupt me, guys. Rational Mind, Mr. Adewale, Tony, and Mr. Larry. Well, Mr. Larry is a gentleman. I don't want anyone to interrupt me. I'm going to finish. Then you guys can speak when I'm done. And that includes you, one man.
Yeah, but don't go on endlessly, though. So if you are going on endlessly, we may have to pull you back. But
I have not been on a panel for like 2 months.
Yes, we missed you. Yeah. But hang around, though, so I can hand over to you later. But carry on.
No, I don't want to moderate. No, I don't want any more insults. I've received too many insults on this show. Anywho,
most of them coming from you. You are the biggest. Anyway, can just carry on.
Anywho, so one man, I am so okay. So I wanted to say that it was so nice meeting Ekene in Nigeria. And ever since then he couldn't stop blowing up my phone. So yeah, Ekene, shout out to you. And one man, I wanted to talk about this Benue state situation. You said it's not a Tinubu matter. It is a Tinubu matter. He is the president of Nigeria. So it is his responsibility to have, fixed this a long time ago. I mean, Benue has been, receiving attack like every month. Am I lying? I mean, it's always something.
Not every month, but it's a recording decimal. It slowed down for a while, but it spiked up again.
Anywho, so the reason why Tinubu is in Benue State is not because he cares. It's because of the latest news now that, let me read from this American headline, right? From Washington. The U.S. President Donald Trump administration is considering significantly expanding its travel restriction by potentially banning citizens of 36 additional countries from entering the United States, according to an internal State of Department cable. So basically, yeah, there's a travel ban that is going to happen very soon if Tinubu does not perform as a president. And Nigerians will be banned from entering the US, and that includes American citizens. Like, as of right now, I thank God I've left Nigeria because I'm not finna get stuck because President Tinubu cannot stop terrorist attacks. Like, it does not make any sense. And right here it says that the countries that could face a full or partial ban if they do not address these concerns within the next 60 days. So, I mean, we have 60 days to get it together in Nigeria. It says Angola, Antigua, Burkina Faso, Nigeria, and some other countries. So it is a sad situation. And I'm sure all those countries are not even going to be banned. It's going to end up being only Nigeria with the things that's happening in Benue State. Because for the Pope to speak about this, it's not Kemi Badnoch. You know, it's not Nigerians demarketing Nigeria. It's just the terrorists itself. It's a very dangerous country. And this is what we've been telling you, one man. But you refuse to accept it. You think it's obedience that are demarcating Nigeria. No, we're doing it all by ourselves, the country itself. I think the terrorists. So, I mean, I think you owe Kemi Badnoch an apology and many obedience for actually speaking our truth. Nigeria is a very dangerous country, and we need to fix it. I mean, there's not going to be any dirty December happening if we don't get it together. You know, it's unfortunate, and may the souls of the departed rest in peace. I thank God for what's his name? Whatchamacallit? The very black man, you know, that he's using his platform to enlighten us and really speak up for these people that they're voiceless. You know, it's a shame what's happening in your country, one man. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say on that. Other than that, there's not much happening in Nigeria, just the Benue State situation. And why haven't you made it a headline? Why are you so afraid to make it a headline? Is it because you support Tinubu or you're biased?
No, because
if you're going to be on YouTube, you have to document these things. It's not about
yes. Hold on.
You have to be unbiased.
Yeah, just hold on. It's not about Tinubu. It's because it's a recurring decimal. That's why I didn't really. I thought about it yesterday, but then I decided not to. It's a recurring decimal. Incidents of insecurity in Nigeria happens 4 times a week. You know,
let me tell you, you know, with all due respect, you know, you are part of the problem, because when Tinubu did something about the Niger Delta thingy with the oil blast or whatever, and he removed Fubara, right? You were all clapping and praising, like, oh yeah, he is the president, you know, he's doing the damn thing. Why hasn't he done anything in Benue? Do you see what I'm saying? He don't have balls to fight off the terrorists, you know. But when it comes to where, you know, oil, you know, money is involved, he wants to, you know, grow balls. It doesn't make sense. It's so unfair. And that's why I said that you are the problem. You need to also speak the truth. President Tinubu is wrong and he's biased. He's not doing anything for people of Benue. That's discrimination right there. You know, so what's happening in Nigeria is politics, you know, and the president is definitely playing politics. And you are also part of the problem, one man, because you're not highlighting the problem in Benue because of your support for Tinubu. You know, it's wrong. You need to search your conscience. This is a current affair, and you should have made it a headline. It's not about your president. It's about innocent lives being lost every effing day. So, you know.
Sorry, what did you say?
I said you need to search within.
No. What did you say? What the last end of? It's about innocent lives being lost every single day.
Yeah, but this is a current affair.
It's always a current affair.
Okay, the Pope was speaking on it. He spoke on it.
Yes.
It's not Kenny Bednock. It's not your fellow Nigerians. It's not just very dark black men. No. The new Pope had a bad news to deliver to the people. And it had to do with Nigeria. Correct?
Yes. Oh yeah, just hold on.
So why didn't you make it a headline?
Why don't you just hold on? Let me get in there. And by the way, I determine the headlines, but you said it happens every single day. So you've in that same stretch of speech answered your question. So if we're going to be doing killings and insecurity in Nigeria as a headline, we can be doing it as a headline every single day because it's a recording decimal. It happens all the time. So
that is what they want. They want people like you to be desensitized. So you feel that is nothing. You're so used to it that you don't even feel like you should highlight it. You don't even feel like making it a headline. But if it's something of P2B or obedience, you're so quick to put a silly post about P2B.
I beg your pardon. What do you mean a silly post?
One man. You know, most of your posts about P2B is silly.
All right. All right.
But
Just
this
bring it on.
This killing in Benue State, you ought to have highlighted it and made it a headline.
I haven't. So I make the editorial decision. So bring it home so we can.
I'm trying to guide you in the right direction.
All right. And maybe I'm not accepting it. So, but
I'm
thank you.
helping you for future reference. You're welcome.
Oh, yes, thank you. So
we should not be desensitized and play politics. I know you don't like my opinion, but it's almost
I don't welcome you calling the headline of the platform silly. It's not the sort of
I'm saying your previous headline of P2B is silly. But that's one that is happening in Benue State, you should have highlighted it.
All right,
you the headline.
Hold on. You've made the point.
I'm not attacking you, by the way, so don't get spicy with me.
No, you've made you're laboring it a bit. You've made the point. I acknowledge, but don't accept it. So just carry on with your submission. Yeah.
You've acknowledged it because you have been desensitized. So, but when it comes to oil and gas leakage, whatever happened in what was that, Niger Delta, you all are quick to say, "Oh, Tinubu is doing the damn thing. Yay, he removed Fubara or whatever." But these are lives being lost. Why can't he just go and blow up all those terrorists? Why? If he has such a power to remove Fubara and do some damage control.
There's a lot of terrorism going on in the southeast as well. Should you go and blow them up too?
No, there's no terrorism. See, one man.
There's no terrorism going on in the southeast.
Honestly, one man. If I were you, I would be so embarrassed that I'm lying.
There's no terrorism going on in the southeast.
I'm embarrassed for you for lying, trying to make this a joke.
Okay,
you can't. There's no comparison. Don't do that. This is not the time. I'm not even being emotional. At this point, I'm probably desensitized as well, but I'm just shook that you have not made this a headline.
Oh, all right. So I haven't made it a headline. You said that 10 times. So is there anything else?
But I want to understand why. Is it because
I just told you?
Or you just feel like obedience are gonna eat you alive? I don't know. What are you afraid of?
All right. Okay.
One man, don't push me away. Are you scared of me?
I'm not pushing you away. Can you pay attention? You said about 10 times that I did not make it a headline, which you said I should have. And I've responded to you that it's a recording decimal. Insecurity in Nigeria happens on a weekly basis. So we cannot every week hammer it on. We touch on it occasionally, and then we go on to other talking points as well. But I'll take your recommendation on advisement. So carry
you.
on. Yeah.
And if you can please tell President Tinubu to fix this terrorist thing that's happening in Nigeria, because it's a thing of shame for the country. It's really demarcating our country. And I do not want to get stuck in Nigeria this December if I travel. I mean, I might make it to London, the UK, if I'm not pissed off again. But as I was saying, Tinubu should fix the country, because I don't want to get stuck if Trump decides to ban Nigeria, that travel advisory warning. I don't want shit to go down, So that's all I have to say, guys.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Just if you hold back, unless somebody else comes in, you may have to take over. That's Choma, of course.
No, you have to, Mohammed. You have to apologize to me for me to take over.
What am I apologizing for?
I don't remember, but you offended me
before
I travel.
Look, it's unbelievable stuff.
Our princess.
I apologize for drawing breath, for breathing in the same firmament as the majestic Choma. Look at that, unbelievable stuff. Yeah, your future husband has both my envy and my sympathy. Is going to have a handful. But thank you, Choma. Of course, the belle of the ball, the darling of the platform. So that's the elegant Choma, of course, who has been traveling around the world only to come back then into the warm embrace of the platform. So that's Choma. Good to have you back, Choma. From Choma, we go on to Tony. So it's going to get even more. So we're in the twilight zone. We remain in the twilight zone with Tony. Tony, you're up next.
Yeah, okay. I say hello to everybody, Choma, Princess Choma, so you're welcome back. You're welcome back. And then, and then it was so nice to see you, in Nigeria, you know what I'm saying? Because, that has been my wish that, to abandon our country, you know what I'm saying? And I want to say also very big thank you to Ekene for co-hosting you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I hope Ekene is listening,
Yes, I want, when people go to Nigeria, we want to make it a thing that they must meet Ekene, So anybody that is going to Nigeria, just let me know. I'll send you Ekene's number. Everybody must meet Ekene. But carry on.
Yeah, well, really nice seeing them together. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Good evening, everybody. You know that I'm even at the push the like button up. Maybe not push up. At least people that are watching here, they should push the like button. So now I'm not surprised anyway, because this year has been going on for the past 15 years. It's like somebody is coming to be president. You should be having all these kind of programs on his or her table before coming up, to take up the task, of being a president of a country. So it all amounts to the fact that, I keep reiterating that we don't actually have a country, and then talk less of a president or whoever you want to name them, So we don't have a president. We don't have a government. What we have in Nigeria is a first a situation where you have warlords. Tinubu is one of the warlords. Adamu Aliyu Eke Oshomole is one of the warlords. You know what I'm saying? And these are the two most wicked people in the black race. I don't know why you should say that preeminent man in your headline. You know what I'm saying? That's a frog where Adamu Aliyu Eke Oshomole is a useless man also. You know what I'm saying? Because they are not doing their job. So that means we don't expect, because I can't imagine that in a country that is functioning and that you claim to be, that you have a government, that there is no police post in the village. The other time we discussed about this issue, I was having some back and forth with our Oga woman. That I say, what the hell is that? Somebody is attacking you. You don't have any police people to call up to, and then the police don't have other superior power that that will mobilize to come over to that place. So it just shows that there's no government. They are warlords. So that is it's so crazy. So that's how I say that that there are still men like me. You know what I'm saying? black people like Sunday, we see them. To divide our country, the respective regions. You know what I'm saying? So then, but as for Choma, you have to pardon one man today because at least, yes, sir. Right on.
No,
or should I land this?
Yeah, land, yeah.
Very briefly, okay. So, like that you actually, probably that he joined later on, while you were reading your readouts, you actually did a great job. You was on the side of the people tonight, 95%, because throughout your readouts, you was condemning the government. You kept condemning the government, the so-called, the government that already clear that doesn't exist. But you kept, you were also wondering why, how. Every day, 200, every day, this. You was also kind of like fed up. Probably Chairman didn't listen to you while you was making your readouts. So I want to say kudos to you.
I heard that, and I commend you for that, one man. I like that.
I
wasn't criticizing the government. I was criticizing the situation. It's
no, the system, the system, yes.
But the question I was going to ask you: Do you think it's time now that the law should facilitate for Nigerians to be able to bear arms?
Yeah, you know that you and I, that we said yes, but that the that they said they are lawyers, they said no, that everybody there. But we know that, that's the only way out. If I know that you're having something at home, I will be more cautious approaching your house to come and attack you. You know what I'm saying, sir? So no matter what, it's the best way. I mean, how did this carry gun in America came about? It was as a result of all this kind of atrocity that were going on back then. That's the only way now. And then people keep saying that, these are no Nigerians making all those flimsy, excuses. That's why we say that there's no government. Because you'll be having a local government, you have a state government, you have a whatever government. You say that these people are coming from this border, what happened to the immigration? What happened to the customs? What happened to the military? What happened to the police? So all these institutions are not in existence. As a matter of fact, all this money they are going to borrow in World Bank is just for them to go and enjoy themselves. You know what I'm saying? Nothing is happening in Nigeria. It's the last country on earth. I hope that woman that speaks like a caterpillar doesn't come later. Caterpillar will not get battery. I know that nobody's coming to attack me today. You know what I'm saying? Because that country is not a country. I mean, geographical, expression first of all, and then this boat already told you guys that told you guys that this boat they are coming. That's about 7 years ago. All the predictions or prophecies are coming to pass, and then here we are saying that no, we are going to take this one. The president is going here. Which president? This is so crazy, woman. It's so crazy. What are they doing with? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What should they do? You say, what are they doing? What should they do?
So they can't do anything. They can't do anything because there is no government in place, sir.
All right. Okay. Well,
so that's what I mean by warlord. Warlord is like the situation we have in Somalia some few years back, but now Somalia is okay. So when the warlords, they maintain their area. You see that, like Princess Choma just noted about the people, these warlords, they're only interested in where they can get money out of. Like River State, there's a little bit problem. Okay, I've got to declare state of emergency so that I can go to take over the oil wells and everything there. So it's all about oil. And you are talking about Dangote, say in about 3 months' time or 2 months' time, I'll be selling my oil. So. What the hell is that? That is a warlord's country. Dangote is a warlord. Femi Otedola is a warlord. Like all this Obaseki, all this Fashola, everybody, they are all warlords. You know what I'm saying? So only we that are really human beings out of Nigeria, sir. You and I, Princess Chioma, all the guys that are coming here most of the guys that are coming here, not the guys that are coming during the late hours. Most of them are crazy. I don't know what kind of school they went to. And then at the end of the day, they are old people, very old people that went to school in Nigeria. They got a bursary, from the government. They got their cars, because most of them are like my uncles. Who went to school and they got a Bito car. Then if you want to take Peugeot, you have to add like 100 naira back then. in the 83, 84 to 86. What the hell is going on? These same people will come here and be talking trashes. You know what I'm saying? They will say that Nigeria is a poor country, that you can't provide Medicare, you can't provide that the government, that one woman, I don't want to mention no name, one woman will say that, yeah, government have no business doing business. That's so, what the hell is going on? Even the German government, they have hands in businesses. Look at when Lufthansa was going down, they have to go and rescue it. The Siemens company, Bosch company, where I'm working, you know, they do this, so they do intervene. You know, they look for, I mean, all the mechanics workshops in Germany are, you know, one way or the other owned by the government. They want to make sure that the people they go to schools, send to any school, from secondary school, bakery, mechanic, painting, the bricklayer, the government is always involved in everything. You see people coming here, no, the government cannot do this. They are coming to be quoted theory. You know what I'm saying? So what is so difficult?
But the government is involved in everything in Nigeria too now.
They are not involved in anything at all, sir. You are, woman, do you know what all this borehole is going to cost us in the nearest future? Boreholes? It's going to cause catastrophic, situation for us. These people, they are so clueless. Yeah, because so digging of all these boreholes is going to cost the earth.
What you mean for water? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All the borehole they are building, they are digging, all that. These people, they are so clueless. They don't even think about, typical black people. They think backward. They don't even think of today, the present. Talk less of talking about, thinking about future. The German people, the Arab people, everybody, white people, they think 1,000 years ahead. Germans are already, working on how to provide heating gas for the city that will be born in about 200 years time. But our own, just take the money, eat, and I mean, what the hell is going on? They go and build one road. They build one road for $1 million, and they come and commission it with $10 million to commission. They'll be dancing, inverting all the traditional rulers and these black people, I don't know, if you go to Uganda, the same thing. You go to South Africa, the same thing. You go to, do you see what is happening in South Africa? In the past 2 weeks, they have been killing Nigerians, buying Nigerians. I think you don't hear that now. I know people now, woman, you're right for another killer.
That's always been the case now. When
yes.
Were they not killing?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, sir. What an ungrateful nation is that? You know what I'm saying? These food that are put to be licking our boots, you know what I'm saying? That woman, this country, this Nigeria, and you never hear Nigeria people talking. That's where no government. You cannot kill one Iranian man. Look at Nigeria fatalities. Death fatalities will not be say casualties. It's more than Ukraine, Iran, Palestine, and Israel combined. And then we said that we have a country, we have a government.
Where you getting that data from?
No, you can just say no. 200 today now. Yet the other day was 300. The other day we last spoke together here. We last spoke. It was 300. How many are big pie in Ondo, Edo, and the other places? They are not even saying it. Look at Ukraine. Look at last time we heard that maybe 200 at a time, only once. Then look at this Iran now. They will say they keep 41. Then as at now, maybe 22 dead. Then look at Israel, about 8 dead. Then, but in our just imagine, and it's still like as if nothing is happening at all.
And in Palestine?
No, Palestine is they are not killing also. They are even like from Germany. I'm seeing a lot of.
They are not killing the Palestinians.
No, they are not killing them. They are even giving them food. They are sending food from Germany here. If you go to the German airport here.
Right. So those are rockets that they are sending from Israel is carrying food to.
Yeah, but not as much as not as high as ours. I'm talking about fatalities, and just for no reason.
The fatalities in Nigeria are higher than.
Yeah, do you know what I'm trying to work out here? Let me tell you one thing, sir. Sorry, sir. Because we are saying that the situation, we're trying to compare the situation. Because those people, they are at a war situation. But we that are not at war situation, look, that's what we are looking at. If you want to look at yourself.
You're the one making the comparison now. So
yeah, I'm making the comparison right now that Nigeria is not at war. Purportedly.
Yeah, but you are saying the fatalities in
Nigeria, but the fatalities in a non-war situation,
they are higher than They are
Yes,
higher than
yes,
the
yes,
totality.
yes, yes, yeah.
No,
Look at the
let
ratio.
me check.
Or work the mathematics out. A country without no war is having 1,000 per big bite, in 2 weeks, in a fortnight. But countries that are at war, they are getting like 14, 10, 5. You know what I'm saying? So what the hell? Now, are we not at war like that? We're already at war if we don't divide that country. That is already a war situation. So you guys, I spoke to my other platform yesterday. I said, please, maybe they look for another, alternative way out of this. So we should stop discussing about politics. You know what I'm saying? Because that would lead us to nowhere. Because we should be looking at how to divide that country and then try to bring back, big backward to see, how the Mawolo did it for us. Then we can continue from there. Because the country is totally backward, especially since the advent of this 1999. Is it a government or is it a dispensation? It just total, primary election. Look at no court, no nothing, there's no justice, no police, no security, no nothing, no food, no light. A country with no light. How can you, what? How do you secure the security? How do you operate all those cameras or the satellite apparatus? Apparatus that you need to watch over the country. I mean, when you have no light. Let's say the past 2 years, if this government have been concentrated on providing electricity before talking about security. Yes, sir.
There's light, so the place where
No,
I was.
No, generator. That's generator now. Please, that's generator.
No, there's an estate where I was. There was light, but it's not like constant. Like it will go out for like 5 minutes and it will come back on. But it's
but me, I can't stay without a 5 minute light.
Hold on. You can't stay. You are from Edo. You can't stay from. Look at this guy. Choma, just your experience in terms of the electricity in how long were you in Lagos for?
A week and a half.
Right. What was the experience of the electricity situation, the roads, the road infrastructure, and your sense of safety?
Oh, so okay. In Lagos, I felt very safe. Not with the Amajiri people. Like, I don't know. There's so many of them, like in Ikoyi, and I think it's because Tinubu was in town. So it was a lot of crowded Fulani-looking, like, poor people in that area, like during the night. They were waiting for him to come out, and supposedly Tinubu's family member, they share things for these people, when they're back home, when they're like in the estate, right? So they just come and line up for food. It's just crowds of Amajiri looking people. So in places like Lekki oh my God, that place floods. Like the water it reaches to your knees. That's how high it floods. Like
did you experience that? Did you see it or?
No, I saw it. I saw it when I was dropping off one of my friends, my girlfriends, and she lived in a very nice estate, right? And you see like all the house helps, they're like walking back to the house. They were like, and just walking in the flood, like it's so disgusting. And they were walking like it's normal. It's not. So disgusting. And the water is like brown and dirty. So in places like Banana Island, Ikoyi doesn't flood. Lekki floods, so like Victoria Island doesn't flood. That's where I stayed most of the time, But yeah, like when it comes to electricity, constant. It depends on which estate like the community you're staying in. Well, the community where my friend stays, the light is constant. It doesn't go out. And they always pay their bills, right? But
is that government supplied electricity or this estate supplies its own?
It's the estate. Supplies it. And EFCC is always in that, like that place. EFCC is always trying to raid that area because of the rich people in that neighborhood.
The Yahoo
But
boys. You were
yeah,
saying you were staying amongst the Yahoo boys.
no, I'm just no. It's one of my friends that live there. I'm just saying, like, their house is like constant electricity. The same thing with Ikoyi, Banana Island, constant electricity. Lights will go out like 2-3 minutes, it comes back on. It's always constant. Lekki water is bad. Like around this time, something is wrong with like the faucet, right? It runs funny because whenever it rains, the faucet starts to run like, it will start off like dirty water, like light yellowish water, and then it turns clear after a bit when you keep running it. Like that happens only when it rains in Lekki, but it doesn't happen in Ikoyi. You know, Ikoyi is just like a perfect place to live, honestly. And
You know, that is where the hold on. That is a that's a government reservation area. You know what I'm saying? That is like Ikeja Estate. Ikeja GROA. Those are the areas. So we are talking about the 99.9999% of the citizens. You know what I'm saying? When we say 1%, just 1 over 100, which is even more than more than that. So look, Lekki is not. It's an estate. Do you live in estate in the USA? I don't live in estate here in Germany. Everybody don't have to live in estate. You don't even need to build your personal homes. Or the government, they build the houses and then they rent them out, or they empower some individuals, business people to build houses in collaboration with the government. So it's not about Lekki estate, people having a house of 300 million, a Banana Island, 200 million, or whatever. That's not life.
Tony, my concern is, can the general Nigeria, like the general public, can they afford the same electricity?
Yeah, but I know that, are they not human beings? Are they not human beings? Are they not having equal stake in the Nigeria project? That's what we're talking about. Don't change, please.
No, I'm not.
Stick to your position so that you can be my friend.
All right.
I'm just saying, like, I feel like it's because of the location.
It's like it's not like you go to this Sheraton hotel now, and then you go and live. It's just a hotel. It's just like a hotel, my friend.
All right, bring it up, Tony, and then we'll move it around.
Yeah, thank you so much. Actually, I just had to come because yesterday I said that you were struggling to have some people to come out. That guy came in. One guy, they call, is it Kenny? I don't know. So I said, okay, this evening, let me just come in to keep the platform, flowing. That's why I did. I don't have so much to say again. Okay,
all right.
Other than what I've said about we should start looking for an alternative way out of all this mess that we find ourselves. One man, I know exactly that you went to school in Nigeria, and I know exactly what I'm talking about. As a student, you have even these luncheon vouchers that you collect for your parents. Like my parents too, my uncle. You know what I'm saying? They will give you luncheon voucher. Then they pay for your accommodation, and then weekends you can go to any of the Mr. Beast, and then use your luncheon voucher or go to. You see a lot of restaurants like Bobby Benson there, restaurant in Palm Grove. They will say that luncheon voucher is accepted here. Remember, you go to Djibouti, you go to Ibadan, you go to Benin. You see luncheon voucher is is allowed here. You can give them the kind of coupon to eat or to enjoy yourself. But today, nothing like that. I used to go to T-Mark Connection too, going with my senior cousins to T-Mark. T-Mark now. T-Mark Connection, this jazz club, very close, at the Western Avenue,
The mixed race guy.
Yes, sir. So all this kind of, those kind of stuff, that was where I learned how to drink beer. Then later to phase 2, you know what I'm saying? You go to Ibadan, you can move from Dugbe to through Kado to Felele, those area there. No trouble. Nobody would do. Now look, Gupa would look if rain they fall, would they feel Gupa water? Then you can go to the club, night club, the discretion club, and then carry all this golf bag for the big men. You have a lot of opportunities. You have a lot of industries that are working that teenagers can go and do some job, part-time job. And then at the end of the year, you still get money back, pay as you earn, even though you are a student. Right. That is, sir. Thank you very much, sir. These are the kind of situation that I want us to reinstall, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. So that's the excellent Tony, of course. So thank you, Tony. So we start to do 5-7 minutes monologue. We go from Larry to Rational Mind to Dewale. Suman joins us as well. We've got Kenneth here as well. So we move it in that order. Larry, you're up next. Larry, good to have you here.
Hey, hello, man. How are you, sir?
Okay, pata pata. You were talking about yesterday's session. I was listening to it back. Dupsy went a bit wild yesterday, didn't she? But I mean, really, it was something else. But yes, the floor is yours. Did you hear it? Did you hear her?
Yeah, I think I heard a little.
God, you know. But, carry on.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me say one or two things about what is happening in Benue. I know my views may not be popular, but I will still say it. You see, I think the way we think in Nigeria, right? Number one, probably we should just cancel anything called governor. Let's cancel anything called local government, and let's just have one structure, which is kind of like the president, kind of like monarchical structure. Probably that's exactly what we want in Nigeria. And I think our brain has been so wired around a lot of things, right? Oh, the president did not go to Benue, the president did not do this. See, to tackle Benue problem is not a Tinubu problem. Benue's problem is local. And until the people in Benue are ready to really face the problem, it will still continue. I remember those days of Agatu, the Agatu massacre. And as far as I'm concerned, there is a whole lot that the people in Benue, particularly the structure in Benue, political structure in Benue, the governor in Benue, the local government and all of them, there is a whole lot that they can do. I know the governor said, oh, probably they've been doing things, probably from 16, they were able to really carve it down to 3, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I don't know. That's what he said, right? And I think the major thing is for the people to be able to really say, yeah, that's the exact thing. So people can always put political things into some of all these things. Oh, why didn't Tinubu go there? Tinubu going there is not going to change anything. Worst case scenario, Tinubu goes there, I sympathize with you people, 1 day, 2 day, yeah, he lives there. But the basic thing in Benue, and I think if you read between the lines of Tinubu's message to them, they need to go back and address things from the root cause. Is it an issue of land? Is it an issue of people not ready to coexist? It's a whole lot. It's beyond, oh, let's deploy. I think we're using the bad approach. And basically what is happening is that the governors are, the government's hand is kind of like tied, and they're using the same approach. Deploy military to Benue. After you deploy military, probably 1 month, 2 months, because they are not really tackling the problem. Military can always go there. You can deploy military with military man everywhere, 1 month, 2 months, because there are other spaces military cannot be there. There is problem in Borno, there's problem everywhere. So the military, even the fact that we're even bringing a lot of military, it's another thing. So for me, I think the governor in Benue needs to sit tight. He needs to do his job. If he's not doing any infrastructure, he should forget about infrastructure and focus on security. That's the problem of Benue State. If he's not building road, let him not build road. Focus on security in Benue. If he needs to focus on security, if they need to invest more in the security of Benue, they should do it. It's not about until we wait for, the president is not talking. The president talking is not going to do anything. The president is always going to go there to sympathize with the people. And sympathizing with the people is not going to solve the problem. So if they are ready, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not even sure. I've seen instances where, it's the border from Nasarawa, it's the border from this place, probably they come from Cameroon. Those are excuses. All of them in that region, if they need to work together, the governors in that region, if they need to work together and look for a formidable force to tackle those problems. This is a problem that affects Benue. This problem affects Plateau. This problem affects Nasarawa. Today, if it's not Plateau, tomorrow it will be Benue. So they need to sit down and look for how to solve this problem. We can complain and complain and complain. After Tinubu will come, right? He used 4 years, he uses 8 years, the problem will still be there. At least I still remember Agatu. Agatu is how many years now? This same Benue. So they need to sit down. If all of them within that region needs to sit down and invest more on security. If you don't do road, don't do road. Because you can only do all those things when you're secure.
But they don't control the security personnel, though. That's the thing.
See, that's the problem, right? We always talk about all this. They don't control the security. They don't do this. They don't do that. There are several. Security is not just by army going to the places. There are several things that you can do when it comes to security. Investing in security, there are several things you can do. There are several things you can do. You know, we've always wired our brain around security is all about let's deploy 1 million army to this place. That's security. No. Security is beyond all those things. So when they tell you that, oh, we don't
something like what? Something like what? What can they do? Besides
what security? Do you say?
Besides security, what can they do?
What can they do? Can they invest? Can they invest on tech? Can they invest on cameras? Can they invest on some other things? Do they need government to? Do they need federal government to allow them?
When you invest in camera, you invest in tech. So how does that deter people with AK-47 or assault rifle?
Security, rational mind. Understand? Please let me talk. You understand what I'm saying? Let me talk. Security to secure Benue, right? If we still keep using the same approach, and that same approach that we think, oh, bring everybody to Benue, worst case scenario, 1 month, 2 months, the problem will still come. This is the same approach we've been using from the days of, at least Benue's problem has been since, at least for the one I know, has been since the days of Obasanjo. Plateau, Benue, it's always been there. It happens every time. So if you are collecting, so even if if you believe you can't do anything, leave the security votes now. The security money they give you, give it to federal government. Let federal government take care of it now. So at least you say, okay, fine, I don't know anything I can do. Since it's federal government, let me take my whole thing. Let me give it to federal government. And federal government take care of everything. So if you can't empower local people, there are several things you can do. Forget about all this until they bring AK-47. They will bring AK-47 and put soldier in everywhere in Benue. After 1 month, there will be problem in Bono. There will be some soldier that will be needed in Bono, and the same problem will still happen. I will still all come here and say, oh, the president did not go there. The president did not go there. Why is the president not crying? Why is the president not wearing black? That is the problem that we have in that country. So until we all face the reality, we see this as a national problem, and old people that are supposed to be responsible, they should be responsible and do the right thing. So whatever we can do, I know if there's tomorrow, probably is another place, right? When
you know, for me, the buck still stops with Tinubu.
One man,
because the level of insecurity, I don't think the states are capacitated to handle that.
That is your own view now. I'm saying my own view. Abi, your own view, that's your own view. And your own view has always been the traditional view. Since the beginning of democracy, that's your own view. And it's always been that traditional view. And that will still be the traditional view in Nigeria for years to come, even after Tinubu. That the president should be the one. See, let us tell ourselves one truth. Securing spaces like that is local. And until we all agree that security is not just a federal government thing, everybody needs to invest in security. I don't even care. Oh, I build 10 roads, I build all the roads and everything. Benue, don't do anything. Plateau, don't do anything. Focus only on security. Secure Benue, secure Plateau, and secure Nasarawa. So at least Nigeria can focus on some other things. We are talking about Bono, we are talking about Yobe. Now is okay. They said the Fulani, they throw in, they come in, they kill them, they go back, and all those things. See, the governor said, oh, he knows the people. There are some people in Abuja. I don't even, all this, Nigeria is all about, somebody will look for somebody to push the blame to and all those things. And we are always like that. So as far as I'm concerned, if you still believe that, oh, until one president come, even after Tinubu, the same thing will still continue to happen, and we will still be in the same space, expecting the president to always come and, you know, oh, he's not blah, 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 blah. That is not how I think. I think if they want to solve the problem of Benue, it's not a president. A president can only do to support, right? It is the governor and the local structure within Benue, Plateau, Nasarawa. They need to do the needful. They need to come together and see how to solve their problem. That's what I think. That's my own view. Your own view might be different, but that's actually what I think, and that's my own personal view of what I see to that.
Yes, well put. But you know, there was one instance that happened in Lagos State or during the Buhari administration. Someone who turned up at an estate and was giving quite pointed instructions to security personnel. And Abubakar Malami, the Attorney General of the Federation, he was counterweighting that security, that direction that someone was giving to, it was an army officer or something. And the guy was telling him that, look, Abuja is telling me that not to take instructions from you. So do you see the state governors are incapacitated?
No. What happened during that Sanwo-Olu's period is more political. Let's not deceive ourselves.
Yeah, it's political, but it still shows that Tinubu was not the authority.
No, see, one man, in this space, the federal government has been supporting Benue. I know severally. It's more of support and support. And it's still the same thing. So if we still keep hammering on the same thing, and I'm telling you, we'll still be there even after Tinubu, and it will still be the same. Okay, probably you could just say, okay, probably the president should relocate to Benue, right? Probably that will solve it. And that's why I said, let's cancel, no governor, nothing. Let's put everything.
No, but I think the chief of army staff should. You know, so they have no reasons to be in Abuja. All this
if chief of army staff goes to Benue, if anything happen in Borno tomorrow, where will he be?
No, it should be in the theater. Wherever the theater is. It should not be sat in an office in Abuja.
He does know the chief of army staff is almost everywhere. I still know that it was in Benue at some point. During the Eid el-Kabir, it was in Borno, and after that, it was in Sokoto to celebrate with those people at the battlefield. So let's leave all this, or probably they sit down. That's what you have in your head. That probably they are sitting down somewhere. No. Ever since we've started having this issue of Boko Haram, I can tell you authoritatively that no chief of army staff have not been at the forefront of all those things. Every year, even during Lagbaja, at least you saw Lagbaja before Lagbaja died. Probably is kind of like motivating the guys. You know, most times you see him doing press up and all those things. That's it. Nobody sits down in the office. The problem is that it's a whole lot of things, right? The army is overstretched. Because people that are supposed to even do things are not even doing things. For me, ordinarily, if Tinubu wants to sack anybody, number one person that I want Tinubu to sack is Egbetokun. Tinubu should please sack Egbetokun for me. Because as far as I'm concerned, police is not doing anything. They should bring someone that is more operational to be IG of police. Because even this issue of Tinubu deploy military. I don't even like all those things. Deploy military. If police is not active, they should cancel police now. And let's have some department in military that is doing the police work. So that's what I think is different. That's why I said it's not going to be popular, but it's my own personal view.
One man, please let me chime in, please. I'm going to work. This Benue stuff or whatever happened in Nigeria is an eyesore, is a pity on the Nigerian government. We can say all we want to say, we can shoot the goalposts, but the shame is on us. The shame is on the government. The government's first priority is to protect the life and property of the country, of the citizen. I mean, protect the citizen and protect the property. We can move the blame to locals. Every crime is local. Israel that is fighting is a local problem that started way back on the Bible. I don't see that now telling the local government chairman to defend Tel Aviv or Jayatollah telling the local government chairman to defend Tehran.
a president, the government, Nigerian structure has failed. And we should have said it for once. If we don't accept there's a problem in this country, how can we fix it? I said it's not broken, don't fix it. And when we say clearly broken, they say no, it's bent. Rubadu should be fired. All the service chiefs should be fired. And they should relocate the base. What I don't know what they are doing now in Abuja, relocate them to Benue. Benue lives they'll be taking lives there, 150, 200. You can count the numbers. Since Iraq and Iran have started, we've not counted to 200 lives. It's just in a day we have to something lives taking. And we are making politics about it. Really? What's all this now? Why are we not ashamed of ourselves? Go to international news. I'm making more of that. They do think they're talking about the local government chairman. Talking about the local, the issues local. Why is it there? Why does it have a security vote? In Nigeria, the power is in the center. If the president decides who moves, who does not move in the military apparatus. You're not saying the governor now should fix what? Wait, to give the local vigilante then going to be to face people that have come with sophisticated weapons. Yes, our military is overstretched. Our police is overstretched. Why don't we challenge the government to invest more in our military personnel so that we'll have better military personnel and police? No, we will have the best police guiding the politicians. It has not happened in our community. That's why we are shouting and we are talking like this. If it happens in your community, I don't think anybody will be talking. 16 put to sick in Ekboma that they almost turn Nigeria upside down. We should stop all this narrative we are saying, 240 we see, 200 plus we are saying because it came on news. Do you know how many like 30, 20 that died in the boat that not even here? That's the latest this thing in Nigeria now. We don't they suppress it like the media. You don't even hear it. If you ask them why do you not say, they said we are trying to look for the better part of Nigeria. Really? We don't want to cause chaos in Nigeria. It's the same now that we still come here and sit down and talk about it. It's a big shame. If one person loses life in a foreign country, the country will be on a lockdown. But Nigeria is just coming a joke. Life has no value. And this is the country we want to go back to. The hospital is fucked up. The road system is fucked up. In fact, the social media is making a charade on Lagos Airport. It's a national news. But 200 dead, and we still sit down talking about who is wrong or who is right. It's not about who is wrong, who is right. It's about the government to step up to their responsibilities and fix that problem. They can vote 300 billion for whatever that don't make sense. They cannot protect the life that will use the whatever they are voting for. You are doing express coastal road. If there's nobody in Nigeria, who will fly the coastal road? Human capacity is a development.
What has it got to do with coastal road?
I'm just saying, if there's nobody in Nigeria, who will fly the coastal road? If everybody if Nigeria talk upside down, we should think of something that we should put our priorities straight now. If the government wants to do something like this, then pass the bill.
You know where this thing always falls apart is that we have this sort of incident, and then opposition voices try to leverage.
No, Mama. It's not about opposition. No, it doesn't about. Hold on, Mama. It's not about opposition. Like right now in Iran, they don't think of flying any road right now. They all run into a skater. It's the same thing. Now, I'm just making an example. If the country turned upside down, do you think whatever they are passing now, or Kaduje fully himself in a not APC whatever, or Tabiron up and down for crucial, do you think that all those things will happen? A sane community is better than a disorganized country. War is not good.
Right. Okay, what happened in Benue State? Is it a Tinubu problem or a Nigeria problem?
It's a government problem. Don't be putting on Tinubu. As far as Tinubu is, there's this problem. As far as the government is concerned, it's the government's problem. And that's what they're sworn to protect the life and property of the citizens. Their first job and only job, priority job. And they cannot do it. And they're protecting themselves. They have more than 5,000 soldier men in Abuja. President has to rock alone, not the one president, the Senate, and the rest. Oh, their life matters than the other people? It is not fair now. Because it can happen in the middle of bed, it's not our problem. If it happens, we'll start shouting. It's not right there. We are the problem of Nigeria is the problem of Nigeria. And the government is the reflection of the people they govern. If we can stand here and be having different thoughts and different blame, shifting the goalposts, I say, I tell you, if you know your problem is half solved. No, Nigeria problem, if you know it's not even started, it's causing much problem. What is wrong to hold the government accountable? Since the buying has been happening, how many services are they fired? How many technical officers are being arrested for not doing their job? Hey, India that crashed, the only survivor that survived is arrested. If it's Nigeria, will be in church collecting tithe and offering. Can we put our priorities straight for once? I think for once.
We'll sacking people. How would that solve the problem?
Of course, responsibilities. No accountability. That's why people keep doing the same thing. Okay, if a police commissioner or a police commissioner in a city, and do you even know how they caught Anini? Maybe many people have not been born when Anini was terrorizing Benin and Lagos. They have to bring this guy to Benin, Commissioner. I forget his Benin man. You have to tell the commissioner was there. But every fired commissioner was there and brought a new commissioner that got Anini. You can't be doing the same thing all the time and you expect to get different results. You see people stepping down. When somebody will make mistake, people will step down. For that to take your responsibilities on your shoulders. But if there's no accountability, they'll keep doing the same thing. That's why our hospitals, that's why we unlike people, mistakenly or not mistakenly, nobody will know no accountability. Tomorrow that doctor is in theater, but training abroad. If doctors not be facing mass doctors or first degree murder. But Nigeria will just let so many things slide. So many things. If we speak from this side of say no, you are being political. If you speak from that side, say no, you are being tribal. For crying out loud, for once as and for all, let's start and condemn what is wrong. Let's condemn the action, not the character, for goodness sake. The action is going, it's horrible.
I think people are condemning it also. There's a
no, people are not condemning it. People are not condemning it. If people are condemning it, everything in Nigeria will be everything in Nigeria will be. Listen,
who is applauding it?
Everybody's applauding it because they are talking about it. If the country is condemning it, then the country will be on national standstill right now. The country will feel it. The economy will feel it. If the government is feeling it, the only thing the government, if the government, the only thing the government respect is they respect and respond to is the destruction of life and property, and that thing is happening, and you are not taking action. If Nigerians,
hold on. I'm not sure if you are following the story at all, but you can't say they are not taking action.
You don't follow the story more than you don't follow the story more than me.
Hold on. Well, if you are following the story, then you can't be saying what you're saying. They've deployed heavily to that space. The president has called in all the service chiefs and given them direct instructions that they should hunt down the perpetrators. They've deployed special teams into that space, and the president himself is going there and get a first-hand assessment of the matter. Is made announcements both and in a video to address it. So
one man, this all you just said. All you just said is.
What should they be doing?
All you just said is beautiful nonsense. And this is what they've been doing since Buhari or whatever time of the government being in section. But this is happening at better time. All this you'll be saying is beautiful nonsense. When it happened, they say, we'll display military there, and I'm going there later. For crying out loud, we're supposed to have military to deter the situation, to stop the situation before it will happen, not to go there and take body count. These are things I've been saying all the time now. But let Nigeria oil stop now in 1,000 barrels per liter. If this stop this down, if all Nigeria will not stand still, if the government will not find solution for the next 2 days, because it's not affecting their pocket. It's not affecting their pocket. That's why they can speak all the beautiful theory, but no practicals. We need the practical.
War peace. I think something we are not addressing, whether we like it or not, we have to address it. Is what Larry raised. See, let me tell you something.
Ola, please. I'm not about learning Larry emotions. I'm not about Larry submission.
No,
hold on. I'm leaving now.
I want to contribute. If I
I know you want to contribute. I'm stepping out of the. Let me just say this and let me give you the floor. Now, if we want to be fair here, is this one thing and one thing only: Benue massacre must be stopped. Simple. Not depending people, not depending people. How many people have been arrested? How many people have been sanctions? How many services have been in detention?
let me propose my own solution. Listen to me.
Hold on, no. Ola,
One man, I'm just passing. I will be out in the next 5 minutes. I just wanted to
because
something.
rational mind, but carry on. Rational mind has been waiting, but
see, the solution is so simple. When Larry says something, I was expecting us to explain that thing more. When we say security is local, I'm not trying to compare the robbery in Lagos to anything. I'm not trying to compare what is happening to robbery, but let's just look at it from when you solve a problem, from taking it from the micro solution. When the robbery was so difficult in Lagos that almost every day, bank robbery, everything, you understand? This guy bought armor personnel carrier. He put at a strategic location. Even when they were escaping through the lagoon, he put the one at the other end and he got some boats to chase those people. What happened? The same insecurity diverted to Ogun State, diverted to Oyo State, diverted to Ekiti State. Now, what am I saying there? Now, someone solved the problem locally in his own state, and Lagos State was receiving security allowance, security votes, just like Ogun State, just like Osun State, and Ekiti State. But what happened? Someone spent his own money to tackle insecurity. But some people, for what you don't know, they were busy buying houses in London, United States. The type of governor we have today, they are more concerned about not being stopped when they are trying to enter America or United Kingdom, so that someone will not accuse them of human rights. If you cannot lead that country, leave that place. Nothing stop you. Okay, during Tinubu, during the Buhari time, we were complaining, okay, they were not licensing us gun just to fight these people. Okay, try and dare Tinubu. The security vote they gave you, carry your people, license them to face the people, and let Tinubu talk. Why are you not doing that? What are you doing with your security vote? And we are thinking that the military, because if the military are overwhelmed, then let the state governors that are collecting security votes, let them substitute. We can't allow all these idiots to be coming from somewhere and they are saying, okay, they are paying people. Someone suggested camera and suggested this thing. I made an example like that, just with double barrel gun and machetes. Fayose deploy some hunters. I know it could be dangerous, but at that time, it was effective than what the Fayemi did in the state. These people are human beings too. Let the governor say enough is enough, because if we were to be politics now, they will deploy their thug. Their thug will carry arms. All of a sudden, to protect their people, oh, it is now the president. So this is the problem. If you don't talk, if you think it's the only president that can solve the problem, then there's a problem. There's a problem. All of them, including the governor. I'm not absolving Tinubu because all his 2 million soldiers is not still employing. All his forest guys they are delaying. He should do that as quick as possible. But for someone now to say we should absorb the governors, it's irritating, honestly. It's irritating. The governors should tell us what they are doing. If they cannot stand there, even if they are just there just because they want to have access to overseas and be putting their children there so that nobody will stop them for human rights abuses, then let them not go to that place. We are speaking here today now. We don't know when any of us will land tomorrow in Nigeria. We have to say the truth. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
All right, brilliant. Rational mind, you're up next.
Yeah, woman. Yeah, I'm here, woman. I'm just taking my time to listen to everybody. What everybody's been saying. Well, woman, thank you, and I want to thank our co-panelists here in the chat. I mean, in the room, and also our friends that are in the chat area. It's a sad day in Nigeria. It's always a sad day in Nigeria. There's no day that's not sad in Nigeria. It's always a sad day. You see, when you have idiotic leaders leading you, leading a nation, you get the kind of things you get in that country called Nigeria. I've said it, Nigeria is just a business enterprise by some people. It was set up as a business enterprise by the British. The guys who took over from the British, they continued that business enterprise. But the only difference from the British is that these idiots who are of our own skin color or our own local people, they appear to be, I mean, not appear, they turn out to be worse than even the Europeans that led that were the leaders there before them. That's, by the way, we can debate that here and there. It's either here or there. But for me, you see, again, I will want to go to this guy who is the head of the government there. That's Tinubu. I want to dissect a little bit about this guy. I mean, I've said it many times. There's no point dissecting it, but the more and more I talk about him, the more and more I kind of I have the time to be able to, opportunity to be able to explain the personality that he has been exhibiting, the characteristics he has been exhibiting. That guy is a sociopath and a psychopath. It's possible for somebody to, I mean, those who are mental health practitioners here, they can tell you that well, it's been disputed among in that community of mental health people. Say, oh, it's not possible. Somebody's either a sociopath or a psychopath. You cannot be both. But some people say you can be both. But the meaning it's almost similar. But I think, yeah, I think both of them. The reason why I cannot say it's just one of them or the other is because the characteristics of a sociopath and a psychopath is what is being exhibited by this guy called Tinubu. You can listen to that speech that he gave today, that you just watered down one man when you, I think maybe you played the video. Maybe on your platform, that was why I watched it. Look at just the way he watered down something so serious as that. That's what happened. When the one that happened in India happened, within how many few hours, how many seconds, few minutes, he has already tweeted, condoling or whatever with the people of Korea. But it took him how long for him to be able to talk about this? And this is not even the first time. When he went to France, we saw this guy took his time. He never even did anything until people were lamenting that he had to send Ziri Badu, and who is a deputy, is a vice president. You see, when we were telling you people during the throes of this whole election period of 2023, that you guys are creating a monster. Well, and it's eating us gradually. I mean, it's so sad that we have to pay in the form of lives of our people. It could be me, it could be me, it could be anybody. I could go to Nigeria tomorrow, travel through that airport there, and then I got shot. It's possible because Nigeria, as it is right now, it's if you just happen to walk at the wrong time at the wrong place, you might find yourself as a victim. So all of us are just all victims waiting to be. All of us are just people who are waiting to be victims. Well, for me, it's just I mean, I've overflogged this Tinubu matter. It's just becoming so it's just becoming so exasperating to me to be talking about it sometime. But I will continue talking about it. I had Larry when Larry was trying to trivialize the whole thing by making it sound like Tinubu does not. If his presence there, being there, doesn't make, well, maybe in some ways there's a measure of truth to what he said. But yeah, there's still much. He's been there. His presence could be a lot. It will still be a lot.
Well, it's going there on Wednesday, though. Rational Mind. I'm sure
Wednesday.
You're aware of that. Yeah.
Just imagine.
Yes.
How long did it take Modi?
Modi?
Yeah, Modi of India. How long did it take him? When, as soon as that plane caught fire, I mean, it happened. I mean, that thing happened. How long did it take him to go there? Did he say, "Oh, I have to cancel"? Let me even see. So Tuesday I'm free. No, Monday I'm free. Sunday I'm free. No, he went there within few hours. He went there, and he went to see even the only surviving guy. You see, you people call
you can't compare Nigeria with the.
No, don't give me that BS. Don't give me that BS. You can't compare
Now.
Nigeria. Don't give me that BS.
There are security. There are security.
Okay. Yeah, right.
You know, he has to be cleared by the security before.
Oh, cleared indeed, right? And he has the best. I mean, if anybody's heavily guarded, remember besides CBN, the next person that's heavily guarded is Tinubu. He could take all the whole military might of Nigeria and go there. Nothing will happen. What are you telling me? What are you talking about? Well, I can understand. You can talk about, oh, you see, you people like to do this excuse thing for. Well, yeah, you have a point. Maybe there could be substance to what you're saying. I mean, you don't even know if somebody can put it would be somebody maybe they are trying to set him up and blow him up. I mean, but you see, Roman, people always look for one excuse.
If Tinubu
That's one
goes,
thing that
I think that might well be the first instance that we're seeing a president of Nigeria.
No, well, that's not the first instance.
Who has gone?
That's
Who
not
has
the first
ever
instance.
gone?
I cannot give you, but that's not the first instance. That's not the first instance. That's not the first instance. We're seeing
Because
Nigerian president.
if it goes,
Okay, I tell you. When the bomb blast, hold on. Let me give you. You asked for one.
Yes.
Let me give you one. When the bomb blast happened in what's it called? In Ikeja, Obasanjo was there. Tinubu was there. When he was a governor, I think maybe later. I don't know. I can't remember the sequence. Who got there before each other? But I think Tinubu was there first, or maybe I don't know. But Obasanjo was there as a president when the Ikeja cantonment happened. I know this same excuse.
Obasanjo was in Lagos before.
Was in Lagos at the time when it happened?
Yes. Obasanjo was in Lagos.
I can't remember the very well. I was in Lagos that time. I went to Lagos.
That people were saying probably it was
that period.
Obasanjo.
Yeah,
Obasanjo was in cantonment before the blast.
Well, whatever the sequence, my point is this: as a leader, you need to show that yes, you condone. I mean, you condone. I can't even think of the one English there. At least you understand. But you see, woman, let's not. You see, you people like to do this.
But he has come out to say that, and then he's also visiting the place, and he has deployed security every day.
It's okay. Emma, continue making the excuse.
No. Now, but what are you suggesting? He's not. Is doing
wrong? It's okay. You can continue.
Yes, it is okay. But, all of the steps he should have taken, he is taking. He has deployed heavily. He has called security meetings. And specialist team now on the play is required. is requested that they have to flush them out and bring them to justice. And he has made the promise then at the first opportune instance, he'll be there to go and show empathy and hug babies and whatnot. So what more could he do?
What more can he do?
Yes.
In 2015,
the only other thing he could have done was to prevent it.
No,
but then
okay.
you can't prevent insecurity. So
no, it's okay. 2013, 2014, when bomb blasts were flying, I mean, I begin to suspect that it was all just part of APC grand plot. They were part of the whole thing, just to make a mockery of them. I know, you see, this whole thing going on, it's political. This whole insurgency thing and terrorism in Nigeria, it's all political.
Rational mind. Rational mind.
Before, yeah,
rational mind. Rational mind. If very dark man can go get to the scene, few hours after the incident, the president cannot go there. Few days after the incident, it's a joke. The first televised capture we had was from very dark man's broadcast. Can you imagine the country that arrived channels, about TV personnel could even send their journalists there? The picture that we were watching on TV was re-edited from very dark man caption.
Very dark man is an unemployed youth now. He has no job.
One man. That is a disgrace in our face. That is to show how our country has failed. If a non-government, hold on, one man. If a non-government actor is not playing the role of the government, where's our new channel? Where are our investigation journalists? Where were they? Why did they rush there?
My brother.
Hold on now. He went there for content.
National security. He went there as soon as he flew there. National security. Hold on, one man. Why our channels, our news media, NTA didn't go there?
He went to make money out of them.
Why our news media didn't go there, one man? Now I'm talking about the government now. Why our news media didn't go there? And we were editing the first 5 hours video we're watching. It's from Very Dark Man. Channels and others were editing Very Dark Man picture caption to broadcast to the world what's going on. After Very Dark Man broke the news to Nigeria, not even Nigeria broke the news to us, and we are yet talking. I beg.
Okay, let me just continue. So you see, leave our people then. They will continue making excuses like, oh, why Tinubu? He has to. I mean, continue doing all these things. Well, we'll all be here. At least I just hope that any of us will not be victim very soon. But it's certain that we are going to be victim at some point, either in one way or the other. Either we get kidnapped, which I don't pray, or something just happened to, I don't pray anything happens to any of us. I mean, I've had stories of people who went back to Nigeria just on visit and then crap happens to them. It might be fortunate you don't go and nothing happens to you and you enjoy yourself. That's fine. But you see, in 2014, I was going somewhere with that 2013. I was listening to some people here, Olan, our friend, Larry. He has increased whatever. He has given them money. Mind you, let's not forget, in 2014, before the election, that dislodged Jonathan. Jonathan was giving national, security vote to state governors. So. But yet, this Olo Ibruku AP system, they make it sound like everything, the box stop at the stable. But now we are dishing it out to you people now that the box stop at Tinubu'S table. So people will now be telling us that, what is it going to do? Oh, come on.
You know what puzzles me?
What am I going to somebody? I need to pick up this urgent call, please. Just go on to someone.
Yeah. Carry on. Stay with us though. I still want to hear more on other matters. But what I was going to say was what has always puzzled me, because this is not even.
I have a question.
Yeah. Right.
I feel like you're on this platform by yourself defending Tinubu. Like, I was missing like Baba, life is good. What's his name? Enigmatic or Benny, that one, he would die for Tinubu. What's the other person's name? I mean, you are just here by yourself defending this administration. This is why you need to stand in the right path. That way, when you're left alone like this, at least, you'll be confident that you're speaking the right thing.
I don't even understand what any of that means, but
basically, you're defending the indefensible and you're by yourself doing that. Baba is not here. Baba is an intelligent man. He cannot defend Tinubu. You're here by yourself. That's what I'm saying. Where's Obeni? Where's Baba? Where's all the Tinubu supporters? Look at these people on the panels. They're attacking you right, left, and center. And I feel sorry for you. You guys should take it easy on one man. Sometimes he doesn't know why he be doing what he does.
Don't worry, Amanda. Your man always outnumbered, never outgunned. And by the way, you may be surprised that a lot of these people actually have lives. So maybe it's only me that it's only me that I don't have a life. It wasn't because of me.
And it wasn't because of me that they're not here.
No, it's not because of you. They come in intermittently, so you know how it goes now. So they come in when the window opens for them to come in.
I just feel bad for you because you're by yourself. No one is here.
I'm not by myself now. This, the truth always stands alone sometimes, but the important thing is that the truth stands.
Well, man, we're laughing at you tonight, right?
Yeah, well, you can laugh, but I stand with the truth. All these. The truth. I stand with the truth. A lot of the things that is going on is actually Yoruba hate. But let's not hold him back any longer, because it's 4 a.m. where he is, and I'm sure his phone is nearly out of battery. Kene joins us. So Kene, as we are waiting Rational Mind to come back, floor is yours. Kene. No, sorry. Dewale. Let Dewale go first. Hopefully, sorry, Dewale Mabin. He's going to give it to me now. Okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
You've not interjected at all, So I just and this is the new culture, by the way. Well done.
Well, sometimes interjecting some stupid analysis doesn't make any sense, so I'll just keep my mouth shut till it's my turn. A lot of people don't even know what they're freaking talking about on this show tonight. They're just talking out of emotion. It's quite unfortunate. You can blame it on government for all you like. Security, protection of yourself comes from people. You can blame government all you like. Every time you see anything like this coming up in Nigeria, like Larry said, this is not the first time this thing will happen in Nigeria. But when you have citizens that are more or less not even aware of their surrounding, but they just leave everything for government. Government comes from people, the same people. You know, a lot of people think that the federal government, especially the president, doesn't know what he's talking about. Government said the governor should call those who are involved. Number one, prosecute them, but at the same time, call all the warring group and then find lasting peace. Can't tell me the governor doesn't know these people. And all these people that are also protesting can't tell me they don't know who is coming in to kill them. Okay? Now, the police that are supposed to be protecting life and properties in that state, they are airplanes as well. It has a lot of combination of politics, internal. I mean, we've seen communal clashes in Nigeria. We know, what usually comes from this. Without even going into details, we saw example if Mudakeke, we saw the lives that were, lost just because of land. So you can imagine some of this things are happening. It's not that foreigners coming from foreign countries. It's not possible. But you see, you can blame it on government that I haven't heard on the Rise News that Tinubu didn't travel to Benue. Will Tinubu going to Benue solve or bring those lives that has been killed back? But let me tell you today, if federal government decided to establish local government in every community in Benue State, that will still be killing every day, every time there. And it's still going to happen. Mark my words. But you see, when you have people that have decided to resort into, criminality like this, we will continue to blame it on government. And why do we even have the tempo of the whole thing being increased at this moment? Because election is closer. So blaming federal government of not doing enough, it will continue. If every administration have issues that they deal with, Obasanjo had the Niger Delta to deal with, then followed by Jonathan. Jonathan also dealt with all this, started from Boko Haram and Co. We said the same thing. You can imagine life were lost there. But look at what is happening. All these things weren't even happening a few months ago, even though there were some pockets of killings here and there. But this takes the highest number. So you want to tell me it doesn't have political connotation inside? Look, I think the federal government knows what they're talking about. I think it's more of a two-edged sword. If you are too political about it, you are going to be blamed. And if you are too, should I say, being too aggressive about it, it won't all go well for the government. So what they can do is trying to look for the local solution to solve it. And what I'll propose is this. One, the federal government should give the state government enough power to utilize every resources at its disposal to fight every political battle in its domain. Because the governor as it is helpless. Let me put it this way. When you don't have a command of the police security in your state, you are helpless. No matter how much you spend, whether security vote or whatever, you're still going to be taken out of the equation without the federal government input. So if federal government can deliver, because the federal government is trying to tread carefully, let the state governor do whatever it takes to bring peace to the state. Not because Governor Alia doesn't know what he's doing or can't work, but if given the power. Unfortunately, we also have a constitution that doesn't give power to the state. Okay, you could see where he's handicapped. He doesn't have much power to do what he's supposed to do. And this thing has been happening. So we can blame federal government for all we likes. It's not going to solve the issue. It's not Tinubu going to Benue. It's not going to solve the issue. But let the state governor have the tools and the power to utilize it at his disposal. You will see the lasting solution to that state. And the political players from Benue, they know what is happening. We can continue to lie from to each other from now to tomorrow. They know what is happening. That tempo was increased simply because of political issue coming up. That's it. It's as simple as that. And it will continue that way. And if the state government doesn't plead with the federal government to allow them to do just like that, to the general looking the other way so that they can do whatever is necessary. To me, that is what I think it should be done. Okay. Thank you, woman.
All right, Braden. Excellent
What
input. Do you think state policing plays into this as well? But is this the window to fast track that to both you, Dewale, and Rational Mind as it
Oh,
comes back?
absolutely, one man. Absolutely. This is where we need to have a state police. If you think if Benue has its own police, just like and that police is have equipped enough for them to bear arms and to police themselves, all these things wouldn't happen. It won't. But because we are suspicious of each other, one. Two, we're also reckless. It's a society that doesn't care about, life and property. So we will do whatever it takes, especially for those political actors that think that, oh, we have this power, we can utilize it to our advantage. So with that, but I still believe that if the state police is available, all these things at least will be minimized. Maybe not completely eradicated, but to some level. That's why I said let the Attorney General and the federal government look the other way around and let the state governor do what is needed to be done. That will be solution. It's as simple as that. Thank you.
You know, in terms of the security architecture of Nigeria, the one thing that's always puzzled me is that we all know where we know the epicenters of insecurity in Nigeria is Zamfara State, is Borno State, is the Middle Belt, Plateau, and Benue. And we also know the strategy of insecurity in Nigeria. They go and attack all these remote sort of spaces, and then they strike them, they savage them, and then they escape. What I've always wondered is why the security architecture in Nigeria does not give this remote. They cannot craft some sort of emergency SOS sort of a system, so that this remote system, and then they should have a rapid response unit as well that's permanently on 24-hour standby, and then they have some sort of alert system that, oh, these remote areas can say there's something going on in our area, and then they can deploy the multiplicity of the Nigerian structure. The Air Force goes in to monitor and bombard them, and then the army comes in to savage them. I mean, why don't they have some sort of structure? If they don't have personnel, they should have some sort of intelligent. I don't know, man.
Woman, if Tinubu had not gone to Rome, they would have pinned it on the federal government as a persecution of Christians.
You know, that's how the Pope is trying to spin
They
it,
would have pinned it on him. I mean, on the federal government, the being silent or the prosecution of the Christian. But the dynamic of this thing,
Muslim ticket, Abby.
I'm telling you, see, it has a lot of political sprinkle, if I put it that way. In a way, I'm not saying the government is not culpable in this. Of course, they should do enough. But like I said, our system is set up in a way that it's not a win-win for them. So you act fast, you're going to be blamed. If you don't take step, you're still going to be blamed. But in a way where our federal system that we practice is just a shambolic, is not where states are not equipped. You can imagine a state government that doesn't have control over the resources, over the security of its own domain that they're governing. It's nonsense. It's nonsensical in a way. But if as things stand right now, if the Attorney General and the federal government look the other way, because there's no way atrocity will not be committed if they are going to nip this in the bud, because people will be fished out to the point of maybe probably have to take some people out. But if they could look the other way, the governor would do what they're supposed to do, and then the command of the Nigeria police also will act. But in a way, when you have a system or a constitution that is making government to be handicapped, somebody say you should bring the Nigerian army. You see, the Nigerian army only hear one command: go. And what would they do? Both the innocent and the perpetrator will be taken out together. But when you have a state policing system that are able to identify the local, at the same time be able to identify those that are foreign among them, it will be a lot easier. You can mount cameras anywhere you like. Cameras won't do much if you don't have a local information system that will be able to bring authentic and undiluted intel to the police.
Let me ask you one question. at least today, even though the governors don't have a lot of power, at least today you can still talk about at least 1 or 2 states having their own security outfits, Amotekun and the likes of them. Do you know any one of those in Benue or Plateau?
Not that I know of. But even the Amotekun are not harmed. They don't have any constitutional power to prosecute. Right?
No. See, the thing is this, right? For me saying
Can I answer your question that you asked about security?
Don't you understand why he's asking that question though? What the point Larry is making is that Benue State, especially, and Plateau State as well, but more so Benue State, which is the epicenter of all these sort of banditry, insurgent sort of attacks, they more than anybody, because it was saying that the state governor should have been more proactive, and being proactive is that sort of localized system. So they don't even have anything to indicate that they are looking to address it at a local level. Is that where you were, Larry?
Autumn had one set.
But what happened? Automatically, this guy came, disbanded everything. What are we saying? See, let us not deceive ourselves. If you don't do, see, this issue of, we go and sleep, we are building road, we are building this, we are building infrastructure. This, you know, your number one problem. Try and do something. See, you may not have the military, you may not have everything, right? Because the military cannot, even if you bring the whole Nigerian military, put it in Benue, they can't cover every village in Benue.
But Larry, even when Autumn was there, wasn't something like this happening at that time, despite all the security operative that he put in place? Look,
no, you see that Autumn zone. See, another advantage that this present governor has, which Autumn did not have. Autumn was not on the same page with the middle, right? Autumn at that point was doing his thing. Malame and the likes of, and the Buhari caucus were against Autumn. But this is different. I think this Tinubu's government, particularly with the governors, has been more of open door policy. For me, you have all those things, right? You may not really have, at least within the local, even if it's just simple intelligence that they will help with. Because even if you take army there, for army to even get intelligence, they'll still need the local. And like you just said, army zone is okay, clear everywhere. Let's clear everywhere. Air Force, drop bomb here. Army, finish everybody. But this is not like that kind of war. You know the thing, you know why I'm saying this? Because I've witnessed this. 2009, I was in Plateau. I did my NYSC in Plateau. First hand, I faced it. From Panchin, Barikin Ladi, Kanke, Wase, Maraba Jama, it was all house. Fulani herdsmen Fulani was everywhere. And the thing is this, we can, the problem I have with Nigeria, we believe so much in the normal traditional approach. Oh, special.
But Larry, I read it in the news today. The executive favored state policing. This same northerner, together with the middle belt, we are such a polarized, different set of people. Okay, what works for certain people may not work for the other people. But however, the executive favors state policing. Okay, but as it still stands right now, look, there's a thin line between having extrajudicial killing when the federal government is stepping into a situation, and that is why at the state level it can still be minimized because it won't gain much. If we have much, it won't gain much, publicity if we have casualty. We have locals that already knows who are the perpetrators. But you see, to fish them out, it's not in Yoruba they call something about fagbo. Now, in a way, without having any political fallout, if you have put it that way, if this thing was to be happening during the second time of Tinubu, and I can tell you this, It probably would not even happen. Okay, but the reason why the government executive will be treading cautiously because of the political fallout. Then, secondly, okay, we have the locals that even when you send people in, okay, they are the same people that will be given information to those perpetrators about the government present in their domain. So our system, the constitution is making government to be handicapped, number one. Number two, you can't act beyond what the constitution stipulates for you. You can't, except when you, and I'm tell you this, it's still gonna have a political fallout.
Yeah.
What the governor can do now is look, to be honest with you, the governor has a big role to play. Even Tinubu goes there on Wednesday, he will probably talk to the leaders in those communities. I'm glad he said he's going to be organizing a town hall kind of settings where people can come and voice their opinion. But you see, when you have people that are coming in from neighboring towns, neighboring villages coming to attack, they are able to identify these people. Now, if the federal government can decide, maybe out of the public in a way, by enable the governor, okay, maybe send certain forces, or if the negotiation fail, or if peace talk fail, then you can send forces that will be able to, because if that is at the end of the day, the government still have to find a way, in a way that would not contravene the constitution. Governor can't do jack. We can blame him from now to tomorrow. Federal government on its own.
Mr.
Okay.
Dad, if you ask me, you see, to solve the problem in Benue, is not just a state thing, right? They need a regional outfit. If you read between the lines, what is happening in Benue? There's this silent blame, right? Between Benue and Nasarawa. Oh, they come from Nasarawa. They come from Nasarawa to come attack in Benue. They go back to Nasarawa. And that's exactly what's happening. People in Benue will blame people in Nasarawa. So the thing there now is they say, oh, the Fulani people come through Nasarawa to come attack Benue, and they go back to Nasarawa. And that's why I think number one, they need to bury their differences and work together. Like in Southwest today, at least Amotekun is one, right? Even though each state have their own support for Amotekun. And that's exactly what I think they need to do. And another thing is they need to sit down. Like, if you see what we've heard several.
Sit down and do what? Sit down and do what? You have people surrounding and coming to kill
the governors need to sit down. All the governors of Nasarawa.
Who are you? Who are these people you want to sit down with? They are faceless.
To sit down
except you know them.
You don't understand what I'm saying.
Hold on.
See, wait. The governor of Nasarawa knows the governor of Benue. So when I say the governors need to sit down and see how to address this within themselves, why are you saying sit down? Won't they sit down? Do they continue to do
sit down with what? You can only have the other party. If you want to sit down, sit down and do what? I mean,
do you even understand what I'm saying?
Hold on. The victims, they sit down with.
Okay, wait. With what I said, right? What do you think?
What about the other party that are the violent, the other side that are doing the violence?
You don't understand what I said. I said the governors of those states needs to sit down and form a unified something for their region. Rather than the governor of Benue blaming Nasarawa that the people are coming from Nasarawa, they need to have a single front. That is it. If they don't have a single front, it
Larry, you see, we can speak all these things that we want to speak. Some of them are good suggestions, I would say. But when we take a very close look at some of this solution we are preferring, they won't go anywhere far until the very main thing at the very root of it is tackled. I'll give you an example. I wanted to talk about something about 2014, 2013, 2013 or 2014 before the election. I'll leave that because maybe I don't have the time anymore. Woman, is it this guy's? Is this still his time? Because I want to go back to my time.
No. You have the floor back. I think
Well, is it done with?
No. Dewale, have you?
I'm done. I'm done.
You can see that he's contending with his little princess. So
yeah, I can hear those kids. Those beautiful voice.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So you see, few days ago, you wonder when Chioma was telling us a while ago here that I know Trump is crazy. He has his own crazy crap that is going on with him. I know whatever with this with university here is here. I mean, that's one of the reasons. But you wonder a few days ago, Alero, this guy that was being wanted, his wife was issued a passport. The mother was issued a passport, and they went to do Hajj in Saudi. This is a wanted guy by the Nigerian government. But yet, his wife and his mom were able to go and do Hajj. We can debate that well, they're not looking for the mom, they're not looking for the wife. Agreed. But my point is
sorry, Rational Mind. One second. Can 5 people not already subscribe, please do, to get us over a particular threshold? So if you are not already subscribed and you're listening, we need 5 new subscribers in the course of the stream. Carry on, Rational Mind.
All right. A few days ago, we saw a video emerging online of this same Alero, this Fulani terrorists, or they call them bandits, but to me they are terrorists. Wanted on the list of the Nigerian army, one most wanted people in Nigeria, terrorists wanted in Nigeria. Which this guy, Edward Buba, when he was the spokesperson for the Nigerian military, he listed his name among those people that are wanted. Edward Buba mentioned his name. Now, this same guy was caught on camera with Nigerian army. They were fraternizing. Heavily guard Nigerian army by his side. We saw another video again of Fulani with AK-47 and assault rifle, AR rifle, with a Nigerian police armored personnel carrier around them. Oh, come on. You see, come on. You see, we can come here, we can propose this solution. If the main thing is not done, we're just scratching the surface. We're not going to beneath the surface. For me, you see, Tinubu has, somebody was saying today, and I listened to him, I kind of makes sense to me. Tinubu has National Assembly wrap around his finger. Nothing he wants from National Assembly that he cannot get. What does it take him? Agreed. Somebody was saying earlier here, telling us that, oh, some governors doesn't want to have their own state police because they could not afford to pay them, or they don't want to share their security votes with them. Can you, Tinubu, this is my own, I'm providing solution to it. We want not just state police, we want local government police. If possible, even universities, campuses should have their own police. Can you pass a law that those states that are not ready, they can key into the federal police, but the caveat to be, you will not have your security vote given to you. We'll use it to take care of those federal police so that they be able to render that service to your state. And let's see. And those of you who are saying you're ready to go on your own and have your own state police or your local government police, go ahead. You get your security votes with that. He can pass that law. He can pass it. That is it. You see, this state policing, it's at the very core of this whole crap. Before they can deploy from Abuja, before they will, Egbetokun will give whatever. I hate that guy's guts. That Egbetokun is the most unserious IGP we've ever had in the history of that country. Before you can deploy from Abuja, you go to another command. From another command, it comes to.
He's just interested in awarding contracts, Egbetokun.
That guy is just, it's okay. I don't
want
to talk about that guy. But, so you see, my point is that if we do all these things, we're not going to solve anything. So state policing, if possible, even local government, all this vigilante thing, It's just by the side. Because if you cannot license them, you cannot give them license. But that was the problem Autumn had with Bugu that time. Let's forget that maybe they at some point I mean, this guy left. What's it called? He left APC. He joined PDP. Autumn. He left PDP. He joined PDP. This guy was denied his militia, or what they call it militia, or what's it called? They were denied the necessary equipment, kind of guns, sophisticated, that they need to be able to tackle those Fulani terrorists that were terrorizing their place. You see, when we play politics with security, like Tinubu is also doing right now, we get what we get. So I don't expect Tinubu to be able to solve this problem, because, like somebody was saying again, oh, it's election period. Because election now, he cannot do anything again because he wants to become president. So people's lives should continue to be. You see, when I say we have not just him alone, but he's the height of the narcissistic president we ever had. People that are so egotistical, who are sociopaths, who are psychopaths. You see, I can go on and on and on and on Tinubu here. I just want to talk about some other things which are not even part of this thing, because you wonder. You have Minister of Defense, Fulani. Minister of the State for Defense, Fulani.
And a lot of them linked with terrorism. That like that Matawale, he's linked with terrorism.
What's it called? NSA, Fulani. Minister of Livestock, that the idiotic ministry that you want to create, that we're not even seeing any impact. Because the reason is, mind you, take it. I mean,
we're seeing impact. So they are just embarked on a massive project.
No, don't give me that. They've done a lot. I don't know the crap you're talking about. They've done a lot.
They are doing something in Gombe now. A huge project in Gombe.
And you people remember, you people don't be doing this. They are doing something. What are they doing? Because, mind you, the reason why that ministry was created, I remember Tinubu was saying that so as to, I mean, this farmer elders clash, whatever, so that they can handle the issue. What has this guy been? The Fulani guy that is there, that is minister of the livestock. What has he done? You will hear Mieti Hala. Oh, they killed one of our people and they rushed their car. How does cow life equate to the life of a human being? You see, woman, it's just sometimes it justifies. I mean, I just get so tired trying to analyze the situation in Nigeria sometimes. But for me, if we do not go to the very basics, the very root of this whole thing, we're just scratching something on the surface. We're not really getting to the beneath the whole thing. Because I in my own life, I can't understand why people should be playing politics with the lives of people. You see this Oloibuku APC. These are the people who brought all this crap into that country. But Nigerians have never suffered this way. Nigerians have never suffered in the hands of the government like this APC people. They will come here. I mean, they will not here. I mean, they will make us want to believe that it's a figment of our imagination. It's a figment of our imagination. No, nothing really. Mind you, a few days ago, so people were protesting pro Tinubu rally in Makurdi. And suddenly, what was the next day? What did we see? What did we see? We saw this massacre that happened. They make it sound like, I mean, in that I watched that rally. When I tell you this people, APC is a Oloibuku party, Akoshi Bero party, that people should despise, they should reject, they should never have anything to do with them. They were protesting, saying Tinubu is the best thing that has ever happened to Benue before sliced bread. After sliced bread. And just barely a few hours after that protest, we saw what happened, this massacre. Meaning all the one we've been talking about, all the massacre that has been happening, that people have been dying, it was just a figment of our imagination. Tinubu has been doing very well. What has Tinubu done that warrants even that rally that they did? What has Tinubu done ever since they've been talking about that thing? What have they done to stem that tide of that massacre that in Benue? But rather, you can see them, they will be doing this as propaganda to make it look like there's nothing happening. Suddenly, just making us have our numbing us to suffering of people. That's why this lady could challenge you at the beginning.
Are you not acknowledging that we've seen a real? No, Choma is just she's just a rascally. But are you not acknowledging that we have seen a real massive pullback in insecurity post Buhari?
Well, man, I don't know I don't know what the F you're talking about. Talking about what are you talking about? What pullback? Just like you're saying, you're trying to like compare something worse than the other thing that was worse. I don't see any pullback. You see, whatever the APC does is propaganda. They like to make create this illusion or this appearance, this pretense that everything is okay. Look at that idiot, that one that calls himself Nuru Ibabi. Tinubu gain, here and there. Woman, if you go, there's a place you go on Twitter. People post there on a daily basis. People that are being kidnapped, people that are victim of terrorism, or some little maybe skirmishes within their area, whereby some Fulani just came and just slaughter. Just massacre some farmers that never got to the mainstream media. And you wonder, what is this guy talking about? So you see, woman, you see, the Nigerian problem is so complex that you wonder where to start from. Where? But for me, like Dewale said, I think one of the ways to go around it is give every state that wants to have their state police. If you know you want to have your state police, we'll pass the law. The law will make it that okay, every state can have their. But if you cannot, we'll supply the federal police, but on our own term, and then your security vote will no longer go to you. We use it to take care of those state police that will be servicing your state. You see, all of them will sit up. They will all sit up. They want to like, okay, no, don't worry, we'll have our state police.
There was one thing that I agree with that you said I agree with just in that state policing. The states that cannot afford state policing, they should come under the federal umbrella. But and by the way, as soon as we get state policing, all this idea of security votes that ends. You know,
it shouldn't. And if it never, if it does not end in the sense that every state now take care of their own policing. You see, woman, a lot of things Tinubu needs to have done. I expect him to have if somebody that if Tinubu is really somebody who you people promote him to be, you understand what governance is all about, the real governance is all about. He will not be doing all these things. The first thing when he got there would have been he wants to structure the whole government system so that it will be effective. But why am I not surprised that he cannot do it? Because he did not do it in Lagos. Even when he created an appearance of doing it in Lagos, it was just an appearance. Like everything he does in Lagos, it's just an appearance, just a facade. There's nothing really substance beneath it. If you allow local government function, I tell you, so many of the hills that we're seeing will be solved, but they're not. And we keep talking about it. The idiot from Kogi State, Sunday, what's his name? Sunday carry me. What was that? The idiot that was countering Obi on what's it called? And I write the other day. You have no other fact. You're challenging somebody's fact. Now this idiot was being asked about state police. It was being asked about local government. He said it's not Tinubu's fault and it's not National Assembly's fault. Then whose fault is it then? Whose fault is it? You see, woman, it's just too hard. You going to Benue, of course, like some people said, I don't see anything happening. Maybe there's nothing going to happen about it. It's just going to do his self-promotion there when he goes there. You know, I'm your president. As the president, this and that, you want to promote, that's what he's always going to do there. So that's what he does.
Are you saying it's a bad thing or a bad idea? Yeah.
Go on, you say what? Yeah,
no, what we're saying is that Tinubu only made a statement because the Pope came out
we
first.
Understand that. We understand, yeah.
On it.
Yeah, it's because I'm
sure it's the Pope that broke the news to Tinubu. Tinubu had no clue what's happening in Nigeria.
Maybe probably.
I think they keep the news from. They don't give him the security details. You know, they don't share any information.
Hold on. Let me tell you something. Woman, did you see that other guy? Audu, that guy that was his SSA on
the one that resigned that said he wants to work against. I was going to do. I wanted to have a look at it and bring it. Maybe
let me conclude this way. I'm going to conclude because there's some other people that are waiting. They are just waiting. I have a lot of things to say, but let me just conclude it because that's one of the things I want to say. And I'm going to say two things in conclusion here. real quick. We're beginning to see a crack in APC. I know you people don't talk about it yesterday. I wasn't here, but I saw the headline. Like you usually do, you text me those topics that we have for every day. Yesterday, so we saw what happened yesterday in Yobe State. Is it no? Yobe State. No, Yobe State. Well, I saw this guy there. I saw
Gombe
State.
That was me and Malabune State. Yeah.
No, Gombe. I mean, Yobe is Boni. Boni is in.
No, it's Boni, not in Gombe.
No, I think it's Yobe. Okay. So Gombe. So we saw what happened in Gombe. Where we've been saying it here on meantime. I'm going to link these two things together. When we said this guy, this Kaduna guy, this Mauritania guy, what's his name?
Akim Baba Ahmed.
Akim Baba Ahmed.
Yeah.
When we said here that there's something going on between Shetima and Tinubu, even before then, even before he came out, we knew. I've been saying here on this platform. You people just downplay like, no, there's nothing. You see, like I said every time here, you only just need to look at somebody's pattern of way his life, the way he has played his stints, for you to understand what he might possibly do in the future. We've said it here before. I've said it here before. And that is what I think is playing out. Now, this guy, the deputy, the national chairman for Northeast, the guy was even invited. I watched the interview when this guy Okibaloye interviewed him. The guy said, we are endorsing, maybe that's the word they use, endorsing Tinubu as the sole candidate for APC. I know that word can be interpreted in many ways, because he was trying to clarify himself during that interview. He said, what I mean is that because the party constitutionally provided for the main person on the ticket, it's only later the person will not choose who is going to run with. What kind of statement is that? It tells you that something is going on within APC. Something is going on.
That's not mine.
I think you need to know. I think there's a grand plot here, probably to take out this guy. Now, I'm going to conclude this way. Audu came. He tells us what is going on. He resigned because he has seen that everybody at Tinubu just employ. They're just there for the existing sake, just for the boys. They don't do anything. Like Akim Baba Ahmed was just there. He said all the time he only saw him once, and then he called him into Asorok and sat him down, advising on the social thing that you are doing, your position. No, he said he only sat down in the office of the vice president. He was special advisor to Tinubu on political, I think not on political parties or political affairs or whatever it is, in the vice president's office. He was collecting salary for more than 2 years, almost 2 years. So what does that tell you? So for me, I just believe this guy is just not serious about governance. He's just creating this illusion of being president, and you wonder why things are not going well the way they should have gone in the normal setting. If really this guy is really all this frenzy that we're seeing of he has this special advisor. I think we should be seeing we should be seeing the impact on the policies, the substance of their policy, and how far-reaching these policies are. How effective these policies are on the people. We're not seeing that. So for me, I'm seeing something here that Tinubu I have is very tough in 2027. So maybe this is just some kind of plan by themselves, just to make it look like there's a crack within them. It's just for a reason, just to send some people out as a mole to go and destabilize the other party. But for me, if what I'm reading in front of me, it is what it is. I think Tinubu if really Kashim Kashetima is not going to be used. I'm seeing the problem there because already Zulum, you can see Zulum's continents. They are ready. You know the northerners.
Rashid.
Yeah, go on, please.
See, Zulum is not helping Shetima at all. It's compounding his problem. And the problem in Northeast is every other state in Northeast, all of them, they don't want Shetima. Only Born. If you watch that interview, if you really understand what that guy is saying, I think there is this Gombe, Yobe, and all of them, right? that are on one side and Zulum is on the other side. That was it. You know, the guy was more like, yeah, you know, one person cannot just come from their state and bring a lot of touts or a lot of thugs and disrupt things. See, the thing is this, and I think they are really, Zulum should have seen this coming, right? Particularly during, let's start from the tax reform bill. Zulum was
Sorry, Larry. Before you get into that, let me bail out. Hand over to Choma. Super chatter. That's Ayo right there. But the super chatting machine gunner of the day is Ola, who just rattles it off endlessly. So that's Ola right there. That's Ola still carried on. That's Ola still carried on. That's Ola still carrying on. That's Ola still carrying on. You say, look at that. So that's Ola right there. Who often does that anytime it's not able to join us on the screen. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. I'm not quite sure how much is left. Choma, you have the floor. You're in the capable hands of Choma. Thank you, everyone. See you.
Go on, Larry. I'm listening. Yeah.
So rational mind. You see, Zulum should have seen this coming, right? Go back to during that tax reform bill. Zulum was vocal. He was anti everything. He was, you know, coming out. He's against it and everything. And a lot of people were asking, what exactly is happening? Why is Zulum attacking the government? Why is he attacking federal government? And
sorry, super chat from Chioma as well. Sorry, I missed that.
You know, and people were asking, why is Zulum attacking the government? Can't Shetima, you know, talking me? Shetima was silent. A lot of things were happening, you know, during that period that people felt Shetima should have, you know, you are in the government. Whatever policy the government has, you have to promote it. You have to support it. And basically what is happening in Northeast is they want another candidate from Northeast. The other states do not want Shetima, and they feel that Shetima is not popular. Prior to this time, you've always seen them, oh, Shetima is not even active. Shetima is just this. Shetima is just that. And Tinubu has been silent. And what they are basically doing is basically now pitching Tinubu against Shetima. Because they are making him look more like, you know, all these, oh, no Shetima, no vote in Northeast. It's not like that. Fine. Probably Shetima, probably in Benue. If you look at all of them from Benue, they've all, is it from the governor? Ondume, also from Benue. These are people that have been critical. These are people that have, you know, that have been vehemently opposed some of the policies. And a lot of people felt that if Shetima is the leader in that state, nothing stops him from, you know, putting a voice. Shetima was all through silent. So, as far as I'm concerned, I think Zulum is doing more harm to Shetima. Because Shetima still has, forget about whatever the case is. Shetima still has to.
I agree with you. What you said. I agree.
Shetima still has,
but then there's a chain reaction here. I mean, there's some kind of a reaction here.
But rational mind. What is the best approach to handle this?
Well, like you said, that what you suggested is, I think that's the best approach. Would have been the best approach.
Yeah,
but
you feel that probably there is one or two things. I've seen instances, rational mind, where the president and the vice president, you are feeling one or two things, right? There are leaders. Push the leaders. Push them to him. Let them go and ask him. Not you feel, oh, we think, and no, you don't live by like that. What Shetima basically did, you know, I watched it and I was like, no, this is not the right way. You know, they were throwing chairs, Shetima was Zulum was everywhere, and I'm like, Prof, why now? Even they have to whisk this guy to escape the Ganduje. Gandhi was running. They were no now. If okay, well, they say, oh, they didn't. Okay, they only said Tinubu. That doesn't even warrant that. If you feel that okay, probably they don't, probably their working relationship is somehow. There is a way you can bring leaders from Borno, bring leaders from those places. Let them go talk to him and know exactly what is happening between them.
I think they're trying to show power that yes,
that power, and that's the problem. That power, let me tell you something, rational mind. That power is going to put Shetima into more problem because a lot of people that are not.
But then, you see, you need to understand their own plight too, their own side, which I'm not saying because your boss is your boss. Whatever, regardless of how the person is your boss, always your boss. Tinubu is his boss. But then you see one thing about some of these Hausas that especially these Kanuris, that Kanuris are they among the Hausa states, even though they don't refer them as Hausas. But I know for me, I just believe they are Hausas. But some kind of Hausas that they have their own language, their own Kanuri language, as the case may be. But my point is that one thing about some of these Hausas is that they believe that without, they believe that without them, Tinubu would not have been that president.
And that's where they got it wrong. Because
they didn't get it wrong. They didn't get it wrong.
You know why I said they got it wrong?
Okay, go on. Please. Why?
Picking Shetima was a difficult situation for Tinubu.
It was.
Muslim tickets. At a point, I was like, say you go Google leave Shetima, pick another Christian. For Tinubu
if he had done that, he would have gone past.
Yeah. For Tinubu to have insisted with going, because a lot of people, Shetima was not the top person that people were expecting Tinubu to pick at that time. El-Rufai, for instance, was stylishly positioning himself to take that slot. And a whole lot of them were positioning themselves to take that slot. But Tinubu picked Shetima. Everybody, the whole country, the whole Christian were really against him. Like, why will you pick a Muslim? And he stood by it and he felt that's going to be the winning ticket for him. And he moved ahead. Now, you are now, and basically, right, they can't even pinpoint one thing that will tell them that probably they're having. It's more of, okay, we are suspecting. Oh, we think probably. Oh, we... All those things, right? If you are suspecting, there are ways of handling it. Because the way it is now, I'm telling you, Shetima and Tinubu cannot sit in the same room and look at themselves how they used to.
But then you need to understand too. The last one of the last outing that they did before this one that happened yesterday. I don't know if you recall, when I know maybe it's just that's protocol. When they did at the ICC launching, or how do we call it, renovation? I mean, when they renovated that idiot called Wike was called Tinubu. I think that was the same. That was the same forum or forum. Forum where I saw them. Tinubu was sitting on a different chair, even though I know maybe that's the protocol, probably. But you could see the body language that all is not well between them. Tinubu was just sitting on the extreme hand of the other of the chair where he was sitting, and this guy was sitting.
You know the problem of Shetima is not even from outside. Major problem of Shetima is from Northeast.
Well, yeah, it's from Northeast. We know, but then
it's from Northeast. So
enough of this Fulani everywhere. Every time Fulani.
Yeah, I'm
not against. I'm not really against Shetima as such, but it's just.
No, I'm not. I like Shetima, right? But what happened yesterday, I felt bad for Shetima. Because there are instances like, okay, you have your boss. People are fighting for you, right? But that fighting for you can put you into more problem.
Now, one thing about Tinubu is that you not confront him. You dare not confront him. If you ever look at all his deputies that were deputizing him. When even my former boss, what's his name, Pedro was almost gallivanting with Obasanjo that time. He was like acting like, say, he's going to be the next after Tinubu. He's going to be the next.
And do you know something?
See what Tinubu did to him.
No, Rational, do you know something? What is happening now is not all about Tinubu. It's all about the politics of 2031.
We know it's the politics
So,
of 2031.
and that politics of 2031, and I think Shetima is, I don't know how he's going to handle this. Oh, if they don't take Shetima, I'll go to Atiku. They started threatening. I'm telling you, that might even make Tinubu not pick Shetima. Nothing will happen.
Well, if Tinubu to do that, he's going to bring cracks in that the APC.
One man. I said one man.
He might lose that election. Mind you, listen, keep in mind.
He can only lose. Rational man, let me not deceive you. If Tinubu does not pick Shetima, you will know politicians. Let him pick another person.
You need to understand the calculus here. Is that
rational mind? He can only lose Bonu. That's
well, if he's going to lose Bonu, he's going to lose Adamawa. He's going to lose Yobe. Yobe has a hand. In fact, more than 50% of the people in Yobe, they are Kanuris.
Do you know that? Do you know what is happening now? They are also pushing Buni to take over from Shetima.
Boni does not have the charisma now.
No, that is what I'm telling you. What is happening in Northeast now? What is happening in Northeast now? Right? Majority the second-term governors. They are positioning themselves. I've seen a lot of pro-Buni campaign in that Northeast, like from yesterday to today. Oh, Buni is better. This one is better. Oh, some of them are saying, oh, this one is better. This one is better. And for me, I like Shetima as a person. And I think Tinubu has really helped Shetima. And
also.
No. Tinubu has really helped him in the sense that as at that point, for me, Shetima was the least person that I expected Tinubu to pick as a deputy.
Okay. So how did he help him? Like, how did he?
Right? So he has helped him to position him as giving him that opportunity, position him as a candidate that can vie for 2031.
No, Tinubu will never use Shetima.
No, I'm not even saying Tinubu should. I'm not saying Tinubu should use him, but he has a chance, right? He has that chance. So for me,
like you rightly said, I agree with you that the whole thing is about the 2031 politics. That's what they are trying to do, to try to position themselves. Because if Tinubu drops him, and that could be the end of that could be the end of his career as a politician.
Of course.
So, but the thing is this. You see, I think their own grievance is that, like you rightly analyzed from maybe that issue of that tax thing that's happened. But I think it runs deeper than that. Now, keep in mind that even before then, there was this Northeast development thing that they did, whereby Tinubu fragmented the whole thing. He made it Northeast and South, whatever, all those things. You know that because of that Boko Haram thing that is going on in Borno State, during this guy, Bubu, there's a special amount of money that Borno gets from federal government.
Yes.
Just for development and all that kind of thing. But now that they have a Northeast Commission now, that money now is going to be shared by those states that are part of the Northeast, Borno included. So that special money going to Borno wasn't coming. You remember when they had that flood too? They never got they didn't really get any assistance from the federal government. They never. You see, so it's a cascade of so many events that happened.
Exactly.
That led this guy. That led what's his name? This is our president. This is our governor. Zulum. That led him to get really vexed with Tinubu. Either justified or not. But
yes,
and there was a series of events that really got him so mad with Tinubu.
And I think that thing is really, really, really going to affect Shetima. Because for me personally,
it's affecting him. Of course, it's going to affect him if it continues this way, the way it's going.
In the same state, governor was doing his own. In Dume too was
that too. You see, in Dume too, is also reacting based on what has happened.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying now. That's what I'm saying. And now they're now coming that Tinubu must pick Shetima by force. That thing, let me not deceive you. Look at what happened. Do you know that all of them, all the other governors that spoke, never talked about Shetima except Borno?
Yeah.
So that tells you that all of them are not for Shetima. All of them were just like, okay, he's our son. We appreciate what he's done. This and that, and that's politics.
Well, that's the problem. That's where the problem is going. Because if Tinubu is accepting all this endorsement or whatever they call it, what was that even they call it? What's that their political language they use for that there? So
I don't even know.
Huh?
I mean, is it? Let's say call it endorsements
And
now.
that's what endorsements and all. Yeah, but I think there's another word they call it. Say we are confidence. I mean, she confidence in it. I mean, they say we have confidence.
They just
Whatever it is. Anyway, you get the grief now. So anyway, my point is that when every one of them, everything's all about Tinubu, they don't mention this guy, Shetima, alongside it. That's where the whole thing is becoming like something is going on here, guys. I mean, like, what's going on? Why is it that everything's all about Tinubu? We don't even see Shetima in the picture, So, you see, Tinubu politics, one thing is that Moman's talking, I say that in a lot here. You see, there's so much Tinubu can do. Already. So, there's no way you can be that so powerful. You'll be powerful. At some point, you see, there's a law in nature, and God Himself that has made that everything. He has put everything in motion. That just like you cannot defy the law of gravity. Even though no matter how you shoot a rocket, it goes. At some point, if you want to get him back to our atmosphere here, it's going to follow the law of gravity. It's going to push it down. What I'm just trying to say, what I've just said down is just that no matter how Tinubu uses his corner and this is this corny politics and all this is crooked politics and crap that he does, at some point it's going to, because when you become too smart, you become so smart that you become so foolish at some point. That's what I'm saying here. Because you see, this guy Tinubu, he just came. He was just watching it to be there because of the games he played, and he got there. But I don't think this guy was ready for governance. He wasn't ready for governance.
And
he wasn't ready.
The thing is, and I've seen some arguments. Some people in the north feel that Tinubu is not as popular as he used to be in the north, so he needs a solid.
But some people are suggesting this guy, a former speaker now, Dogara.
So, it's not even only Dogara. They are suggesting people. Some people are even suggesting this Kano guy, this guy in NNPC. What's his name? Kwankwaso.
Oh, okay, Kwankwaso.
I've heard that too in some spaces. They felt Kwankwaso is more popular. That probably Tinubu should pick somebody from Northwest. So it's a whole lot of things going on. And that's why for me, I felt.
You see.
I felt that Shetima at the point he was too silent.
It's because they got a treatment now, the way they treated him.
No,
they just put him
within the north. As in, there was a time, during all those tax reforms and everything, that he needs to be more vocal. I expected him to be more vocal, talk more with his people.
Well, maybe you have a point there. It could be. I said that he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to cross his people's path.
That's the problem now. And
so that was a dilemma for him. That was.
Because if I'm working with you, let's forget about Tinubu or anybody. If I'm working with you, and you are my vice, and I'm facing it with a policy, and you kept silent, and don't forget, Shetima headed. I think there was this neck meeting that Shetima headed with the governors, where they made some deliberation that Tinubu should withdraw the tax reform bill, blah 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 blah, and Tinubu rejected. Said no, he was not going to withdraw it. So it's a whole lot. So with me, as I love Shetima, I was telling somebody today, I said, "God, these people are just giving Shetima more problem."
Yeah, you're right. I agree with you on that.
They are just giving him more problem.
It's a real problem for Shetima, but I don't know how he's going to navigate that. If this is their crack or this is their, I mean, they almost break this guy head though.
But they didn't show. The TV stations didn't show everything.
They didn't show everything. Yeah, there are some.
If you watch it on YouTube, on Facebook, you see the way this Gaduje was running. I said, this Boba can run like this. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's crazy.
See, governor of Benue. This guy was everywhere. I was like, no, now governor, it's not like that now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that guy was like, he was that. How can gentleman I call him before? I don't know that guy.
Governor is not like that now. And these are things that
I mean, like, what's going on there?
No Shetima, no Tinubu, no Shetima, no. Governor, you don't need all these things.
Well, yeah, you see, that's the thing about Tinubu and his you get politics and his criminal politics that he plays. You know, when you do something, you think that you can always be so you can get away. You can get away with so many things. There's so much just you can get away. Sooner or later, sometimes things will just go back because the way he's playing is if he doesn't play, if he doesn't handle Shetima matter very well, he might lose some states in the north because if some people that are that felt hot from this whole thing, if he drop him in the 2027 election and maybe pick somebody else, which I don't even know who he's going to pick if he ever tries it. If they form some kind of alliance with any party that Atiku will form or any whatever with this guy,
You know what will happen?
verify.
They'll start.
That could really make it very
You know
difficult
what will
for
happen?
people to
What will
carry
happen
election.
now? They'll start looking at. They will start watching Shetima.
Oh, first thing already, we're watching him already.
No,
So
no.
I think it's
Now
gonna be
after you will see what happened. If I were Shetima, anywhere I see Atiku, I run. Anywhere I see Atiku, I run.
so that they don't go to read meaning to it like yeah,
Of course.
you're
If I were
conspiring against your
Shetima,
boss.
anywhere I hear Atiku, if I know Atiku is here, I'll go this way.
But I just believe Tinubu puts somebody likes to put his deputies in some kind of difficult situation. Because that Femi Pedro one too. I remember that time when something were going on in Lagos. Tinubu doesn't want to talk to. I think he doesn't want to talk to. Doesn't want to talk to Baba Yabo then. I think Pedro had to take it on himself to go and to be patronizing Baba Yabo, who was that person then, and then that really made Tinubu just like he was.
I just hope that
you want to be outshining me. Is that what?
I really like Shetima. I like him. You know, he's gentle. I like but that politics, they are not really helping him from that state. They are not helping him at all.
Well, you know, it's the same law of karma now. She is the same idiot that was referring to what's his name? I was referring to Oshibajo as an ice cream seller. Him now, who him be now? Who him be? The lock inside Rock, the lock inside one. You see, that's the thing about this whole thing. These idiots then. They will come into politics. They think they can just write rough shot over other people, talk crap, make it look like they are some kind of alpha or some kind of macho kind of people, and then they themselves are just like some kind of you know, like they're just non-entity. It's just I mean during that campaign, look at how he was bouncing everywhere and he was acting like I will handle security. Tinubu will be handling
do you think Tinubu can? But Tinubu tried now. At least he gave not everything. By now, I wouldn't expect the North to be able to tackle security because he gave them everything security now.
Well, right. He gave them security. Where's security?
He gave as in the head.
Who has the designation? Commander in chief. Not even the deputy has the.
No, but at least minister. Because I don't even minister. Now, Usama.
You see, again, let's go back to what we're talking about.
The bad did there. Usama. Chief of defense staff, Usama.
So you see, that's the thing about what I'm saying. Tinubu plays politics too much with so many things, especially when it comes to security. You cannot put three people from, even though they use this northeast, north south, north central. No, you need to stagger that position. I mean, bring some people that are. I mean, you cannot just have that sensitive positions like that, and then you assign them to one people from one region. By one region, I mean from that northern part.
Him now. Rational mind, they deceive him. They said that if you give them, they will be able to tackle the problem because they understand the problem. And it's a lie.
Forget that thing when they deceive
him. Bring one Igbo man, put down for there. Make his
it's not that they deceive him there. I don't believe that it's him there. It's Tinubu is just not. He doesn't know what's leading. I mean, he's good at playing this party politics. He knows how to do that. But when it comes to actual governance, in fact, it's been speculated that even when he was the governor of Lagos, it was because he had the likes of people like this former governor of Lagos, Fashola. He had the likes of Fashola, Aregbesola, and those people that were at least that was able to make him to be successful. Not really had a success per se, but I'm saying he was able to bring about some of those things that he did during his time. But the guy is just
No, I
He doesn't know anything about how to
security thing.
how to be a manager of a place, of a space. No.
I just hope they're able to really tackle things. Right. I just hope they're able to. For Shetima, I don't know. Probably should. At the end of the day, Shetima will still take some people to go and beg. Because this thing is threat, bro. You can't force anything. You need to go and beg and say, okay, sorry. Because what they did to Ganduje yesterday was
something else. Yeah.
No. I'm very sure Tinubu.
It does show that
if Ganduje had not been careful, those people would lynch Ganduje in that place.
They would have injured him a lot.
See the way Baba was running. Baba
Iran.
You know, they want to kill this man. What's that? Just because now. And the governor was everywhere. Hey! I said, hey.
You see, APC is filled with Agbero. You know, that party is just thugs. You know, I've said it many times. They're all just thugs. All of them, even their head, their leader.
And they're handling it wrongly. They don't know Tinubu. You can't force this one that they are saying, no, you can't force Tinubu to pick Shetima. They don't know that man.
Well, they cannot force him, but then at the same time, they don't.
They
wait for him somewhere.
Rational mind. What they will do, they will shout. Don't be surprised. Even those people in Northeast, you see that it's not these people that's which Shetima. I better push Shetima. Take this one.
Yeah, all you need to do is forget it. The thing is this: already Tinubu is having is very unpopular. Not just only in the north, even in the south. Maybe the only place you can say maybe they are forcing their people to accept him as a popular person is in Southwest, which I think even in Southwest is not even still popular. Just because Yoruba people want to do this, you know, as they say in Yoruba land. So maybe that's the reason why they are saying, well, it's our child, let us support him. You know,
Larry, can you hear me?
Southeast.
Yeah, we can hear you, Remy.
In the north central is very unpopular. Very.
Can I contribute also?
Yeah, Remy.
I think it's easy. I think the way that Shetima is a little bit dull, but at the end of the day, it's going to stay there until 2031, but it's not going to contest for presidency from the Northeast in 2031. That is the game plan, and that is what he's going to sacrifice for his ambition. And I think he also did a lot of things that is not good. When Zulum was criticizing the presidency or whatever at that time, he kept mute. And there's a lot of things that is going on in the Northeast that he's supposed to handle very well. He didn't handle it very well. And so that is why you see some governors trying to... The problem they're having is that even if they want to remove him, are you going to give it to Governor Gombe or Yobe? No. So at the end of the day, I don't think Tinubu will remove him at the end of the day. But we need more action from him. And if, like you said earlier before, he must check his movement, especially among the opposition. And when you look at the last election, Tinubu only won 3 northern states, clearly. The rest, it was just competitive. And as it looks today, I think it's still very competitive in Kano, even ahead of Atiku. And the way the political, I think he's going to win. We even get more vote than before, because the opposition does not get the act very well. And the way it looks like, I don't think Atiku will PDP will pick him to contest their presidential ticket there. So
no, Atiku is going to maybe ADC. Atiku is out of PDP now.
Yes, he's going to ADC, and I don't think he will pick Obi as the VP. I think it's going to pick Amishi as the VP.
Obi is out of.
It was hard because it was hard because Obi was like he's confused. He does not know whether he should accept the VP because of his movement, and because if he accepted the VP, maybe most of the people that are supporting him, they will drop. So, and at the same time, he's also afraid because he's not sure. It's not whether he will get the Labour Party ticket. Probably he's also shopping for another party, or probably he wants to register his own party. The best bet for him would have been to register his own party since 2023, but he didn't show that part. So all these things that is going on in the Nigerian politics, because politics is local. So whatever that goes on in APC is their local, they will mend their fences no matter what happens, because they are still the ruling party. And they are not as scattered like when it's PDP before 2015 election. Yeah, that one. They're not that. They're still in charge, because if you are still attracting more people to go to your party 2 years to the election, that shows you strength and depth. That shows you that people still like that party. And when you look at the off election that has taken place, they won in Edo State. They won handsomely, and most of the PDP lawmakers during Obaseki have already defected to APC. They control they control everything. And when it comes to presidential election, it might not win most of the northwest state, but it will be more competitive, because what requires is 25%, and it's going to get more than 25%. So what are we talking here? That blah 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 like this. So you should not read any meaning that will happen.
So everybody has the right to their own view. But the fact that you come here and tell us your view doesn't mean.
No, I'm not castigating anybody. It's just my opinion. I'm not talking to anyone. I'm taking my own. So
can I come in, please?
Oh, man of prestige. So you are here, and you don't even say anything out while we're here.
I've been here for a while, you know.
What's going on? What's going on then?
Yeah, let me talk. Let me come in. I mean, Remy, that's Remy's opinion about Obi and some other things. That's not.
I did not talk about Obi. I'm just
hold on. Just hold on. All you is just speculation and conjecture about Obi, Obi situation right now. But anyway, I didn't come here to talk about everything. I'm just annoyed at you people. You hear, talking about Tinubu'S Shetima. I mean, Shetima is, a terrorist sympathizer, a bigotry. I mean, it doesn't really matter. All this thing happening in APC is a distraction to me. It shouldn't even be the topic of conversation. The topic of conversation is the genocide going on in that country. And, that's where we should concentrate, not about APC. All that is a puzzlement and distraction from APC. I don't give a damn about hold on. I don't give a damn about what's going on with them in their party, okay? They will come.
But they've been talking about that for nearly 4 or 5 hours.
It's a distraction. I come here to talk about the genocide going on in that country.
Okay, go on, talk about it. Go on, talk about it then.
Yes, that's what I came here to talk about. Not that nonsense you're talking about. Doesn't even make any sense. Like I said, it's a distraction from APC. They will solve their problem and sort it out. It doesn't mean anything to me.
Man of prestige, they are trying to tell you that they have spoken about it for nearly 4
Well,
hours.
they have not spoken about it. That's why I came in to speak. I don't want to talk about that nonsense.
They have been speaking about it. Did you join the program when it started? This program
I just came in and I don't want to talk about what you're talking about.
Okay, go on, talk about what you want to talk about.
It doesn't make any sense. You shouldn't even be talking about it to begin with. Because it's a distraction.
We should be talking about what we want to talk about.
You should talk about what is actually happening in that country. That country is heading to a first stage.
You are not the only one.
And
okay,
you have
whatever you want to say.
I mean, you have such an incompetent person in Axel Rock that symbolize a failure. I mean, this guy is so annoying. I mean, are we here just to politicking? People are dying. Over 200 people have been born and everything. And this president has not even spoken about it. Now, because people are crying after much of the whole crying. Now you want to go to Benue State. What is that for? Why are you going to Benue State? It's nonsense because you didn't go. A pope, in Vatican spoke about it. Other people had spoke about it before you. Does that even make sense?
Did you, man of prestige, do you see the video one man showed earlier this pro?
No, I didn't see the video. It's not
so you see now, you see.
What video? What video did one man show?
He showed a video why Tinubu was condemning the act and giving his own opinion about it, and then later there is something from the presidency that
when did he make that comment?
Today, I said, did you see the video?
Oh man, this happened on the 13th on Friday. What are you talking about? What is the job of a president? They boxed up with the president. I'm tired of people making excuse for him that people are not giving him advice. If they're not giving advice, you fire them. They boxed up with the president. President is the one.
You are talking too emotionally about it.
No, I'm not talking too emotionally. Okay, I'm going to be emotional, okay? Because an injustice for one is an injustice for all. Whatever is happening, whatever is happening in Benue State, it concerns me. I'm a Nigerian.
Finish
What
up.
are you
and
talking
then my
about?
question
Yours should be, there should be an outcry all over the country.
No,
You
it
know,
does not matter that
yeah,
way.
and
Okay, let me
this guy
say
need
my
to be,
own. Let
this
me
guy
say
need
my
to be
own. Because you have been
disqualified.
talking and
He
it's
need to
too
be
emotional.
disqualified or resign. He's just
Let me say we have heard you. It's very simple. This is a communal clash that always happens in some part of the
Oh,
country.
don't give me that
No,
nonsense.
let
It's
me
not a
finish.
communal. It's not a communal. It's a terrorist. Who are you
Let
going to
me
make a peace
finish.
with? You don't know
us
the
say
people that.
our own.
There's nothing like a communal crash. This is Usman Danfodio. This is ideology of Usman Danfodio. They are coming there to take people land.
Fine.
What are you talking about? Communal
Let
crash?
us say something now. Can't you be
That's
quiet
that's
for a
why your
while?
president is saying nonsense about reprisal. Imagine that. This
Are
is
you
what
done?
no, I'm not done. I have a lot to say because this guy is, is
And
so
then you cannot have
annoying,
the microphone to yourself now. You're the only one that is going to be talking, and wish you would be.
You've been talking. Give me let me have my space. And you don't know, you people are just tolerating that. The country is on fire. There's no. I mean, go ahead and talk. Before I get on, I'm so annoyed about your so-called country. Okay.
Thank you. You are done.
Man of Prestige. Hold on. Did you see what the Sahara reporters reported? They said a UN-backed international organization. I don't know. We want, Yale's Sahara reported. They are very good at using words. I don't know what agency is that. That they've asked people to either do something about it or retire or just resign.
One rational mind. That don't make any sense. I don't put too much. I don't put too much about that. They can't come in the country and tell the country what to do. The Nigerians, I think Nigerians are confused. Okay, Nigeria is a confused people. That's what I'm going to say. I mean, you have terrorists, genocide going on in the country. Do you know that? As I'm talking about right now, Nigeria has the highest approval for Trump, 79%. Imagine. I mean, just
approval for what?
Trump has the highest approval of anywhere in the world from Nigeria.
Trump.
Yes, go and Google it. 79% exactly. Not less
Trump.
than.
People that love Trump. You mean people that love Trump?
Nigeria as a whole. That's why I say Nigeria people are confused. Yeah, Nigeria as a whole. The poll, Nigeria. 79% approval for Trump.
Got to do with what you're discussing.
It's just the mindset of Nigeria. I'm going somewhere. That Nigeria people are confused.
Which confused?
I'm not part of you.
Yeah, which confused?
I'm not confused. I'm not part of you. Because I will never be part of.
He's the president. So leave Trump out of this. You want to talk about Nigeria? Talk about Nigeria. Leave Trump.
I was making a narrative that the Nigerian people are confused. They still concentrate about what's going on in the country. Forget about what's going on in America. That's why I brought that word.
And I vote for Trump. What is your own? Which was confusion there? You vote for who you want to vote for. I vote for who I want to vote for.
No. I think Larry, you're missing my point. I didn't come here to talk about Trump because the world. Wait a minute. The world we are right now is not the world we had before 613. This is a different world. But let's concentrate on Nigeria. I just made a comment about Trump because of we are very confused. Not me. I'm not confused. All of you Nigerians, you all are confused people. Something wrong with you.
Okay, I think
because we believe in Trump.
Nobody's talking about Trump. Get out from that. Get out from that nonsense. Talk about Nigeria.
I'm not saying it now.
Can I ask you a question? Do people have a right to pick their choice or whatever? Do they have a right to play?
What are you talking about?
I'm asking a simple question. I said
yes, they have a right to pick their choice. So where are you going? Where are you going with that question?
So calm down. Don't let us make it too aggressive.
No. I'm good. I'm emotional, but it don't bother me.
People have a right to pick whoever they like, whoever they want to talk about. That's what they call freedom of speech and freedom of movement. If online, some people think that American president is performing very well, that is for them. If a lot of
okay, I just brought that, but I was making it.
You cannot say what they are doing is not good or they are confused. You can't say that. You cannot say that. As we are talking today, we are witnessing what is going on in the Middle East.
Well, let's concentrate about Nigeria, Remy.
Okay,
I come here to talk
so
about Nigeria.
I want to talk about that Benue something. That Benue thing I've been happening for a long time. First, I will condemn the presidency because he's the leader of the country. First, I will say maybe you need to work harder on security situation of Nigeria. But at the same time, I will also talk about the state itself. When the people are not happy to live together among themselves, when every available opportunity that comes.
Remy, what are you talking about? It's not a communal clash. It's a genocide from the headman. It's a
allowed to talk. You cannot be just
because you're not making sense. You are talking nonsense.
You cannot. You are too emotional about this.
Let him talk. Let him talk. Let him have
too emotional. Yeah, calm down. At least that's happened.
You're not going to stop this emotional. You always like. Just say, go on,
please, I beg. I don't want to. Please don't get involved, please. I beg you.
No, I'll get involved because I'm moderating. In the absence of Choma,
what do you mean you are irritating? So if I say
I'm moderating, no, dude, would you calm down? Would you calm down and listen to me? I said I'm moderating.
To you. I said I don't want you to be involved, so just be quiet. I beg you. So that's it.
I don't want me to be involved as well. What are you talking about?
I mean, if I'm talking, please, can you be quiet?
I'm trying to moderate between the both of you. Are you telling me you don't want to be involved?
Is it not Chairman the moderator?
In the absence of Chairman, I'm moderating. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, then I allow Man of Prestige, you can continue, no problem.
Yeah, I think let me go back to what's happening in Benue State, okay? Because to me, it's not a communal clash. No, it's not a communal clash because these are terrorist herdsmen and there's an agenda. I mean, I had a platform. I had two well-informed Benue people that was in a platform that that I was this afternoon, and they have the list of the people. They didn't have up to 100. I think the list that guy brought on that platform was about 100 and something. It wasn't up to 200, but he believed the dead toll is more than 200, counting. But he has the list.
Alia said it's 50 now. Is that what he said? He said 50. Alia said it's 50 people that died.
No, forget about that. That's Tinubu propaganda now. Forget about that. It's more than that. The guy said it's close to 200 at that, but he was able to publish. We had the image of the at about 100 and something people. Even if there's the family that's closed up, I think about one of the family, about 15 of them, their name, all of them was born to death. And and Remy is going to come here and tell him that it's a communal clash. No, it's not a communal clash. Do you know when this killing started?
Man of Prestige, can I ask you?
It started at 3 p.m. until about 2 a.m.
Man of
Prestige. And the place where this happened is close to the border, where they have military base. So can somebody tell me what's going on here?
He's trying to ask you a question, Man of Prestige.
Yes.
So if you were to be in the governor of Tinubu's shoe, what would you have done differently?
That's why I'm not the president. Don't ask me that question. It don't make no sense. When people come here, you have to ask him, what could you have done? I'm not a politician. I'm not the president. That's why we elect him to do what is right, and he's not doing anything.
Don't shout. Don't shout.
No, I'm not shouting. It's just my voice. But that question is not relevant.
Wait now. You said.
I mean, I have something I can do, but you don't need to ask me that.
No.
Why not go ask Tinubu what you could have done?
Now, for you to criticize people, you criticize them that they are not doing the right thing. And I'm putting it to you. Which right thing do you want them to do that you think they are not doing now?
Because Tinubu should lay more emphasis on security. If you have to.
Emphasis on, you said laying how? How now? Because you said
mobilize the military. If the chief of staff is not functioning, you fire him right away. And bring the competent people.
Have they not been mobilizing military to Benue?
What military? Is that the one that claimed they went over there? They're going to station there. And when the chief of staff went over there, people in Benue State say the guy did not even meet the community people. He only spent about, according to him, he only spent about 10 minutes and he left. So when they come here, they just give a photocopy, a photo of what's going on. They're not actually doing anything. Funny. They are part of the people perpetuating the whole stuff. Go and listen to the narrative for the people on ground that know what's happening.
Hold on, Man of Prestige, hold on. So Larry and Man of Prestige, did you guys listen to him when he's saying something about they should go and sort themselves out? That the elders of they should go and they should they should learn to live in peace and harmony. And then when I heard that thing, I was like, what the F is this guy talking about? These are people who are victims. How would you live in harmony with your killers?
No, they are terrorists. They're not. It's not a communal clash.
Hold on. It's not a farmers elders clash. These are demon, inhuman, whatever they are. These people gave no offense. They are the one on the offensive here. They're the one perpetrating evil. So who are the people advising Tinubu with all this kind of speech that he gives?
Larry, I think it's about time you people gather and start giving your principal advice.
Hold on. You can only make peace with people that you know, you can see, right? There are people like in Katsina Hala. There's a place they call Katsina Hala in Benue State. That place is predominantly Fulani people that are mostly there. So, but are we saying these are the people that are perpetrating it? Because what we are hearing is, no, you know that Benue is a very big state. It's a very huge, among one of the big states in Nigeria. Now, the point I'm trying to make here is this, that you can only make peace with when you know the people that you want to make peace with. But you cannot make peace when you don't know the people you want to make peace with. These are people who come in the dead of the night. They'll come in the dead of the night and they will do all the atrocities and they will go.
Did you listen to the interview when the governor said he knows the people perpetrating?
Who are these people? These are the same person that's saying.
The governor, wait now.
Okay,
people asked the governor to.
So what did the governor say, Larry?
The governor said they know the people, right? At the point he was saying, "Oh, it's some politician in Abuja," and people were asking him, "Oga, name these people." So for me, right, I think it's beyond most of the things that we're saying. There's a whole lot of things that goes into this thing, and that's why for me, I think the governor should do more. He should do more.
So what is the purpose of being on the phone with Tinubu, with the commander in chief, and letting us know that he is talking to the president? Is he trying to portray that he is doing something? Is that not very deceptive?
You don't want anybody to talk, man of festive. You just want
no. Larry, answer that question. What the governor just portrayed to do, is that not deceptive?
You just want to talk and you want to hear yourself alone.
Yeah, because you're not speaking the fact. You have no defense.
No, now I'm telling you what the governor said. Okay, now did you watch the governor's interview?
What interview? I don't watch those. They're all. I mean, it's nonsense.
Let Larry give you a breakdown, or maybe let him tell us what the interview was all about. Go on, please, Larry. Let's
Prior to today, right? I watched the first interview where the governor said, "Oh, he knows the people. It's some politicians. They are in Abuja. They are the ones supporting this thing and this." And people were like, "Okay." I think Shehu was asking him, "Can you name those people? At least let people know who these people are." He said, "No, he can't name them, but he knows. The security people knows, intelligence and all this thing." Yeah, fine. Yesterday, when the governor came, he said, "Okay." He said, "Oh, it was previously." They were previously in 16 local government. Later, they were able to work and they reduced it to 6. Now they are in 3 local governments, so they know them. Oh, at the point he said, "Oh, there are people that came from Nasarawa. They came from Nasarawa's border. They came and attacked. They went back to Nasarawa." You understand what I'm saying? So they've been throwing a lot of things around. At the point they said, "No, it's all about resources." So they want to, send the people there away so that they will take their land and all these things and all these things. So for me, I think there's a whole lot of things that needs to go into this. If we still, and this is for me, this is what I believe. Oh, 10 military there, boom, we'll do that. And this is what we've been doing since, at least for me, first time I know, 2009, I was in Plateau. From Plateau, I know I was around Benue and all those places. I saw this thing firsthand, Fulani and the locals firsthand. And we'll still be doing the same thing. Even after Tinubu, the same thing. This thing will still continue. And we'll still keep, send army there.
Okay, Larry, let me ask you something. I saw the interview. I think that was last week or a week before, even more than a week, when he made that interview with Chagrin. So the issue I have right now, we are talking about the president, the commander-in-chief. Is he not supposed to be getting a briefing with intel, not, with intel and know what's actually going on? And if they're not giving you the right intel, you fire the chief of staff.
How do you know? Wait now. How do you know that it's not that intel that is making him to tell the governor to go and settle? Do you know? We don't know now. The intels, we don't even
No,
have
the
access.
intel is supposed to be coming from the military, not the
Wait
governor.
now. Do you have access to the intel that he has access to? You don't now. Me and you don't have access to it.
Right, but what I'm saying, as commander in chief, he's supposed to be getting intel
That is what
about
I'm
what's
saying. Now,
actually
there's no
happening
way.
that we are not privy to.
Hold on, man of prestige. He's answering your question now. He has given you answer to your question. You said he should be getting intel. He's getting, no doubt he's getting intel, right? Like he said, like Larry told you now, said he's getting intel. But you and I, all of us, none of us knows what's the content of that intel. But you kept repeating yourself again. I don't know what you expect him to tell you.
No, my point, if the intel, because it seemed like he's, it seems like he doesn't know what's going on. I mean, that's how it seems. Unless he's part of the, part of the genocide going on. I'm gonna say, say if he's unable to do, to do the right thing, then I will accuse him as being part of the genocide going on, because the buck stopped with the president. That's how it is. You may take it the way you like it or not.
One of us, at least you live in the US, Abi, and you know that even in US, the president has access to some intels that nobody else has access to.
Right.
And the same thing happens in Nigeria. The president of Nigeria has access to intels that even some of those intels, the governor may not even have access to it.
Oh, particularly when it comes to Nigeria, definitely.
So even when, for the president to have said the governor, you know what he started with? The governor should go and implement what he has discussed with him earlier, which is...
What did he discuss with the governor?
Wait now, which is still the same thing now. He should go and look for a way, bring everybody together.
It's fallacy. My dear, that Tinubu is a failure.
I beg. I beg for this one, I beg.
That guy said.
Go on, Larry. Uche, please. If you don't have anything to contribute, hold on. If you don't have anything to contribute, just hold on. So, Larry, go on, please.
So for me, let me not deceive, because for me, I think a lot of people need to sit down. This Benue thing, a lot of people, and Benue needs to sit down with Nasarawa. Nasarawa needs to sit down with Plateau, because they are all friends. Benue, Plateau, Nasarawa, Bauchi. These are friends. They need to sit down.
There used to be one state before now.
Yeah, so all of them needs to.
Larry, are you sure it's a communal clash? I mean, it doesn't seem like that.
You don't understand what I'm saying. Communal clash. The governor said these people came from Nasarawa to come and attack them. Abi, me and you do not know, but the governor know more than us now. Abi, we are saying the governor is lying.
I don't know. It's so baffling.
Larry, but you know that Miyetti Allah has their headquarters in Nasarawa State. Do you know that?
No, Miyetti Allah is everywhere.
Well, I think the last time that is their Oga was, what's his name? What they call the head of that Miyetti Allah.
The only thing you can.
It was in Nasarawa they arrested that guy when he was parading his militias.
No,
remember that?
What happened in Nasarawa was him and the governor. They said they want to do something like all this Amotekun, and the governor brought him in that he should, put his group together. They will do all those things. And I think when the Kasala bus, the governor pulled himself out. The governor said he's not aware. The blah blah blah. They just threw that guy under the bus. So, but what I'm saying is this. Now, if you look at Nasarawa has more of Fulani, Abi. Benue has more of the Christians, and probably some part of Plateau too. So that's why, for me, I think if they want to settle this thing, all of them needs to come out. Because the thing in Benue people is always, it's Nasarawa people. They come from Nasarawa, they attack them, they run back to Nasarawa. You understand what I'm saying? And this has always been the thing. So for me, I didn't even expect the governor to come out and say, those people were coming from Nasarawa. When I heard that, I was like, what are you saying, governor? Coming from Nasarawa? All of you, organize a regional this thing if you need to arrange within yourself. Because that thing, even if Benue comes today and say, at the end of the day, what will happen is, let's go. If you say the best way, go and attack all the Fulani and all this, it will still be the same thing. The Fulani to.
So my question is that why all these northern leaders, why they moved except Atiku? Remember what happened in Edo State? I mean, you see what they was talking about, the so-called enemy and something like that. Why are they not speaking right now?
Speak as like, what do you want them to say? To say Tinubu is their problem, Abi?
No, I mean, nobody. I'm talking about the genocide going on in Benue State. Why are they not talking about it?
You see the northern the Muslim or the Islamic or let me say the Muslim side of the northern leaders. They're a bunch of hypocrites. When there's something happening in their own corner there, like say maybe like for example, there's flooding or there's some terrorist attack, like when these Lakurawa guys we're dealing with them in Sokoto and Kebbi State there. They were all making noise, right? But when it's those areas like Plateau, Taraba, Benue, which when it's convenient for them, they refer to them as their brothers, as their core northern brothers. I don't even know what the F they're talking about. Because these are not, even though you people share some kind of cultural affinity, like you're all more like the Hausa states, but these people are predominantly Christians. When something is going in Southern Kaduna, you see that they all go mute. But there's something happening, say in Kano. Maybe there's a bomb blast or there's a massacre of some kind in Kano or in Katsina or in Zamfara. You see all of them will be making noise. So you see this northern leaders. You see for me, the drastic thing that like I was trying to say earlier when I was giving my submission, the very root of this thing is let us just cut ourselves off from this people from the north. Yeah,
so Larry,
that's the only way to go about it.
You're going to the way now.
This is the reason why I said that. Larry, let me say this real quick. When my governor was alive, what's his name? This guy. Aketi. Oh, that guy. Well, I know he has his own shortcomings. He has his own failings in some ways. But that's one thing I'll give to him. He said during when Bubu was there, he said he wants to start taking head counts. They should all get registered. How can somebody be leaving your space without not registering? Without you being able to know who is your forest? When he kicked that idea out, I mean, kick it up. Like, oh, this
but they
idea
fought him with that thing now.
He said what?
They fought him with that thing.
That's what I'm saying. They fought him. They fought him, but they didn't allow him to do it. So that is one way they can go about it. Because you cannot come into people's space. You know, this country where we are, all of us live here in America. You can hardly, I mean, every state has what they call state ID, right? Like my own state here where I live, they get state ID even besides your driver's license. You need some kind of ID. Even before you can even get a place, a house where you want to stay, they will ask for all of this documentation from you, so that they can keep tab on you and know where you are and all this kind of a thing in the event of an emergency. And maybe also for security reasons, so that they can know if there's anything happening. But you just allow any people just walk from any country into Nigeria, and they will claim they are from Sokoto because they can speak maybe Hausa, or they look like their fellow brothers from the north, like the Hausa Fulani, the Fulanis. Yes, these are Bororos. They're not really Nigerians. They're not even Nigerians. And you wonder why America is not banning us. I mean, in fact, I would want Trump to ban Nigerians from coming to America. Larry, true. I want them because
why rational mind?
No, they should. Yeah.
I mean, we made the tentative list now, but why?
No, because you cannot have a country that does not have control over its data.
But now, common people go suffer now.
Well, yeah, that will make them to sit up and start doing. Look at this one that is in Aso Rock, the one that concept, Tinubu. You see, when I say these people, they're just this kind of people that they only just pay lip service to things. They don't really mean it. Few days, like was it late last year? We were hearing they're going to do head counts. They're going to do something. You have spent money. They're going to do census. Where is it today? Early this year, we're hearing they're going to do another census. Where is it today? You see, they only say something. They
want to do that. You know, the people the people that are against census now.
The same way, Larry, hold on, please. You will talk. The same way they were saying that, they shortly said Reno Mokri as the ambassador. They shortly said this guy, Sani, as an ambassador. This guy that was with Obi before, that led Obi, that contested for election in Anambra State, that did not get it. They shortly left him for ambassadorship. I mean, where are the ambassadors today?
Yeah, well, Larry, what's going on with that list?
You see these people, they are not just.
But wait now, how did you forget that? Did you hear from them? Did you hear from presidency? Is it not our normal Okoroko newspaper and Okoroko?
I thought y'all had the intel, you know.
ABC will chop propaganda.
No, you know the thing is this. You see, these are our media in Nigeria. They will just look for something, cook something, and sell it. That's the one of the things I see in Nigeria. They will just cook for, if there is nothing, they will just look for something, cook one thing, one thing, one thing. And if you read some of all those things, they will tell you, oh, anonymous, our source that said, oh, they don't want their name and all this. No source, nothing. It's just a normal select line, and all of them will carry it. Because ordinarily, it's not like you heard something from Minister of Foreign Affairs. It's just they just came up and say, "Oh, this person." Most of the headline, let me not deceive you, just like all these our gossip that we're doing. We just look at something and say, "Okay, proudly,
Okay, it's gossip. So what's happening? Why has this guy not posted anybody?
No, I think he's gonna.
He's gonna.
No,
He's gonna.
See.
Do you know how much we've lost from that? Just that.
No, we've saved money. What are they doing? I bet.
There you go.
You see, if you ask me, let me tell you something. Rational mind.
You know why we have
ambassador? If you ask me, if I were president, I don't even need ambassador everywhere. Put strategic country.
Maybe not everywhere. Yeah, strategic. Yeah.
Put ambassador in strategic country. All those.
Has he done that? Has he done that? That's the question. Has he done that?
Everywhere. No,
not everywhere. I would not say
everywhere. Do that for me. I think the problem is doing everywhere. I think he doesn't want to do that. Just put in some spaces. He wants to do everything, and it's expensive. It's expensive.
Because but you know how much we are losing from that alone? Just that.
Keeping an ambassador in all the countries of the world is expensive.
No. We're not saying all the countries of the world. No, we're not saying that. You see, this is what we're saying. We're not saying everywhere in the world. At least those key countries whereby we know we have trade with.
Yeah. I support
Nigeria and bring foreign investors. You know, like for example, like the U.S. consulate or U.S. embassy, they have what they have. Like every time they have whereby they will call Nigerians and they will bring their own investors and they will be having some kind of a parley, like that one that is opposite State House there by Western House there, U.S. Information Service there. I remember when I was in Lagos years back, way back in the 80s. I would go there. We used to go for this students or whatever. Back then, we'll go there and sit down. Then they will bring in, like people from different universities here from the United States, and they were telling us about admission. That's how they promote. That's US. Whatever. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I know what you're talking about. So, and for me, that's why
this is what even sometimes water Carrington. I've met him.
Yeah.
Water Carrington when he was there during Babangida or Abacha time. I met him before, and it was in that place I met him. US information, whatever they call it, that place, cultural information. Where anyway, I can't remember what it is. That was years ago. That was way back in the 80s, the early 90s. So my point is, what I'm trying to say here is that this having ambassadors in different countries, not just every country, but those key countries whereby we know we have trade with.
So
help you promote Nigeria and bring investors.
Yeah, I support you.
Ordinary diplomat cannot do it. Ordinary charge d'affaires, or what they call them. Consular officer cannot do that.
I support you. I support that, right? At least, even if it's just 20 ambassadors, okay. We don't even need 20 countries. Just look for the strategic countries and just 20 of them, they are okay. We don't need everybody. But all of them are politicians now. Politicians will always be politicians. They want everything because they want to settle everybody. And that's the problem, right? Politics is it's politics. You can't run away from politics from that country. And that's why, for me, I think for you to fix Nigeria, number one, they should cancel double term. If it's going to be 1 year, 1 year, as in one term, 6 years, go and fix it. All this problem here, I can tell you that if Tinubu is in second term, he will do some things that he won't even look anybody's face. But you can't be too correct because all of it is politics, right? He does, okay, I don't want to offend this one. I don't want to offend this one. I don't want to offend the Fulani. I don't want to offend the Christian. I don't want to offend the Muslim. That's the problem of Nigeria. Because you can't be as a president and you want to please everybody. You just have to go all out. Go all out. Look at those periods in Northeast that the Air Force is kind of like bombing terrorists, these same people will say, no, they are not terrorists again. Oh, they are just bombing civilians. They are just doing this. And these are people, okay, like take for instance now, during one festive period, the people were praying their Eid, they were doing it with the terrorists. And they know them, they live with them. Now, in that space, and I was telling somebody, if as all of them were doing all of them, right, fraternizing, and if Air Force drop one bomb, they'll start crying. Oh, they bombed the whole village. They've done this, they've done that. So it's difficult. It's a little bit difficult in that country. For somebody to be able to fix that country, that person knows that, okay, nothing like second time. Let me do what I want to do and fix this thing. I think that second time of a thing is a distraction to every government that comes in. And there are some people that eat, live, breathe on politics. That's all they do. Politics is their business. So at every point, every government that comes in, they want to always, blah, blah, blah. They want to always be correct. And that's the problem of Nigeria. Yeah, can Tinubu is also human, no? If you say, okay, Tinubu face the security and all those things, at the end of the day, Tinubu is also interested in second term. So it's just so unfortunate that Nigeria is just in that situation. Probably until we get to that point, the constitution, if they need to work on the constitution, single term, fix Nigeria. And if you can't fix Nigeria within your term, go there, another person will come. At least the thing will go round. That's what I just think.
Nigeria get a lot of problems. There's a lot wrong with our country, and these people are not really ready to. It got to a point that when I even look at our policy makers, I just look at them. Some of them, like I used to say here, my mom would say, some people just as in they just. So there's a difference when you go to school.
Of course,
you can speak all the English and all of that. But when if you can articulate a policy. And that policy, you can see through that policy and you see how it would work and it would not work. And some of the things that could stand in the way of it. These are some of the things you have to put into consideration when you're making policies. But it's like our Nigerian policy makers, they don't really give real thought to some of their policies. They just do them, and end of the day, it doesn't work.
Nigeria has missed.
That's why our institutions doesn't work too. Our institutions
Nigeria has missed a lot of people. Andrew Azazi.
You mean Azazi that died?
Azazi that died. They just do some blah 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 blah. Look for a way to take that guy out. And there are smart people. There was this, do you remember this other chief of army staff that died in plane crash?
Yeah, no, I remember. I think so.
That one was so active. Even this Lagbaja himself, I don't even
Yeah,
know.
Lagbaja too looks suspicious too.
Say this Lagbaja, because Lagbaja was kind of like active. He was everywhere. So Lagbaja, they take him out. Because this other guy that is there, I don't even know that one. The person that will deal with, I don't know. At every point, even if anybody comes now, take for instance now, if they bring somebody from the south to be chief of army staff, start bombing those people. These are all these politicians, you see all of them, you start saying,
You see, this is the reason why I said here, Larry, let's just break up the crap.
No, I think the marriage is not working.
It's not going to work.
Because at the end of the day, if you bring somebody from the south doing his job,
it's the same thing.
You see all the northern, they will be everywhere.
Exactly.
Tinubu is just killing our people.
Break the effing thing and let everybody go.
Tinubu is just killing our people. He's just doing this. He's just doing that. Oh, they are looking for a way to reduce the north population. Oh, blah 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 blah. No, I think let me not deceive you. If I have my way, everybody just go. Yeah. Everybody go. Let's divide everything. Hausa go, Igbo go, Yoruba go.
Because look at something here, Larry. Look at something there. Let me say this to you. I was watching that when I was talking about this Alero, that Alero guy who they said was being wanted. It had like the same Nigerian army military that declared this guy wanted. The same Nigerian army were sitting down with him. They were doing so-called peace meeting. How do you dialogue with terrorists?
Mhm.
You see, and this let me say this. And this thing started from Bubu.
Yes, now.
Now, there's another. I don't know if you've seen so many videos of some of these Nigerian military personnel, guys, who were maybe posted to maybe NDA or maybe posted to Northeast there in Borno State there. A lot of them tell you that their sector, what do they call it in their military? Their captains or their head of their group or whatever they call it. They are in cahoots with this terrorist.
No, now that's just it now.
And that they're even recruiting some of them. You know, when they talk about this kinetic crap that they always like to say.
They will just bring one stupid English, kinetic and non-kinetic.
And they said they brought in what kind of a military of in this effing earth would bring in terrorists and become a member of your own military.
No, that's what they do. That's the problem, right? I think that's why.
But you see that is a northern thing. You know that.
No, it's a northern thing, and you know the problem. It will be difficult for a southerner to challenge that thing.
You see why? You see why we said let's break the effing thing.
All of them are in cahoots. All of them.
Exactly. So how do you solve the problem when
even in the military, and it's even going to be a little bit difficult for a southern military head, because there's no way these people will not sabotage you. There's no way. If you say you are against that reintegration and everything, they know what they are doing. They will sabotage.
Exactly. Look at what Tinubu is going through now with that. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not for that. I'm not supporting that.
No, but you say what
I don't even care about anything about him. But I want that to happen to him so that he will learn that whenever you have opportunity, work for the people.
Everybody,
nobody's promised tomorrow.
Everybody knows what's happening in Nigeria now. It's only if everybody knows what's happening in Nigeria. It's only if we just want to close our eyes.
Tinubu should have worked for the people.
If
he had worked for the people, even though he removed Shetima, I don't remove Shetima, I tell you, people will vote him because they know that this guy did very well. He tried to help the poor, but it's not. So if anything happens to him, let him accept it. Let him see it that way. In fact, I want him to fall. I want that crack to happen so that we'll see how that would affect his 2027 ambition. So that way they will gang up against him.
See, a rational mind. I know Tinubu is, for me personally, I think Tinubu is going to win. But I want Tinubu to have that ball. So either if he wants to do anything he wants to do, at least make everybody. If he doesn't want to divide, if he wants to do that restructuring, he should face it and restructure that country. I think if he wins second time, that is why. Now, this is why.
No go do anything.
Rational mind. Personally, what I think. That is why I think some people in the north are afraid of him winning for second term. It's just going to be like Obasanjo. Remember, Obasanjo's first time was a little bit, where all of us in the south were like, Obasanjo is too mumu.
Well, yeah.
Because Obasanjo first time, at the point, they said Obasanjo need, we're hearing a lot of rumor that Obasanjo prostrated for Atiku. Obasanjo knelt down for Atiku, this and that. And that was first time. Immediately, first time, it was, Atiku was almost the president in Obasanjo's first time. Because Obasanjo was just traveling everywhere. Atiku was in charge of everything. But immediately Obasanjo got second term. That was when the real Obasanjo come. Because at that point, he doesn't have anything to lose. And that's what I think. Because no matter who you bring, even if Obi gets there today, I don't know if Obi can do this Northerners.
Yeah, that's another good question. Well, you see, the reason why, like I've often said, is why I route for Obi is that it's kind of politics. I think he gave this persona this or like this, he gave this vibe of people-centric kind of politics that, okay, every time he talks about not, Tinubu, throughout all this, his own kind of manifesto was more elitist, like, oh, I'm going to remove fuel subsidy. He didn't really talk about, even though when he talks about in passing, employ the youths, it wasn't even specific about, even when he was in the Kaduna house and then he was talking to the Northerners, he didn't really flesh out something like, when the Northerners were asking him, what is it, why should we vote for you? What does it mean for us? He didn't really, all his policy was more like, all together, Nigeria. He didn't talk like, but what Obi is doing is saying, you Northerners, I want to help you. your landmass, if people will go back to work, and you go back to your farm,
Okay.
I'm going to make sure that, I mean, don't, I know maybe that's just tongue in cheek.
But that was Jonathan's strategy now.
Well, you see, yeah, Jonathan's strategy, that was Jonathan's strategy, probably, but Jonathan too has a measure, he has this a mix of elitist kind of, because it was more of share money among themselves, the party team. The issue of wanting to help the poor didn't really happen.
No, Jonathan was more pro.
When he started, go on, please, go on.
Jonathan was more pro-education for the North, because Jonathan felt that the North needs to be more educated, and the North needs to do more for them to be better. And he invested a lot. At that point, I was like, "Oh, guy, you just the mumu." Jonathan was pushing money, pushing everything to the North for the North to develop. He was busy building Almajiri schools everywhere, doing all sorts of things and all sorts of things. But what happened at the end of the day? You know, the problem is this: Nigeria. Are you the one that said Nigeria is
this example you are giving is quite different from what I've just said.
Wait
about
now. This same thing you said, Obi said, "Oh, I'm going to be pro. I'm going to help you guys to go to the farm." And see, at the end of the day, I'm telling you, National Mind, it's going to be the same thing, because the only thing that all these people need is they like power, and they want power, and they want to be in charge. And
so what's the point of the power when they have the power?
And if they are not in charge, even if they are not the president, all they want is probably a figurehead president, something they did with Jonathan, that Jonathan was everywhere, right? They want to be in power. If they are not in power, they want to be in charge. And immediately they are not in charge, it's a problem to them. And that's why
you see, I wish the way you analyze this thing is just the way, actually, that's how it is. But why there is a measure of truth in what you just said, at the same time, I would say maybe there are some historical facts that you forgot to have put into consideration. That this same Jonathan, when he was there, we understand his politics towards the Yoruba people, and Tinubu played on that politics. That he neglected Yoruba people, he didn't give Yoruba people position in his cabinet. Yoruba people were marginalized, and maybe that was one of the reasons why Tinubu, no doubt, not like he did really care, or it's anything big to him, but he just want to use that as a political leverage to campaign against him.
Tinubu also helped Jonathan in 2011.
That what? Well, that's 2011. That's 2011. We're talking about in 2015. He could have started with Jonathan and said power remain in the South. But we know that he has his own ambition. But let's forget that. I don't want to argue that. But my point is that you can make that case too. You can make that point. I mean, which I agree with you that don't get me wrong, I've said it here too, that I don't see Obi as the panacea. It's not a panacea. It's not a solution to the Nigerian problem. But why I would rather opt for Obi is that he's a very naive. Let me say very naive. He's naive in some ways. It's easy to dislodge him, just like someone like Jonathan. And he doesn't have this persona of, I want to be a lord and master. That is one thing I hate about Tinubu, that I feel is a threat. It's a threat to democracy. It's a threat to a rich society that we want to build, whereby everybody can find themselves as having a stake in the system, without having to kneel down to this guy, having to worship him, or having to like Obasa said today. I was listening to Obasa today when Obasa said that any party, I'm not party. I think that was what he said. The party that kind of crap. That is what Tinubu wants. And I'm not for that kind of thing. People should be able to challenge you, tell you that no, what you are doing is wrong. So when you become like some kind of a deity, or some kind of person that whereby you cannot do wrong, nobody can challenge you, there I have a problem. That is why I would choose somebody like Obi to Tinubu. It's easy to smudge him if he fails.
Do you know the kind of person I think Nigeria need?
What kind of person?
Nigeria need a bully.
No, we don't need a bully. Nigeria
No,
doesn't need a
wait.
bully. Nigeria
See,
doesn't need a bully.
to fix Nigeria problem,
Mm.
we need somebody that has the persona of Wiki.
Exactly. I agree with Larry.
No,
That's
no,
what
no.
Nigeria needs.
We're not. You see, here you go again. We're
So,
missing the point. We're missing the
that
point.
is to handle
You
this
cannot
security
have
issue and
Wike, person like
everything. You
Wike.
need the persona of
Wike is a dictator. In fact, he's even more dictatorial than Tinubu. He's on his own. No,
He's a dictator with a vision, though.
no, there's no vision. He has no vision. Has no
Oh.
vision. He has no vision. Don't give me that. He has a vision. What vision is that you talking about? Tell me what vision, Choma? What's the vision you're talking about?
I mean, look at his leadership skills. How he built
Like what?
River State.
What did he build in River State? What did he tell us? What did he build in River State? Were you in River State that you saw what he built?
Yeah, I saw all the stuff, that infrastructure, the road. You know, he's a
He's
performing
helping us build
governor.
Abuja.
Oh my God! Somebody built flyover. Then
Not
it means he
just
has been that.
flyover,
Yeah?
but he's building Abuja. Wike is building.
But he built flyover, and then that is a flyover.
No,
nice. It's
not
not
flyover.
something.
We live in Abuja. He's helping us build Abuja.
He went to commission borehole.
No,
Let's
not
not do this.
borehole.
What did he commission? What did he commission?
What he commissioned is water system within Abuja.
What water system? Like what? Give me an example.
Yes, now.
I said,
Rational mind. Remember when he before he started working in Abuja, he made a very strong statement. He sent a message to the Northerners. He said, "If I see any of your kettles, I will use it to make suya." I mean, he doesn't send anybody. You know what he said he would do, he would definitely do. I'm telling you.
You cannot have somebody like Wike. Wike will come. Wike will water down all your institutions. That's
I don't believe so.
Oh, you don't believe so?
Rational mind.
Did you not see that play out in River State? How every institution in River State had to cower to him. They have to bow to him.
I mean, I know that Wike is aggressive, but he makes a performing leader.
Say what? I'm sorry, go on, please. What did you say?
I said I know that Wike comes off very aggressive and abrasive.
No, doesn't come on. He's an aggressive person. He's aggressive. Not that he come off. He's an aggressive person.
Yeah, but that's what Nigeria needs.
No, we don't.
Not someone that's like politically correct.
I understand that we might need somebody with that persona because they'll call these people from the north. Because if you are too smell like Jonathan, and maybe like they say this guy is obese, probably they want to rifle off shot all over you. But I tell you, we don't really need that kind of that. What you need is just to show empathy to the people.
Well, that's not mine.
Carry stick, we can flog them for head at the same time.
You know, Nigeria, that empathy you said, you show empathy.
Tinubu does not have it.
What Nigeria has, you know, Nigeria's problem is complex.
It is complex. Yeah, it is complex. Yeah.
And not just security, everywhere, even the economy is complex. Everybody wants to, if you're a Nigerian president, you are fighting a lot of battle. Because, like somebody said, Nigeria is a country of mafias. And the mafia in everywhere. Even all the security thing, there are security mafia. These budgets, because almost half of Nigerian budget goes into, we are pumping, we are buying security, we are doing this. That's almost half of what Nigerian budget goes into. And some guys are the mafias there. Right? And they're making a lot. So, for me, I think one Nigerian, that's why I said, for us to get that, right, first council, second term, let it be single term. Let me know I go there, I bulldoze everything, I do my thing. I don't even care about any second term. Because Nigeria needs, take for instance, let me give you an example. Contractors. Prior to this time in FCT, what you see, most of the roads that Wike is doing in FCT now, I'm telling you that most of them, 80% of them were not projects that Wike himself. They were 80% of them are inherited projects. And that's why till tomorrow, I always tell people, well, number one useless construction company that I know in Nigeria is Julius Berger. And Julius Berger has taken a lot from that country. Most of these projects, there are projects that Wike took over that were awarded, they just did a little since 2008 in FCT. Now, Wike, one thing I like again about Wike is now, I'm now seeing Wike, they are starting a project within 1 year and they are delivering, which doesn't exist anywhere in Nigeria. They will tell you
At what cost? At what cost? At what cost? Those are overinflated, overinflated projects.
No.
Yeah.
No.
What is not about it?
It's not overinflated.
Oh,
We know, no, see now, rational mind, wait now.
Rational mind, sometimes I don't care about price. Just
When
get
they say something is
something.
over, no, Shoma, let me say something. You see what we don't understand. You are giving a project to Julius Berger. All of us know Julius Berger is expensive. Right? Now, let's say you want to build a house. There is Baba Sikira Building Construction Company there. There is Julius Berger there. You should definitely know that you giving that project to Julius Berger alone is expensive. And Julius Berger has a method. At least I know about National Assembly. The same thing Julius Berger did with that ICC is what they did with National Assembly. Julius Berger will give them some of all these places to build. They will build it. And they have a way, in such a way that you can't even bring someone else to come and maintain that place. Like National Assembly, after Julius Berger built it, the maintenance of that place, they outsourced it to some other guys. But those guys couldn't maintain it. They had to go look for ways to bring Julius Berger back. And that's exactly what they did with ICC. So basically, it's going to be expensive. For him to have even given it back to Julius Berger to do, I knew it was going to be expensive. Probably if they've given it to, they said 39 billion, right? Probably they have given it to probably one of these local people, those ones can probably do it at a cheaper rate. And that's exactly that is happening in FCT now. At least what I like in FCT is the fact that, unlike before, that Julius Berger can take almost 100 road when they have capacity of 20. But at least now, I'm beginning to see several other new construction companies are coming up and they are doing projects. So, and Wike, if you're a contractor, you can't even collect money from Wike and not do his project because he will bully you to you run. And I think for somebody to be able to fix the Nigerian problem, a gentleman cannot fix Nigerian problem. Bully everybody.
The water project you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I live in Abuja.
Okay.
I live in Abuja for close to about 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Right about Wassenger time.
Mm-hmm.
I was going, but I maintained residence in Kubwa.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now that Kubwa that you said.
Hold on. So Kubwa, during Air time, has one of the best water in Africa, at least in Nigeria.
Yes.
When you turn on the tap like this, it has
the same thing with
chlorine.
The same thing with Guarimpa. So now you know what happened? Before Wike got in, that Kubwa water that you're saying, there was no water in Kubwa again. There was no water.
So what happened?
There was no water in Guarimpa. No, the whole thing, it was neglected. Those times that you were saying you were in Cuba, things were so good.
So Cuba was part of those that project.
Yes, now Cuba.
Hold on. That project was $417 million. Chinese government provided almost 70% of it.
Do it now. Let me tell you about that
And
project.
money was provided during Bubu's time, but they never finished it. But you only just finished it now. Not like Tinubu just did it.
Money was not provided during Bubu.
Oh my goodness!
It was.
What am I reading online? I read something online.
No, wait now. Do you remember when Wike? It was Wike and Tinubu that went to China now, and Wike went back after Tinubu left. Wike went back to China, and that water of a thing is not just so. But a lot of people do not understand the water system in Abuja. Abuja, like at least that Kubwa, Dawaki, Guarimpa, those times that you were saying when doing that Aerofy, they were using government water in those places now. People were not building borehole like now that everywhere is borehole. Good water. So what Wike basically did is they need to get that water system functioning back. And that's exactly what the Chinese, not like, people thought it's just going, no, it's not borehole. The water system in Abuja is active now. So there is water in Kubwa, there is water in Gwarimpa, there is water in Dawaki, there is water in spaces. So people do not need to build boreholes. Pay for government water, and you get the pipe into your house. That's exactly what Wiki has just done.
I can't remember. I don't know because it's been years. Last time I was in Abuja was 2011 was the last time. 2011 or 2014. I think 2013, 2014 I was the last time. But my point is this: I can't remember because I never went back to that because I stayed in Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Cuba at that time.
Okay.
The quarters there, they have this quarters for.
No, I think it's close to CBN quarters.
Not too far from CBN quarters, yeah.
Mm.
So, almost all the homes there, they have access to water.
Government water.
Well, yeah. Well, maybe it's FCT at the time. So maybe federal government. I mean, FCT is owned by federal government. So anyway, my point is this: that you're telling me now that it's when moribund and
yes, for years.
I don't know of that. Yeah.
Yes, no, I'm telling you now, for years. Doing all this, Bala Mohammed, what did Bala Mohammed do? I think, oh no, Abuja has suffered.
My point is this: that this money that they're using to build roads and all, but the thing is, the education, the schools in Abuja, they are in the worst shape ever. So why has they not been? I mean, put money into things that are developing humans.
No,
there's a lot of IDP camps within Abuja there.
No,
they do not have sanitation. They do not have all these things.
No,
what is it doing?
No, it doesn't want that. No IDP camp in Abuja.
There are IDPs in back.
No.
IDP.
Maybe Nasarawa.
No, there are within what's it called? Gwagwalada area there.
No,
area there.
No,
there's one, and then
that one is close to that one around Gwagwalada. Is close to Niger.
No,
it's around Suleja. You know Suleja now.
You know where they have jam too? Where's that place they have jam?
No, that's jam is in Gwagwalada.
It's in Gwagwalada. No, there's another place. Is it jam? Where was that? I remember when I was there. I went. What was that place? Not Judge. Start with J. Start with a J. That's the name of the.
Okay. Buhari. I know this thing.
No,
okay,
Buhari is very far. Buhari is next to.
Law school is in Buhari. Buhari is law school.
Yeah, there's law school in Buhari. Yeah, I'm talking about. It's almost towards Kogi area. That's where that local government is back then.
Oh, is it?
So they have one there, and then I think in
is it Kwali?
In Zuba area there. Is it Zuba? I think they have another IDP camp around that area too.
Zuba, Kwali.
Yeah, also the area there.
So what I'm saying is, you see, Wike, it's God that brought Wike for us in FCT.
Forget that thing, bro. What did you bring in Wike?
See, see now, rational mind. FCT used to be good, right? Immediately, Bala Mohammed was the genesis of the rubbish in FCT now. Bala Mohammed does not even care about anything. The only thing Bala Mohammed cared about in FCT was basically lands. Because that's the cheapest thing to do in Abuja as a minister is just to focus on land. Sell land, collect land from one person, reallocate. That was what Bala Mohammed did now. And that time, at least, Bala Mohammed was in cahoots with Mama Peace. And they took a lot of land from people, a lot. Particularly those land around the airport road. Mama Peace and Bala Mohammed, they Kolobi land from people. This other Buhari guy came. What did he do? Nothing. He was just focusing on land. So look at that almost 16 years of neglect. Almost 16 years where FCT, you look at FCT that are supposed to, nobody cares about FCT. And Wike is coming and helping them to, spaces that I wish you go to FCT and see what is happening in FCT.
Larry, you're right. One of my friends is trying to buy those houses that the guy that looked at money, Emefele, yeah, he's trying to buy one of those houses. It's like hot. It's like a big deal now in Nigeria.
No, FCT is a big deal. And I think another thing, I like Wiki. You know, Wiki has been generating a lot of money for FCT. And I think people that will come after Wiki now will know that Wiki has actually a lot of things like this ground rent. Nobody cares about ground rents now. Nobody cares about ground rent. Look at FC. If you go to FCDA, now everywhere is full. Everybody want to pay. Everybody want to pay. The guy is really trying though. At least is because FCT just collects 1%. 1% of what federal government collects. That's what goes to FCT now. And Wiki has been able to open all avenue to generate money, and that's why he's able to do projects. And the other school thing that you said, school, probably what they can do is take those schools from all those area council and give it to FCDA. Because we are talking about local government autonomy and all these things. Local government in FCT has always been autonomous. They get their money directly. But most of those LCDAs, what do? They collect the money, they won't pay salary, they won't pay teacher salary, they won't do this, they won't do that. And I think what Wiki is trying to do is even trying to bully them to ensure that they pay. We told what FCT is supposed to give them and give to NUT. So, I mean, I think we need somebody in Wiki. It might not be Wiki, but in Wiki, get a little bit of all those other things. Well, get that Wiki persona. Deal with anybody, in short. All the Fulani, this one, go there. If you tell your army, bomb all those places where they did.
You see, the thing I think with Wiki is that Wiki likes to do all these paparazzi, razzmatazz kind of what's it called? Projects. But when you talk about the human development, like schools in FCT, at least in Nigeria, hold on, in Nigeria, FCT used when I lived there for those number of years that I lived there, but I was off and on, I was shortly between there and here. I saw some of the schools there. In fact, at some point, I was ready to enroll my daughter then, one of the schools then. There's this government college, GSS, what was that? One of the best, one of the best then in Abuja then. But recently, somebody was telling me about those schools. They were just some like a relic, like a shadow of itself.
No.
So how did they allow it to? So you got there.
At least.
Hold on. You got there. The first thing you should be fixing, at least, or you ask those councillors or those the chairman of each of those local government to be at least to as a priority to fix those educational facilities. No. All you want to do is show things that are because when you hold on. Don't tell me no. That's that I have people. I still have people that are living there.
At least as at March.
Okay.
As at March.
What happened?
Wiki renovated almost 60 schools in FCT.
Well, where? What are the schools? Where do you get this information?
No, I'll give it to you.
Please post it in that. Post it in the comments.
No, I'll post it. Don't worry. I'll post it. So
60. Wow.
Yes.
Okay. We'll see that, but then, my point is just that I don't know, because some of these things you're saying to me is just when people bring
I will put it in. No
problem. I'm not saying you don't. I'm just making my own comment here that it just baffles me because people in FCT are complaining a lot about.
No, they are complaining about what they complain in FCT now. It's not even about renovation of schools. The complaint in FCT is about teachers strike. The teachers in FCT are on strike. Right? The teachers in FCT are on strike. And why are they on strike? They are on strike because the area councils are not paying them their minimum wage. And Wiki cannot force the area council because the area council are collecting their money directly. And all those schools are under the area councils. So the only thing Wiki can do to help them is probably bully the area council chairman, bully them to pay. or probably withhold, and which is what he has been doing, withhold what FCT is supposed to give them from their own internal generated revenue and give it to NUT. And that was what Wiki has been doing. Because there's limit to what, except probably they take, and I think the teachers are kind of like, probably the president can help them, take them away from those guys and put them under FCDA. So if you look at the comment, I dropped the thing in the comment section. It's a this day, I think it's this day that published
Yeah,
it.
take a look at it.
So, but you know, people want Wiki to do everything. But the thing is, for me, the guy here, but we need one. Look at Obasanjo. Today we are still talking about Obasanjo. Obasanjo has that persona too now. In his second term, not first term. In his second term, he has that persona. Because I think that's the kind of person Nigeria needs. If you are too gentle, you just have that, you need to have that persona, have that small way. Even Tinubu does not even have that persona. Tinubu is more of Babangida style. Tinubu is more of, okay, bring everybody along and that godfather thing. It doesn't have that trait. So anybody that wants to, for you to fix one country, Ghana today, Rawlings, is it not Rawlings that brought his way to scatter everybody? Somebody had to bring that thing to scatter everybody, scatter all the devil cabal, scatter every group. At the end of the day, everybody will get ourselves. That's what I think. To solve Nigerian problem, it's not just somebody, it's easy to say, oh, when I get there, I will do this, I will do that. I lie. When you get there, before Buhari told the welfare, oh, Buhari is anti-corruption. He will just go there, fix everywhere. Oh, body language. They say, oh, Buhari's body language is... What happened? He got there, a lot of things changed. So for me...
Can I come? Good morning, guys. Yeah, I think that of Buhari is a deliberate act. It's not like it was not having the power to change things. Because when he came to power, I saw many Nigerian politicians. They were running up and down, trying to cover up. Some were even fleeing, leaving their money and all those kind of things. The fear was there. Our people were great with fear, but he didn't follow up. So that is why I look at Nigeria. The real problem we have is like those who claim to be patriotic to Nigeria, they don't even love that country. They love their tribesmen more than the country. Access to the wealth and the resources and influence of the country. So therefore, we must unite. And that's why Buhari failed. And this current president as well is also a very tribal man and almost following the same step. Look at Wike you are talking about today. Yes, Wike is performing well. Nobody can doubt that, because if you have Wike in that position like Minister of Work, I think Tinubu's legacy would have been visible than the way we are seeing it today. But most of the guys from Southwest, they're just there like, oh, our daddy is here. So they are doing their own show, just like Buhari did. So it's a very big problem. Now, if, for example, if an EFCC...
Buhari was sick most of his administration. He was always in the hospital, out of the country.
Hospital. And those guys were misbehaving.
Why do you think Buhari was just sick? He's a plan now. They had to look for something. Maybe at that point, people were even saying Buhari was even poisoning himself. Forget that, powerful people plenty for that country.
But I don't even know why. I don't know why he's no longer sick the way he used to sick when he was in that office, or maybe because he's no longer the president, people are not interested about his movement.
It was immediately after the oil probe, he became sick.
That's all you know now. Powerful people did now. They say they make Tinubu know they carry Sheyi everywhere. They go lace down.
Look at this guy again, this EFCT. You talk about salary. Why can't they probe those council? And the question we have to ask, what is the standard of education? Because like where we also live here, the federal or the country, national have a standard, but it is still the local council that is in charge. You must meet up with that standard. If you are not meeting up, if it is resources, there are some percentage of national money reserved to support those weaker council. But they are able to do it because they have true accountability of what exactly is going on. There are papers that you have to submit monthly.
That is why I think PDP should be more responsible. All those local
PDP is not.
PDP
now. Is not even. It's not long. Yeah. Continue.
Wait now, but all those area council are PDP chairmen now. You don't know.
It doesn't. No, I don't want to bring party here. This is just Nigeria. We are who we are.
Call them out. People should call those guys out.
No, I don't want to bring their PDP, their APC. We are just all Nigeria. If we can leave PDP today and go to APC, remain who he is, you know. So I don't believe in party anymore. I just look at the personality of the people and see whether I can, you know, follow them up. Whether you are PDP, you want to be good, you can be good. If you are in Labour, you want to be good, you can be good. That's just my belief. And those guys there, but they are not immune. So why not take them to court? Why not subject their finances to scrutiny to see what exactly is going on? So, but it's all the same because they don't care. It's the poor men children that will go to public schools. The private, their children doesn't go there since 80s during the Babangida administration, and from there downward we find ourselves in this total mess. It was not like that before. Every city and community both the rich, the poor, their children go to the same school. So all of them wish for the school to be good. They team up to make sure they breathe life into those schools and make things to work properly. But since the segregation is there, if you are rich, even to a point, people are even sending their children to secondary school and abroad these days. Those who are rich, but they are coming back to the same country where nothing functions. That's the real challenge. And most of them, they try to feed their children into the ministries now. Once they arrive, they push them there. They push them there.
Begin now. Well, all we can begin is study abroad now.
Yeah, most of these politician children, they're not they study for Nigeria again.
And like they tell us, say they do something great in
why
no, see, we're really doing something. Let me tell you, we in South, we should be happy that we have someone like Wike. The rest of them, they'll be bred soaked into water just because they are talking. They can't stand the storm. That is why after Tinubu, I pity Yoruba land and the South people and all the Southeast. If the power goes to North, and that power happens to fall into the hands of some people in that northern part, my brother, they are going to decimate everybody. If Tinubu don't decide to, you know, give power to regional or state government to handle some critical things, history is going to remember him. We are in a very terrible storm. Look at the insecurity. Do you think Nigeria government is going to solve that? For me personally, my own opinion, the answer is no. They have not been able to solve any problem. If you don't have water, you go and dig your borehole. If you don't have electricity, buy your generator. If school doesn't have roof, you have money, send your children to private schools. We've been living like that. At a point, people were hiring police to guide them, any event, you know, escorts. And these days, there's no way you can hire police to go to farm. So in this case, they have to work. And these guys that they are fighting are also advancing. They get their people are picking interest to sponsor them because they have a lot to benefit. We are a resourceful country. So this one alone is going to is going to shape that country if it's not properly handled. People will think of self-help, and if they do that, I don't see the government lasting so long. I don't see it.
Good morning, everybody.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Ogeda just spoke. Yeah, good morning, Madam Adama. Ogeda just spoke. Let me ask you a question. Were you the one that came here? I don't know if it was 2 months ago or 3 months ago that talked about some investment in Nigeria. You just put money and you get all this money back. Was that you?
There's no investment there. So I don't know whether you are referring to the one who were saying maybe They say capital investment is coming to Nigeria, and the question
No,
was
no,
where
no.
exactly
This was not
those monies.
Nigeria. This was individual. Somebody was saying that I just invest this money and I get all this money back.
No,
Maybe
not me.
okay. That's okay. Good morning, everyone. I've been listening just for a little while, not too long. And what brought me in was this issue of where Tinubu is taking Nigeria and how Mr. Wike is doing this and is doing that. And I'm the first to admit that there's never been a Rome that was built in a day. But I always say this: leadership is very important. You cannot do anything without true leadership. And some of the things I've been hearing is about, oh, Wike can do this, Wike does that, he has been doing this. You see, there's something called moral leadership. If you don't have it, you're just nothing but a bully. And most of us have lived or reside in the West. I live in Clayton, North Carolina. I've never even heard of the governor of the state coming to do any project in Clayton. Clayton has developed so rapidly over the last 10 years. Water system, electricity, whatever
Not
you
even
want to
mayors,
call
not even mayor, not even county
it.
mayors.
Yeah.
So you wonder.
So it is leadership. I mean, we say these things as if these people are doing us a favor. And then we start to use this whataboutism. What about this other guy that didn't do anything? And in order for anyone, be it Obasanjo, be it Alhaji Tinubu, or anybody else, if you don't have moral leadership, if a lot of things about you are questionable, it will be difficult for you to tell anybody else what to do. You know, I remember the first time I really knew about Wike was when I read something in Sahara Reporter some years ago that he bought jeeps for all of the judges in his state. And I said to myself, what type of people are this? What type of human beings are this? When there is innocent over there making moto, you go and buy. I think if I remember correctly, from the numbers that they gave, those jeeps were like 90 something $1,000 each. And in essence, from all of the stuff I came to know about him, he was bribing judges in the States with all these vehicles, houses. And if you are that type of a person, I don't care if you turn Nigeria into El Dorado, you're useless because you don't have moral capital. Tinubu, you know, I've said this before, leadership. When he was vying for the presidency and they said, you know, get paper, you know, go school for Chicago. You see, a moral person, a person, not even because of other people, but because you have something to stand on. You're not the type of person that use left hand to point to your father's house. You say, maybe we don't know. Here be my paper. You come into government, everything about you has been questionable from Lagos to wherever. You declare your assets. This is what I went to whatever accounting firm. I was making 2,400 a month. but then I veered into some businesses, and now I'm a billionaire or trillionaire or whatever. This is it. That way, when somebody else comes and their hands doesn't look clean, you can sit them down and have a conversation. But when everything about you is questionable, you lack moral authority. So I'm not saying that Wike is not doing this, Wike is not doing that, but we talk about these people as if there's some, I don't even know, as if they're here to do us a favor and we should just be grateful because Mr. Lagbaja and Ogata Medo didn't do anything before. Who cares? So it's not like these people, they've never gone to places before. There are places all over Africa where local people, not Americans, not Chinese, have been the head of institutions and they've made it work. I mean, we're talking about water or even this electricity as if it's something that nobody has ever seen before. It's just a bigger face me, I face you. It's what electricity is. You generate, you distribute. So I don't, I am convinced that it's going to take forever for Nigeria to get to where it's going to go because of people like this. We use people that are nothing and we turn them into gods.
Okay, my brother, let me also come in here because you talk about integrity. The thing is this. As far as Nigeria is concerned, we don't have true history of the past or the present of our people. We don't have record. You are Nigerian, I'm a Nigerian. I told people, if Anini, I don't know if you heard that name, want Nigeria police report, today they will tell him he's a claimer. They will stamp it and they will give that certificate out. So because of why we don't have even forensic data like those olden days ones where you just put it in one special paper and they will keep it. So many countries in Africa, they use that method, and I saw people who committed crime 10 years ago.
Hold on. You said I'm a Nigerian, you're a Nigerian. You being a Nigerian, hold on. I just want to ask a quick question. You being a Nigerian, if you are the one, will you stamp it or whatever it is that you said?
No, what I'm saying is that the government is unable to keep our history. So when you're talking about integrity of this one study here, this one study there, you have this, you have that, you have that. Sometimes people can argue it, and at the end they are able to prove it. Like that of Tinubu, he was able to prove it. Anybody can be accused.
Prove what? He was able to prove what?
He was able to prove it that he attended that school. He gave a
You see, again, you're making the mistake. Hold on. You're making the mistake. Do you know how many months that thing went about? Like my father, hold on. You see, I don't make excuses for whatever, wherever. My father.
But I'm going somewhere. Let me land my point first.
Hold on before you go. My father used to say something when he was working at the bank. He said there is something called, not only do you need to be honest, you have to appear to be honest. If somebody asks me now, where did you go? We don't know where you went to school. I don't need everybody in the world because I'm not a saint. Nobody's asking anybody to be a saint. That is what truthful people do, at least to people who walk towards the truth. You don't need everybody to be going to University of Chicago, this school, you went to that school. You just put the paper down. My father used to say, when they send you a message, when you are sent on an errand, not only do you come back with what they sent you on the errand with, you come back with the receipt to back up. Yes, you bought this thing for 200 naira, and here's the receipts. That's
Well,
integrity.
anybody can manufacture receipts. It's possible in
Oh my
Nigeria.
God! Do you see your
It's only
mindset? Do you see your
traceable
mindset?
receipts.
Manufacture receipts. I would never think about anybody manufacturing receipts. Why is it that
In
that's
a
illegal?
country, wait, let me come in here. You hold on. In a country like Nigeria, where all the transactions are in black market, so you can easily do your receipt. But in abroad here, the receipt is traceable. So if somebody issue you a receipt, it's obliged to make sure that receipt is being recorded in the Ministry of Finance. And that is how they run their society here. Now, let's look at our country. How many presidents have we produced? So we are not to campaign for the one we don't know. Don't you see that something is wrong? All these presidents will be producing, we always praise them when they are coming. We use Buhari as an example. Nigeria, we are so happy to see Buhari coming back again, believing this man will put stop to corruption. Here we are again. However, there's nobody that is going to rule a country where everybody will just be a supporter of that leader. No matter what you achieve, you're still going to have people that is going to criticize you. So it's natural in democracy. Even in dictatorship, it's also like that. It's just that people cannot speak. So, in other words, for we not to be saying that man that has never been tested, it will be an angel that will change things. You have to look at your country. The dynamics of your own country and look at it very well before you say.
I don't look at incompetence and foolishness. There is nothing that special about Nigeria. The first time I heard about a place called Uyo in Nigeria, when I saw a video of that place on YouTube some many years ago, 10 years ago, however long ago it was, I said the president of Nigeria needs to make this guy, whoever the governor of this state is, they need to remove Fashola and make this guy the minister of transportation or whatever it was, because of the good job he was doing in Uyo. Go to Addis Ababa. This is nothing special. But we turn this thing into special. It's only Oyibo people that have brain that can do something right. Look at our people. Our people come from this. Why is it that everything you've said since I stopped talking has been why is it that we can just be competent?
No. You I don't think you try to listen to what I'm saying. There are things you have been saying I agree with, but there are some I quite not agree with. That is why I always point them before you. Now, we as a country, since independent, we have elected a lot of leaders. But look at the situation we have. And now we want to convince ourselves that that opposition leader, if he comes in, is a man of integrity. And the question is, how do you even have record about Nigerian people's integrity? The answer is no. They don't have record of their characters. The police cannot tell you in Nigeria that have been to jail. The one they set free last 2 years, if you tell them, give him police report, they will clean the person. Sometimes they don't even see the person face to face. And they will issue that document. Am I lying? Now, if you talk of the finance, I declare this, I declare that, I do this one. Who is declaring? Declaring to which ministry? Nobody. Nobody. All those declarations, you can easily manipulate them. Talk to people in the office there. They issue you whatever they want to issue you. You pay.
Again,
but exactly you
keep going back to negative. Why is it? I don't care what they've been doing in Nigeria. I don't care what they've been doing anywhere. The question is, what are you, whoever you are? I don't care who Tinubu is, who Obi is, whoever is, whoever it is. What are you doing? I don't care what has been going on for the last 247 years. What are you doing? I'm not saying you're going to go there and change everybody.
If you don't care, my brother, that is a big mistake. Those who refuse to know where they are coming from and they want to go forward.
It's not that I don't know. It's not that I don't know. I just don't care about it, because you said everything you've said since I started talking has been this, that. The question is, what are you going to do going forward? Just like I said,
The only thing we need to do, see, my brother, you just start from a good point. You say in Ireland, you don't know the name of your governor and this and that. Yeah, likewise us here. They don't commission road. They don't. The president don't commission a project. They only approve, and that's all. The institutions will take charge of those things. Whether the governor is there.
Why does their brain work better than you people's brain in Nigeria?
You just wait. In Nigeria, the reason is simple. It's just like an apprentice who went to go and learn a job. You did not complete it. You decide to be master. You suffer forever. We don't understand governance. That is just the simple truth. If we agree that we don't know, we exercise patience to learn. But if we assume that we are good just because we can talk like them, we remain where we are. We don't understand those things. Even the structure of how globalization function, capitalism function, socialism, we don't understand it. So that man you are pointing to will still come there, you will be crying, I will be campaigning for the next person. Professors have ruled our country.
I don't campaign for anybody. Like, hold on. I don't campaign for anybody. I don't campaign for anybody. When the person who was ruling Uyo, I never knew the guy. I've never heard of him. I don't care what party he's from. What I saw was a handwork. And based on that, as wonderful as the governor of Lagos, the former governor of Lagos was, who was the minister of whatever. Me, I said they should remove him and put this guy because this guy is doing a better job. That can be
Not
seen.
the solution. I quite disagree with you.
Then what's
the solution? Is simple. If Ujo is developing, look into the law that we enable Ujo people to really exercise their autonomous power to develop their space and contribute to the federal. That same man, I don't know where you are from, maybe you are not from there. Your own people who also have that same power, you can point to them, look at what this man is doing. We buckle up. And that is how these people develop their space.
Why does anybody, me, I wasn't in Nigeria. I was here in Obodo, America. I saw the handwork.
Maybe all those photos you see and all those things. No, our country is not, the state is very fine photo. If you see my state 8 years ago, if you see my state 8 years ago inside the, what is it called, this photo, internet and all, you will love it. Oh, this guy is trying. Go there on ground. But I know that those areas you point to, they are really trying. I cannot dispute it. But to sustain these things, we should stop looking into that federal. The federal should be looking onto us by just creating a system whereby
I didn't say look into federal. The reason I pointed out
into federal, because maybe tomorrow, maybe when that man was performing, the same party he belongs to, they were the one ruling federal, they supported them, has influence. That's what is going on in Nigeria. Some region that you see that they are building railway, everything. Because their tribal mind is in the federal level, they keep on pumping money to them, unaccountable, so unaccounted for. So they just pump them that money and they'll be doing things, everybody will be clapping. So that's it. I know some governors, they generate money, they try their best, which is also good. But to be honest, please, all this idea of allocation, it's like kill and divide. Some places where they are actually generating the money, they don't develop that place. But imagine if that place where they are generating that money is able to access the entire record to know the percentage that belong to them, they will demand for it. And at the end, they will be able to develop their space. Area that is weak financially, with the large percentage you also take, maybe it's 50% for the federal, you can make 20% budget for that. That's what they are doing in the country where I live. Because you can't expect every area of the country to be equal. There are places where they make huge money today. There are places where they make less. There are places where they have few people. So, but at the end of it, they also have financially weak institutions like councils and all. But there are procedures on how to support one another. There are areas where people are living. People don't want to stay there. They must look for a way to attract people to that place. And all these things, the federal will support it to some certain level. And when they are supporting it, it doesn't cause pain to anybody because they trust the financial record that they are getting, that these people are not cheating them. You get what I'm saying? But if, for example, they are pretending to be stealing that money, everybody will, like in Nigeria, you will be crying, this one will be crying. If Ujo is good, why not give them autonomous power to really sit down and think about, their own place. Let the other man think very well about. I think
I wish I could find that video and send it to you. There was a particular time when a lot of different state governors came to Uyo. Something was being commissioned, and they were interviewing them in this YouTube thing. I mean, they were just like amazed, like they've never seen anything like this before. These were governors of other states in the same country. So the point I'm making is, how old is Nigeria now? What year are we? Whatever
they said
year Nigeria.
1960. Yeah, it should be 65 now.
Yeah. So this is, I mean, these are not. This is not rocket science. This is not, this is not reinventing the wheel. It's just that, again, it's about leadership. If you don't have leaders that really understand what leadership is about, from the president to your local council chairman, is about leadership.
I agree with you. It's about leadership and teamwork. It's not
about
only like, it's about leadership and teamwork.
That knows a leader that understands what leadership is, understand that it's not about me, it's not about my party, it's not about my family. It's about how do we take this place, whether you're a Boy Scout leader, you're a state leader, or whatever leader that you are. How do I take your soccer coach? How do I take my team to that place? And how do I institute situations that even if I am not here, they will be able to get there? Unfortunately, we don't have leaders. Even the entire system is so corrupt. Is all about let them see me. I better pass somebody. I get whatever useless thing that I get more than somebody else has. The thing that you cannot even take with you, because these people don't have no brain. They can't see the future. People that leadership is about future. How do I take this company the next 100 years that I'm not going to be there? How does this company continue to not only exist but progress into the future? And this type of OB people, I don't care if it's the best road builder, whatever builder. I have seen the guy talk to um, 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 what do you call him? To newspaper people, TV people. You can't be talking to people like that. He talks down at people as if he's better past anybody. That's not leadership. That's a bully. And I don't deal with bullies.
But is the situation we find ourselves?
It doesn't matter. You see, I don't. You see, that's the difference between you and I. I don't make excuses. I don't care what the situation is. I can convey the same thing that I'm trying to convey to that he's trying to convey to somebody, and make them go in that direction without being without being out of place.
But
it's just a bully.
How can you change that situation if someone is addressing the media the way like it's
you're talking to reporters? You say shut up. You're talking to reporters. Hold on. You say shut up.
In a manner that look very arrogant. I'm coming now. You talking to reporters in a manner that is very arrogant, and nothing happens. Are we going to just blame Ole?
There you go again. Whataboutism. There you go again. Whataboutism. Are we only going to? I don't care who else. It doesn't matter what anybody else does.
What can we not do as a country if indeed we, the people, we are different from that man that addressed people very arrogantly, and we accepted it as a society?
I don't accept it. I don't accept it.
We're not doing anything. We're talking about it. Are we making
There's nothing I can do. You see, the good thing is I cannot live in that environment. Because if you be policeman, if you slap me, I will slap you back. If you be president of Nigeria, if you slap me, I will slap you with immediate effect. I
Then
will
they will
not
put
even
you in
think
prison,
about it.
and you
I don't.
understand you live in a place where you don't even
No,
have a
no. You
right.
see, that's why I said I cannot live in that environment. It's good for them to live where they live, and me, I live where I live because I can't do it. I can't.
Yeah, I agree with you, but the thing I'm saying is this, my dear brother. Everybody understand that it is wrong, but that is what it is, and the society cannot just produce people that is different from what you are seeing in that society.
So I have
So
a question, guys. I have a question. Everyone is talking about regional state or regional police, or not just police, like government, regional government. Has anyone seen a country as diverse as Nigeria where that worked?
with the current system or the way we manage things, it's full of better opportunity. At the same time, carries a lot of risk. So it depends on those who want to really create those police to evaluate the risk and start putting measures in place to avoid abuse. We have court like judiciary. People are complaining, they are not satisfied with the judge's attitude. We have the police, a lot of people are complaining. We have the army, people are saying they are not secured. We have instruction or various institutions and the way they work. You understand me? But we need those institutions. But because of the way we do things, as I said, lack of understanding, we don't even know how those things are properly managed, how they were able to formulate them to make sure they work. We jump into them, we do it. For me, I'm a support of state police. I'm also very, very conscious that, look, if it is not properly managed, it's going to be disastrous. So that is my own summation.
I wasn't speaking on just state police, just regional government in general. Which country has that work?
Like all the old European countries, we are all regional. Like I live in Scandinavia here. We have regional, we also have local government, and we have federal, and all of them there's an arrangement. In Spain, Spain is like almost like a parliament, I don't know, a form of parliamentary government with a regional autonomy, a very solid one whereby regions have their own police. They even have judiciary to some extent. Yeah, this judiciary to some extent in Spain. So at the end, they are able to agree constitutionally how to manage these things so that we don't breach some area and start arguing for nothing. And I think they wrote their constitution in their own language. They understand their language. Like this English, we, subsection. They don't have this so too much that we cancel the real constitution and create unnecessary argument. You know, so
Because some people from the East will argue that they prefer their own constitution if they end up in regional government. Don't you think that?
see, when you have a regional government, they are free to really settle down to write their constitution, because the people there, if you are able to use that country to make them great, the country is great. If you are able to use the one, it's so. But there comes the federal ones, whereby we can still remain as one. Then we will settle down, not just the one you write on the behalf of the people. Invite the same people and say, this will cause this problem. That is why no constitution that is perfect. As we speak today, even those countries that function very well, they are still insulting themselves inside parliament. Sometimes they fight. Yet the constitution is functioning. You understand me? So I think those people must surely have right. They know their people. That's why you see all these IPOB and all those kind of things. You go to Benin, you see courtesan. If these people were able to put the structure they have on ground, those things will not happen. I'm telling you the truth. Somebody standing in Abuja, you just take a decision for the whole country, different kind of people. How can I, a Christian, I don't know Islamic culture, for example. I don't know what can easily turn these people off. I will just jump up and make laws for Kaduna and Madiguri. And maybe those things affect them psychologically without any proper consultation. So it will turn everything, mess everything up. The North we are talking about, I gave an example when I was growing up. My sister, ask anybody in the heart of Benin, all those banks, it is the Northerners that guide it for us. The Northerners, all those markets where they sell jewelries and all, nothing miss. Look at the situation we find ourselves today, all in the name of central power. They messed everything up that those people, they can no longer control them anymore. The leaders are getting weaker every day, both traditional ones, both the government, everybody just become a leader of themselves. They can do whatever they like. The leaders are abusing their powers. So I feel if those people are able to sit down and really, they know their people, they know what they are going to try to prevent. They know what they're going to think about to dive into, like entrepreneurship. How can we really do this business? All these boys, something or apprentice is no longer obtainable in this model. Like, let's try to see how we can put our people to put these resources together and start establishing real companies with whatever they are doing. They can go to constitution and see how bank can finance it, how it can support it. It doesn't threaten the federal. That is why in every country, regions are richer than other regions. Like in Germany, you are be hearing the real brain of Germany is in the south, the Munich and everywhere you are hearing. They started all these companies, Madizer, this one, that one, Mercedes, all of this from there. If you go to Spain, you hear of Catalan. If you come to Sweden, you hear of maybe that middle area of Sweden and some other region that really spread everything, and later everybody become a big country that they have today. So region is what Europe is doing. I can give you an example now. Where I live in Sweden, there was a community I live is called Kristianstad, a very small like local government. So the federal government have a policy of renewable energy. They said wind energy. So when they brought the wind energy, they want to install. The community told them, look, we have bats. You know these bats, these ones that fly in the night, and they fly. This wind turbine will be killing them. So we don't need it. That project was cancelled. But look at Nigeria, Coastal Road. We don't see local government working there, having anything to do with it. We don't see state. We don't see anything. It's just Abuja. Whether it cross over people's land, nothing. We want to build road as if we have never seen road before. So the bureaucratic procedure is very weak. If we create state government, state police, many states, if they manage it good, the other one will learn from it. But if they are not able, it's going to be disastrous like what we are seeing today.
So
but do you know? So I just want to quickly do something. Let this guy take. They are out. I want to do something.
Okay.
Okay.
Is anyone else there?
I think they are gone.
Yeah, I'm here. I think they react. Oh, go ahead.
You know where I find there's a challenge with this regional government, right? Is that the main? We have to be honest. The main reason we want regional government is because the South really don't want people from the North. And where we'll find challenge in this regional government is that states where it's already developed, it will end up being a lot of tensions, like Lagos. If Lagos State decide that, go back to your, there'll be chaos. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, there's a saying that says that wherever you go, there you will be. You will always take you wherever you go. And the meaning of that is, as long as the mindset remains the same. I personally, I don't care who is Hausa, who is Fulani, who is Igbo, who is Shekiri, who is Ondo, who is whatever. It's about individuals. I have never and never will I ever think of people as a group, those Fulani people, those Hausa people. Because I wouldn't want somebody to think about me as a Yoruba people or person. I'm not a Yoruba person. I'm me. Judge me by what I do, not where I come from. So, to me, until people start to think from that standpoint, I'm not going to say an Igbo person killed my sibling, then any Igbo person I should start killing. I mean, who does that? What type of animal does that? Why am I going to go and assault somebody that I've not been able to ascertain that that's the person that even did what was done. So because somebody from the north killed a member of my family, I see anybody from the north and start assaulting them. I mean, I thought we came out from the caves a minute ago. So whatever region, whatever separation, we've had some of these conversations here before. If you separate the west part of, I mean, the Yoruba people, they will still be infighting. This one is not Yoruba enough. If you separate the east, this one is not whatever enough. It's not about that. It's about people understanding that you want to run a society. You have general, if you've decided, I mean, people can argue, well, Nigeria was not formulated in the right way, whatever, whatever. I tend not to even go into that because, the example I always give people is if the state of Texas or in America or the state of California, because the state of California as a state will be like the seventh or the eighth largest economy. If them born California well, make them say they won't come out for America, make you can't see fight. It's not gonna happen. The United States government would never let it happen. They will wipe out all 40 million people in California before that's allowed. So nobody's going to allow you to go anywhere. So whatever sit down, you want to go to the mattress and go and sit down and iron out whatever you want to iron out. It's not about perfect. It's becoming a more perfect union. It's not, you're never going to be perfect. So it's not about you, this state, this part of the country. You will still, the same evil people that have been stealing Nigerian money, that have been taking Nigerian resources into their pocket, will still be in your side, wherever your side is. The same kleptomaniac, the same chief, Ole, arm robber with a pen will still be there. So it doesn't matter. Wherever you go, you will take your attitude, your behavior with you because that's who you are.
Yeah, but I think you're not understanding. I'm talking about generally speaking, not really like individual. I'm saying people have made a lot of investment in a state like Lagos, and even the Northerners are the least developed. I don't know what they would do if we decide to have a regional government. I'm not sure they will even survive it. I think it's going to be a big war in Nigeria if that happens.
And that's what I said, that the Nigerian state, comprising of whoever, whatever Northerners have, whatever power, would not allow. Just that's why I gave the example of California, saying that they want to secede from America. Nobody in the people in the north, and maybe even people in the west, um, will not allow any part to go. I mean, go where?
Exactly.
Everything that's been invested. How do you turn that investment back? How do you divide up things? It's like being a Solomon. You can't split this baby.
Yeah,
So
because I also feel like there's gonna be like strict border control in places like Southeast. Definitely, for sure. I know immediately we have regional government. Southeast will shut down any migration from the north, for sure. That I know for a fact. They will that'll be the first thing they will do.
Chama, I
So
don't think so.
I think so. That's why I don't think regional government is going to work unless they really put up a fight to make it work. Because the Northerners,
I
they
actually
will
don't think
always feel like they cannot, you
so.
know. Mhm. Really, to be honest, nobody really want them anywhere. To be honest,
Not really though. I just
South.
think
I'm just saying the Southeast don't want the Northerners. The Southwest definitely
no.
don't want around people. I'm just saying. So it's going to
Okay.
be a big challenge for people in the North. And
Mm, I,
their states are the least developed, for example. So they're going to feel like it's unfair.
I think that's your
And being
personal
that
view.
the South is where all the oil is. So that regional government is going to be a big problem. I'm telling you, that's just how I
Ye-
feel.
Sorry, can I
Go
say
ahead.
something? Yeah,
Yeah, of course.
I don't think they don't want the nothingness. I don't think that's the issue. Like everywhere in Nigeria right now, even in South, you probably still see the nothingness. They sell like suya and all that. They don't have
Okay,
a problem with that.
that's the thing. I don't think you have been to Nigeria,
I've
especially
been
not
to
in the
Nigeria in the last 2 weeks.
Okay, well, I'm gonna tell you the fact. Southeast Igbos for sure, they don't like Northerners. You
No, I
cannot.
don't.
No, I mean you can sound political correct. I'm telling you, as an Igbo person, they don't care. They're not sentimental,
Mm,
and Yoruba people are very accommodating. We're not like that. I'm telling you as a fact, they don't give a f about them. If you leave it to the Igbos, they'll kick all of them out. I'm,
no,
I'm giving you the gospel truth. You
yeah,
can
I do
try to
understand.
sound political correct as much as you want, but
Yeah, I mean,
that's something that IPOB and Nnamdi Kanu and them, and actually the General Igbos are supporting Biafra for.
no, I don't think so.
So it's not so much that they like Nnamdi Kanu or they want to separate. They just don't want Fulani, all this Boko Haram people.
No, you see, let me tell you.
It is. What like
Listen.
are you Igbo?
Yes,
You don't even sound like it. I'm sorry.
I don't sound like it. You
You
see
don't
now, let me
sound
tell
like
you. Okay, see, I'm
it.
from Delta State. Yeah,
Okay, so
I'm
I'm
from
not.
Delta
So that
State.
one that's Igbo comma. I don't
So
think
you
you're.
want to say we're not able enough, right?
You're not,
Okay.
absolutely not.
You
I'm
see,
gonna tell you a fact. That's a fact.
You
We're
see
not.
him? You
you
see
see,
him?
But
mm-hmm.
it's the truth. I'm
But
not. I'm sorry.
let
I'm
me
not going to
let me give you.
sugarcoat it
Sorry, okay,
because
Choma,
a
listen.
real Nwafo, like Nwafo, you know what that means?
For I don't know. You know, say sometimes the
Exactly.
language
That's what
is
I'm saying.
different.
You're Igbo ahead. That's why I say you're not Igbo.
Not like Igbo. What do you mean, like Igbo?
Okay. Okay. Are you
Nwa is a
pansexual?
child.
No. No, Nwafo. Like that's what I'm saying. You're not Igbo. So only an Igbo person will understand.
No, but it depends. Let me give you.
No.
See,
Is that it depends. All Igbos, they understand. The real
even
Igbos,
all
they
Igbos are
all
not almost
understand
all
their
the
language.
same as well.
No, let me tell you something. Anambra, Imo, Abia, we all understand.
Let
Even
me
though
tell you,
we different dialect,
if you're from
we
Anambra,
understand.
I will
That's something
understand you.
no, it doesn't matter. That's something you should understand.
No. See now, listen to me. Listen, let me speak as well now. Yeah.
That's why I told you you're not Igbo. I didn't even have
I
to
said I can't
really.
say I'm not Igbo. Don't say that. My name Afambu Chuku something. But okay, that's not what I'm saying. Let me say something. Yeah. I
And we,
think
we never enter plane reach Nigeria. Chioma don't they tell you say you know be
see, I
Igbo
know
enough.
even be Igbo. Imagine.
No, but that's the thing. You guys want people to. Okay, you can claim you're Igbo, but I'm talking about the real original Igbos who understand what I mean by Nwafo. You know,
Nobody be original Igbo because
no. So
everybody's Igbo is different a little bit.
the son of the soil. And if you listen to the comment section, people agree with me. The son of
Come
the
on.
soil, meaning the son of the land.
Madam Chioma, Madam Chioma, we don't go by how many people agree with us. We just go with what the facts are.
I'm not even trying to be a tribalist. I'm trying to tell you a fact so that you guys don't leave this
But I don't listen,
confusion.
I went to for the first time, yeah. Let me give an instance here. For the first time when I went to Nigeria this time, I went to Port Harcourt because, to be honest, like I grew up in Lagos, I've never been to the east or the south that much. Do you understand? So the first time I went to Port Harcourt, I went to Bayelsa. Obviously, I was going to Delta, and I flew to Port Harcourt. From there, rode to Bayelsa, went back to Port Harcourt, stayed there. Then went to Delta, stayed like another 1 week, and I find this thing, I'm not going to lie, I understand Yes, there's politics and everything, but all these things where they happen to only online. People back home on the ground, they know they see anything. That's one. All these things that's happening that we're saying, all those stories, people back home, Nigerians are trying to figure out a way to solve their problems, and they don't even care, and
When
they
I'm
don't even
listening
hate.
to you,
You
no, when I'm
understand? And
listening
I've
to you,
said,
it's kind
apart
of
from the
frustrating.
insecurity,
Can I tell you
yes,
why
which
it's
is
frustrating when I'm listening to you? Is because you don't really know what's happening in the East. We
no,
have
I'm just saying. See,
outside
my cousin came from the
people.
east. Yeah, he came from
So I'm
Owerri. I said the next time I'm going to go to Owerri. I never go there, but next time if I come back to Nigeria, I'm going to go to Owerri. But like what I'm saying is, in spite of where they say that there's this clash between the Hausa or like the Northerners and all this, in my village we still have the Northerners cooking the food, doing suya, doing indomie, doing all those kind of stuff. So I'm not going to say because of this people hate each other. I don't think that hate is that much on the ground. The only places where the thing is that migration of the cows. If the migration of the cows can stop, and there's a structure which some people believe that, okay, in this structure, like people should get away with crime, people will not be unhappy with every other tribe. Which is that, for example, someone can just come from Federal, they will just come. Like, I'm not going to lie, in my own view, as I think the most safest place in Nigeria is the South. 100%. They don't bond you well to come out with a crime and get away. Only if you're with the government. And I guess even the Southeast as well. Because before you go, there's checkpoints everywhere. They're going to catch you. You can't go except you're the government that you can get away with those crimes. So any crimes they do in those areas is there. And outside, it is 100% safe. In Lagos, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, they tell you, don't go out too because they don't know how to be. In my own village, 4 o'clock, we still the road because anything outside there, you can't. In fact, for you to come, you don't pass so many checkpoints and so many, you can't get away with stuff. Do you understand? So if you look at it, it goes the other way, in a regional way or whatever, in the structure. If I just think Nigeria, if we can just get that security right, we don't hate each other. You understand? We don't. I don't believe like it goes to personal hate. Even all these politics that they say, sometimes it's all politics. To personal hate, I don't believe so. Because when you look, we as Nigerians, you still look at a human being. This guy is hungry. This guy is suffering. Okay, let me help him. And people help each other from everywhere. So that note that, when the Easterners, they see the North. No, I don't believe in that. I don't think it is. And because you see, if I go to the East, nobody will be like, I don't think they'll say, because he's from North, they make me go attack him. No. The only thing is that cow walking around is, again, people angry. People getting upset with that cows, like when they migrate with the cow and all that, because people can use that one to steal. And in actual fact, it might even be the local people that is catching people up.
That's what I'm saying. It's frustrating listening to you because you don't even sound like someone that even lived in a village before in your life, or even lived in nowhere, or anywhere or even visited Southeast, because you will know how bold and crazy these people are when they're challenging the Igbos in the land. Even outside person will threaten an Igbo person, I'll slap you now. Like, only because we don't have regional government. They feel like they can go anywhere they want. They can do whatever they want. You have to really live in a place for you to speak like that. That's what I'm saying. I don't think you're Igbo, number one. I don't think you have been in the Southeast.
Hey, Choma, I'm upset. I don't vex.
You can be upset, but
don't say that. No, that's not right.
Because that's what I'm saying. Even if you need to try to educate yourself before coming saying you're evil,
I've educated myself
you have shown me that you're even. I didn't even need to ask further question. I knew
No.
number one, you weren't Igbo. Then when you say you're Delta, say ahead, there's a comma. That's why I say you're not proper Igbo. Because
No,
if
I
you're
am
real
proper
Igbo,
evil.
you
In
understand
fact,
my
let me tell you,
sentiment
the
and you won't feel
Southeast
offended.
Anambra, let me tell you, the Southeast Anambra,
It's
Owerri,
not about
Abia,
the
they're not
cows.
proper Igbos.
Listen, let me tell you, Igbo people, that it's not about the cows. We have disagreements. We are not living cordially with these people. So it's not about the cows as whatever you hear in the media. It's not what you hear about in the media. We're having challenges with these Hausa people in the southeast. Real challenges. You get my point? So it's not about the cows. We welcome the cows, honestly, but
No.
it's the problem is they're very problematic. Is dealing with those people.
Madam, if I may come here, the reason why it's like that, it still boils down to that regional government. Nigerians are being raised in a manner that people from one particular region, they don't understand how the other region behave, what they don't like. They just act the way they used to act in their own place.
Exactly.
And sometimes, and because of that, they become a conflict. Yeah, they become a serious conflict sometimes. And the government doesn't care to address it because they themselves, they don't see it as problem because they are the one in power. They tell the police, police don't work with the law. They say, go and arrest them. I say, yes, sir. Even when the community team up to say this thing is wrong, and everybody agree as a country that it is wrong, you arrest them, they will say, take them to the police. Somebody will call the police and say, set him free. So in that manner, to be frankly speaking, from the day one of this country, even the British, that's why I say we read, but we did not understand. They didn't put us together like this. They conquer here. They still need to separate us into region so that they can govern us. And most of the reason why they did that is what we are facing today. They said there's no way they can just put us together. We are very, very different. Very, very different in terms of our civilization. Some of those civilizations have lasted for more than 400 years, like that of the Benin. The Kanuri have their own. The East have their own. This one have their own. The West have their own. Now they just entering us, changing us to their own. And they discover that we are very rooted in some of our tradition, some of our belief, the way we view things is different. So that's why they carefully separate us. But the real problem started when we started governing ourselves. And most of those allies, not that they did not see it, like Ahmadu Bello, Awolowo, Nnamdi Azikiwe, they saw these differences, particularly Ahmadu Bello among all of them, who said Nigeria is a mistake. Just imagine. And nobody want to talk about it. Till today now, what is going on? Nobody is
So because some old man, God knows how many years ago said something. That's how you want people to live their life by
I
what
couldn't
some
figure it out.
You try to turn what I'm saying.
No, I
Those
didn't
guys
turn anything. You said somebody said something. What do I care what Awolowo said? Who cares what Awolowo said? Or who
the
what
same thing now.
said?
Wait, the same thing Awolowo said is what you are facing today. What
I don't care what Awolowo. I don't care what Awolowo, what Mandela, or whoever said.
My brother, somebody
Do
is
you
coming
live
to my
your
land
life?
in their own
Do
place.
you live your life by what somebody else said?
Wait, to my brother, in their own place. Let me in their own place, they can just marry 12 years. It's accepted. For you, it's very irritating, and they come into your place to practice that kind of culture. Do you think there will not be problem? There are things you also doing. There's something you do in your place. You go to their place, you want to do it.
If you want, be sleeping with a man as long as you do it inside your house. I don't care whether you live next door to me. What do I care? What do you mean? What do I mean? What do you mean? What do I mean? Whatever happens in your bedroom is your business. As long as you don't bring it to my front door.
That's the difference,
my dear brother.
You and
it's a different thing.
Some people are very
every country can agree. If you want to marry, it must be from 16 years. Consent, some 18 years. Some can say yes, 18 years full adult. This is the law. This makes us a country.
Listen, in America, there are places in this America with me idea where if you get the consent of the parents, you can marry a 16-year-old. You can.
But the law,
by law.
national law. What is the national law of America
The
about
national
this
law
issue?
is 18, but in
And
certain places,
okay,
hold
you see,
on. In certain, look. If my neighbor, as long as in that place where I did, the law says it's okay for my neighbor to marry a 16-year-old boy. As long as that in that place, that law is not going against the law. What is my business with who you are sleeping with?
Exactly.
we are saying the same thing. It's only
But
you
No,
that
we're
doesn't
not saying the
understand.
same thing.
Because
We
look,
are.
okay, let me explain to you why I said we are saying the same thing. You said the national law said 18, but there are regions where 16 is allowed. And I think in the constitution of that region, they have addressed it that 16 is allowed. And that's why there's no bone of contention. So that is where I'm coming from. If some regions are given right to sit down and make law, they will remain perfect and we will have a good country. Gradually, we start amending. And the more we amend, we come to understand. But the situation whereby you are trying to force something to other people, it doesn't work, no matter how good it is.
Nobody force anything on anybody. If the region, if in that region, if they say it's 16 years old or 18 years old, as long as you're not coming trying to come and marry my own 16-year-old daughter, what do I care what you do?
But if the law permits you to marry 16 years, you can't do anything. If the law says 16 can go, what will you do?
Same thing, Mr. Can do. This is not an argument. You're saying the same thing. What he's saying is basically, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Basically, the Northerners should not come to the East, to impose their own
to live their life.
Nobody is imposing anything on you.
They come to live their life. Is that the issue?
The Easterners should, look, my brother, take for example.
Southeasterners are Republican by nature, very conservative. So there's just some things they will not tolerate.
Okay, I mean, that's fine. It's understandable.
bedroom.
And that's what I'm saying. You're not a real Igbo.
Okay.
Because for a real Igbo, this would not be an argument between me and you.
This would not be an argument between me and you. Period.
Sorry, Joe, I just deflecting with this real evil kind of business. But Chairman, what I'm saying is, but there's no issue right now. Why is this thing coming out so tight? There's an echo.
Mr. Midwest,
I'm gonna.
Okay, go ahead and speak, sir.
Okay, yeah. See, it's not even an issue with this regional. To me, that constitution where they talk like, okay, if it is that we want to ban 60 years old marriage in the East, Southeast, and say, look, if you're Nigerian, but when you come to Southeast, you cannot marry 60 years old. Okay, let them put that in the constitution. And the Northerners, they put their Sharia in their constitution. Make everybody. Some place like my place that big, it's land of freedom. If you like, you can do whatever you want to do. Come down. We're tolerant. We're open. If you want to come down. We'll allow you. Then we'll say, okay, look, we don't have restrictions. Or maybe add this kind of clauses into the constitution so everybody understands. Do you understand? So you, as a Southerner, you're not going to the North to go and wonder all about anything will happen to you. If they catch you, you go through the laws there. We'll make it that everybody will still have their general laws. But to think that Nigeria is going to break up at this time, I think it's fallacy. I don't even think even the Eastern herself wants to leave Nigeria. Because you can't do by yourself. Remember, you still have all the Easterners in every part of the Nigeria. Same as everybody. So all this something, I know, like I say, is only to get it better, how we can make it better and make it work. At this point in time, in my belief, I don't think we can go and separate. Like we can separate.
Excuse me. Mr. Awa, your device is not connected. So try coming in and out again because your device is not connected. So yeah, Mr. D, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I remember during the war, I think was it Ojukwu asked all the Igbos in the north to come back home, right?
Yeah.
When push comes to shove, it is what it is. We
Yeah.
have to try to adjust, right? But I feel like people in Southwest and people in Southeast, they will adjust, right? They will try to make do with the situation at hand. But the Northerners are going to fight it. That's the only thing that is preventing regional government. And honestly, I know you guys are scared of saying the truth. I don't do political correct. That's why I'm not really always on the panel. I don't sugarcoat things. I don't try to, sound political correct. I'll just say it as it is. That's why I use the example that, we don't want Southeast don't want Sharia law
Yeah,
or
that's, I mean,
have Sharia people. We don't even want you to infiltrate the place. Period.
listen,
That's
I think people misunderstand some of those cultures. And I say, like every culture, and I believe, John, I swear to God, my village culture is even stronger than the Southeast culture. Some of those things that people say and people will misunderstand. And it's just a general cultural thing. Do you understand?
So
Like, for example,
so
people
you said
say,
your village culture. What is your village culture?
so like there's some cultures there, like for example, like when it comes to like land and all those things. And it's a cultural thing. It's not even a bad thing. And I don't think the person is hungry enough. For example, someone comes and says, oh, the land is not valuable enough. I don't even know what way to put it. Like, okay, I want to sell a land. In my culture, and I'm very serious, so before you go and put it in the open market, yeah, you will try and sell it to your people in your area. You understand? Maybe there's no way to advertise it for other people to come and bid to pay higher price. But I hear those things, they'll tell you, oh, somebody wants to sell a land. We believe that we should sell it to you in the family. You have the first chance to buy. If you're not buying, then other people come and buy. And it is not like stopping other people, in my view, to come and buy, because this is how the people, if I'm very hungry and I want to sell the land, I won't, and I think, oh, you're going to give me 1 billion. Whereas if other people come, they'll give me 2 billion or 3 billion. If I'm very hungry and thirsty for money, I will sell it for 2 or 3 million. I won't care. But I'm not lying. My people, first of all, they'll tell you they prefer to sell it for that 1 million or 50 or 500,000 than other people come and buy it. It is a cultural thing. It is not hatred. Or maybe because we don't even have other people coming into our community to see the land and bid and pay higher prices. Because, to be honest, money for Nigerians, they'll pay more. But this is a cultural thing. So they'll bring it in the family first and say, okay, somebody's selling a land, who wants to buy? You're the brothers. Do you understand? So, and it's very strong in there. It is not hatred. Nobody hates anybody.
One of the things that I don't understand are people that live in other people's country. I don't know if Ms. Chima, if you were born in America or Nigeria, it's not even about you particularly. Is people who live in other people's country that will be talking about they don't want somebody in their own part of Nigeria. But it's okay for you to live in not even in the same continent that you came from. But it's okay. I remember
I think there's
when
a this is what I'm saying.
I
I think there's a misconception of it when people saying it. I don't think it's like that.
I remember when I was going to buy a place in Alabama, and even members of my family were like, you're going to go and buy a place in Alabama where the Ku Klux Klan people are. I don't care if they're Ku Klux Klan people over there. What difference does it make to me? I don't care if they don't like black people. That's their problem. I don't make other people's problem my problem. There are laws, there are institutions. So if you don't like me, that's your problem. Why am I going to be worried about other people's problem when I get my own?
So
So
that's the difference
to
between
say,
you and
sorry.
others. So that's the difference between you and others. Some people believe
So I'm not going to leave my belief to come and take up somebody else's belief, especially when I know within my own self that those other people's belief is foolish. Why am I going to leave
Exactly.
what I have to come and follow your, not you, somebody else's foolishness? Who does that?
normal people because
Yeah.
prevention is better than cure. And the fact is, these people do cause mayhem. I'm talking about not the KKK. I'm talking about the Northerners. As you
Yeah,
can
address
see,
those among them that causes mayhem, not
Mayhem.
those
Because
people, not
as
sometimes
these
in,
people.
you see how they're inflicting all kinds of manner of death and
I don't look at
problems
people
in
as a group.
Benue
Look at the
State.
individual that does something. If a Yoruba person does something, I'm Yoruba. If a person does something, I'm going to go to that individual, not the
Okay,
Yoruba
can you tell
people.
me what is your thought on what's happening in Benue State?
I don't know what's happening there. I don't know. I don't. I've not been. I
I
okay,
don't
don't
even
pay.
let
know
me
why.
see.
See, that's the
uh,
thing. You're not
Listen,
even.
No,
You're
because
in
not
Benue
I
even
State,
don't
let me
follow.
tell
I
you.
don't.
trying
You see, I have a lot of
because
things
you
in my
don't
life
care.
that I do. I don't follow what's going
Yeah,
on.
see, that's
I
why
don't. No,
some
look.
arguments we
I'm in
cannot
North
have with
Carolina.
people that
I
don't
don't follow
understand.
what goes on in New York or California every day just because I'm in America. I have other things to do.
Mm.
That's fine. So that's why I'm saying that there's some arguments. I'm glad you told me that. At least I know not to argue with you, because there's some arguments I cannot have with people that don't understand the situation. Like I cannot argue with Mr. D about anything that's happening in Southeast or with Igbos. Period. I can't argue with you about Nigeria in general because you don't keep up.
No,
So you guys
what
can
he's
have a
saying,
conversation
which
amongst
is
yourself.
along the line of what I'm saying, is deal with people as individual, not as a group.
Yeah,
That's why I said if somebody kills somebody in my family and the person is Igbo, am I gonna go out and be looking to kill Igbo people?
mm.
No, I'm not talking about tribe. You're making it about tribe. It's just a group.
Or
Them.
generalizing.
That
Ge-
group, whatever the group is, am I gonna be going after that group because somebody from their part of the country did something? If I can't find the person that did that thing, because I wouldn't want somebody to kill me for what my father did or my sister
exactly.
did. How does that? I
Okay,
mean, what?
well,
I
that's the
thought we
thing.
left the
We know
jungle. I thought we
you
left
can
the
But
jungle.
but wait, my brother, in a country
so
where
you
rule
guys
of law
can
does
live
it.
in denial. You guys can live in denial. I'm
I
not.
don't live in denial. This is how I. This is how I
No, he
live my
said
life.
now.
My brother,
This is how I
let us
live
be
my life.
honest. When listen, no, in a country
Now
where we are so tribalized to a point whereby a criminal is caught, you hand over it to the authority,
they're
and
released.
tribal men who are in power we call and say, set that man free,
You
and they
see,
are free.
this is the problem
Huh?
that a lot of you people
Is this
have.
not the
How
reality on
many
ground?
They're in
is that
denial.
the
Mr.
norm? Is that the
Nicholas,
norm or
they're
the
in
exception?
denial.
Is that
They
the
want
It
to
norm
is
or
come.
the exception?
it is the norm
How
as
many
we speak
people are
today.
arrested? It's not about tribe.
I
It's
have
about
seen
power
a
and money.
governor who
Just
publicly
because,
said that they have released close to
and that is your problem.
300,000 bandits.
That is
Wait,
your
my
problem.
brother,
You go
look,
about because of what
Boko
somebody said.
Haram.
It doesn't
no,
matter what somebody
a
said.
governor from a state was so proud
Imagine
that they have released
repented.
also number of terrorists and they are repented bandits. And look at where
Imagine
we are in the society today.
exactly.
For example, now I'm from Edo
So
Let
State.
them. Let them. Let these people live in denial. Let them live
Listen
in
now.
denial.
Please,
a foolish man
wait.
because a
Let
foolish
me round
man
up.
did something, because a foolish
No,
man who just
you
happened to be a governor
as far
did
as
something.
my brother, as far as Nigeria is concerned, because of tribe, people are just dying. Just hatred.
Exactly.
I'm just telling you, things they're supposed to investigate, they don't waste time again. It's from this particular tribe, take him out. And it's
It's
happening in
about
our country.
power. It's
If you
about power. Who you know, what your money can do.
then we are
Is
not saying
That's
the same
what it
thing.
is.
So why are we
It's not.
arguing here?
No,
What is the point of the argument?
the point of the
That is
argument
the
is
reality.
you make it seem like that is exactly what happens to every situation in Nigeria, and that's not the case.
Hello, guys. That point, I just want to make a quick comment. You see, the hatred you find in Nigeria, 70% of it is born out of political leader. The political leader,
Exactly.
they use all these things. They use it for their own selfishness, okay, to gain power, and they don't even think of the consequence. Before this last election, and even the previous one, okay, you see, the problem was there, but it was a little bit managed. Why? The politics there was not so eat up. I was talking during the time of Obasanjo, during the time of those Yaradua. So you don't see people pushing out ethnicity politics. It is Igbo turn, it is Yoruba turn, it is Hausa turn. Christian, take back your religion. All those stupid comments. And that is why we find ourselves where we are now. And I believe if the rhetoric in politics is not managed to the extent that we can separate issue from all this ethnicity, whatever, it will continue and it will continue to degenerate. We haven't seen anything yet. If the political leader, they don't manage their selfishness in a way that because look at it from this angle. All those pre-2011, you have Yoruba dealing with Hausa as best friend. You have Igbo marrying a Yoruba person, finding a comfort in the zone. Everybody are just doing their things. But immediately, this last election, the one before this election, especially this last election, and that period of Buhari, it really damaged our psychic. It damaged our psychic, and I didn't see way to recover from this menace, except the political leaders. They can control their rhetoric, they can control their selfishness, they can control all this bigotry. It will degenerate seriously.
Yeah, so I don't think that's what this is my view. All these things is just politics and on the top. In real life in Nigeria, I don't think it goes down that much to people care. People do understand that look, this is just politics.
Brother,
they're not gonna say because they say Igbo man, they're not gonna rent a house for them.
I'm sure he has never even visited Nigeria. He's just
brother, where do you stay? Brother, where do you stay?
Where do I stay? I live in England.
Okay.
Exactly.
You cannot understand what you're talking about.
No, I do.
I will
just go back from Nigeria.
As I'm talking to you right now, okay?
Yes, sir.
As I'm talking to you right now, in East, just East alone, okay? From every Monday, there's a complete shutdown of activities. Not even flights.
There's a reason behind that. That
reason is what we are talking about.
No, sir.
Ethnicity.
There's a reason behind that. That doesn't mean in Lagos. So I'm giving you. I just go back from Lagos.
In Lagos, okay, as at the last election, okay, and that issue is still on ground as I'm talking to you right now, okay. That you, no matter what you acquire here as a Igbo person, you are not a Yoruba. You don't have any authority, any audacity to even merge into politics of where you bought land or where you where you built house. And this was not happening before.
Yes, but I just think like I said, this wasn't happening. Is this present
That
government
is why I am
that is
saying
doing
it's
it?
not, it's beyond the consequence of this action is beyond the Nigerian politician.
Exactly.
How can you manage a situation where somebody is coming into power and is telling people that it is my turn? Or the one that is going into the churches and saying, hey, Christian, take back your country. What do you think those statements will promote? Peace? The consequence goes beyond the election, because post-election is what we are dealing with. In the East, there's no peace. Everybody is looking at every other ethnicity as a suspect. Go to the North. The same thing in the Southwest. In the South, nobody trusts anybody. And this affects whoever is in government. Whoever, no matter how you think you have solution to the problem, the other ethnicity doesn't trust you. Why? Because of this stupid statements they've made. I can just imagine somebody going to church saying, take back your country. Christian. Who are the occupants? Are the other, is Nigeria a one religion country?
So can I tell you why, right? My thing is, I don't care I do care about the lives being lost in the North, right? But as you can see, this story is making headlines all over the world. I don't want to be associated with that. I'm a Nigerian, as a citizen. I'm a Nigerian citizen by birth, but I don't want to be associated with anything Boko Haram and all those Amajiri and bombing here and Benue here. It's not a good look. And that was the same thing Kemi Badnoch is saying. The Northerners and their activities is making the rest of us look bad.
My dear sister, my dear sister,
I'm a
my dear
Christian.
sister, my dear sister.
Let me finish, right? I'm a Christian. I'm not a terrorist. I don't believe by force religion. I don't believe in Amajiri. I don't do terrorists. So when people say I'm a Nigerian, then they'll be thinking maybe, they'll be feeling sorry for me that, oh, I hear what's happening in Benue. Number one, those people are not my people. We don't do bombing. I'm a Christian. We don't do all those Boko Haram thing. I don't like to be associated with that. It's not the type of country I want to be associated with, terrorist country. So that is why maybe Peter Obi was emphasizing on Christianity, because these people, these Fulani terrorists, are making us look bad. I'm sorry. I don't sugarcoat things. That's why I don't like to come on this show. I'm just going to say it as it is. I don't pretend.
Amaka.
You guys can keep being in denial.
Amaka.
But the reality is, most people don't want to be associated with anything of terrorists and bombing.
Amaka, see, I can tell you 100%. Okay, your own view, is not the reason the Nigerian politician make statements they make. Okay, see, generally there is terrorism as old as Nigeria itself. So there have never been a time where there's no criminal in every tribe of Nigeria. There's no time. You can write that down. Okay? So the point is that there's a difference during the politics of certain period of time that has helped us to minimize all these consequences we are having. Okay, you see, let me tell you, there's no tribe in Nigeria that doesn't have bad people, that doesn't have good people. Okay.
So what's happening in Benue State is a whole massacre. There's levels to
See,
this.
what is happening in Benue, that is a complete set of bad people. And you cannot say it only happens in Benue. Okay? It happens in every corner of Nigeria. You see, why it has been elevated.
South. Okay.
Why
Except
it has
the
been
South.
elevated like this? Why it has been elevated like this is because the politics is toxic. Okay, for instance, look at Igbo. Hardly does Igbo people go to anywhere they don't have their own Igwe. But because politics was minimized, the rhetoric is minimized, nobody sent them. Nobody may complain of it. Can you now juxtapose that with the recent politics? Would they even be free in other places they went to settle down and flag all this their lifestyle like before? And those one will not see them as attempting to colonize them in their own soil. See, the Nigeria
have a
problem.
dangerous lifestyle.
Nigeria problem. Nigeria problem. Okay. Nigeria problem is there already. And what are the Nigerian problem? Religion, ethnicity. So immediately, if we cannot, during election period, if we cannot find a way to not raise this ugly issue up, then our politics must be diverted from rhetoric. Must be completely away.
Tinubu should do something about these terrorist people so we can end it once and for all. They should just remove these people.
See, this is my take. I don't believe that any leaders, okay, want to assume power, and the best thing is thinking of is how people will be killed anyhow. Whether Obi, whether Tinubu, whether Atiku, I don't believe they don't have good intention. But you see, the problem is always beyond the surface. And do you believe that even the people that live in that community, they themselves, they don't even have the complete solution to the problem? Because they don't even have complete
My brother,
facts.
can I come in here? You'll be saying a lot of things. Look, let us be honest. We are different people. We've been deceiving ourselves for so many years. We've been deceiving ourselves for many years. And that is why we have this terrorism. And now, the way they handle this terrorism is what led to this high level of it. The way we are seeing it today, where people die in 100 just a day, village wiped out. And those people, the survived ones are meant to go and search for themselves. The government is to go there to make some show. They don't have data of people. They don't know anything about them. So those people have to flee. And so, but the danger is this: those who set those bandits free. Remember, we don't have data of those bandits. They are Nigerians and they are free to go to anywhere. You don't even have a mechanism to assess whether they have, they are truly repentant, whatever they have. Because if you go to prison today in any part of Nigeria and ask all the prisoners, do you want to repent? I don't think anyone will tell you, my dear, I will not do that again. Lie. That's what they are going to tell you. So that does not justify that person actually from his mind is a repentant person. Now, what is going on is this. those guys who are doing this evil are embodied. They feel confidence that Nigerian government cannot do them anything.
Exactly.
Those who are sponsoring them, they are influential. They command the police. They command the army. Some generals who have not been compromised, they cannot even speak because they know that they are not safe to speak what they are saying. I'm just telling you the truth. If they say it, they can say whatever they want to say. Like Idi Amin said, there is freedom of speech, but after speech, freedom cannot be guaranteed. So you can say whatever, but if you have that uniform,
that is the more reason why I said it's all about leadership. If I go in and buy a business or I'm made the CEO of a failing company, it doesn't matter whether those people understand the goal. When I come in and take over a team, it doesn't matter whether the players believe that we can win 3 years from now. It's about the leadership. So if the leaders, any leadership anywhere, it is about the leader. What is the vision?
I agree
And how
with
do
you.
you carry the people with you? Not whether those people believe it or not. If the leader believes it, if you demonstrate leadership by example.
Put something. I don't know what kind of leader you're talking about. Those
Any
guys
type
have their
of
own
leader,
leader.
Boy Scout leader, Girl Scout leader, it don't matter. Leader.
The bad guys have their leaders. They understand their leader and they are expanding. They are becoming more sophisticated.
Okay,
So
let
I
me
think we are
tell
talking
you.
about that leader.
Hold on. I know. I have heard. Listen, I have heard this thing 32 million times. You see the difference. The difference between the people that are there and people like me is I'm not. You see, if you're a bandit or you are a cattle rearer and you take your cattle into somebody's farm, you should be in my world. I don't care if you're my brother, you're going to be arrested and dealt with. If you're a bandit, hold on. Don't tell me to wait. Hold on. I don't care who the bandit is. I don't care where they are from. Kill them.
This is what we are saying, almost the same thing. That is your style.
No, we're not saying the same thing. We're not saying the same thing. There is nobody who is going to go and hold on. There is nobody who is going to go and blow up. If you go and in my world, if you go and blow up a pipeline, and you are going to affect the economy of 200 and something million people, we are going to kill you.
Wait, listen. Wait. If I want to blow the pipeline, and my brother is the president, and there is a political gain attached to it,
I will kill you. If you are my brother, if you are mama, if you and me come from the same mama, I will kill you.
You listen to me.
I promise you, I will kill you.
We hear you.
If you're the president of a country and their desire is to expand, to possess people, possess their land, enforce their religion, and the leader is good in designing a method for them to achieve this, they have a leader. It is the country that doesn't have a leader. If, for example, my people, I'm the president, and I discover blowing up the pipeline, it's going to be on the advantage of my politics. My desire is only my people or selfish. I will tell them blow it and said that officer is listening.
Because you're not a leader. You're not a leader. You're a tribalist. You're not a leader. You're a waste of time. You're a waste of space. You're a waste of space. We need to get, you see, that is what it's going to take. We're going to need to get rid of a few tens of thousands of people. Just get them out. We're 200. What is even 2 million out of 200 million? That's only 1%. It's okay.
You look at where you are talking from. The first coup plotter said we're going to eliminate people. They eliminated people. Look at where we are. And in fact, that action is something that divided us to this point where we lose trust and confidence about whom we are as a people. So let us not be denied. I just gave an example.
I don't have any denial. I don't have any denial. I don't deal with foolish people. The best thing I can do is to remove myself. If I cannot change the situation, just like in Nigeria, I leave them to do what they do.
The best way to manage Nigeria, let every region or even particular state or whatever, let them manage so many.
You will carry all your armed robbers with pen, all your Owambe people with pen. They will go wherever you divide. You divide Nigeria into 200. You will still have the same problems. Maybe not at the same Not,
We will
maybe
never,
not
No,
that
it
they are
won't
the
be the
same
same
magnitude.
problem. Oh.
stop deceiving.
We
Stop
will make
this. We
sure
will
we
never.
keep all those
I don't
Boko
think
Haram people away. Trust
in any time if people have rights like
Amaka,
Benue or Middle
Amaka,
How many,
were to
how
move
many of, how
Amaka.
many of the, how
Hello.
many of the
if you
10
think
robbers, how many of the
Hold
10
on, hold on,
robbers
hold on, hold on,
have you been
hold
able
on.
to
wait,
take care of
let's
in
let
the
it
east, in
count.
the west,
Let me
and
tell you
everywhere
something.
else?
Let me tell you something. I swear to my living God, if you like, divide Nigeria into local governments. You know how micro that is. You will still have the same problem. Do you know what is going on in Nigerian politicians?
we will
They
never
are
have the
very,
same
very
problems.
close.
I agree with
Do you want to
I
tell
don't
me
agree.
now that in
We
this
will never.
problem that we are dealing with in Nigeria, okay, Yoruba is not benefiting, Hausa is not benefiting, there's no Igbo in the politics
Who told you Yoruba?
that is
Who told you
benefiting?
Yoruba? Look at what this one is saying. True,
I am
rotten
telling you
politics.
that, see, the
No,
problem is
it's telling you that
see,
it's
hold
telling you
on,
that
hold on.
the
I am
average
telling you
person, not
that
the
all
politician,
the Nigerian politicians,
the
all the
average
Nigerian
person.
politicians, they are the same, and they have only one agenda: looting money. Okay, so no matter how many you divide Nigeria into, okay, you will still carry that element of people, because they represent every tribe in the politics, in the National Assembly, in the executive arm, in the judiciary. You will still carry them. There's
Like
nothing.
the saying goes, wherever you go, you always take you with you. Wherever you go, you will take you with you.
It's not my problem. You can disagree as many as you want, but the fact still remains. The fact still remains. Hold on. In all these things we are discussing, okay, you want to tell me that there's no representative from that place?
Wait, my brother. There are people. I don't want to go to that your last something. Look, if we sit down and said, look, from federal level, the way they possess everything there is not working for the interest of, as you say, Yorubas are not benefiting. Yes, the common man, but they are producing more millionaires today because it's no longer hard working. Put people in politics, they siphon the money, and they are super rich, and they belong to tribe. That's what's going on in Nigeria. Don't say they are not benefiting.
Every part of Nigeria is producing millionaires every day.
Yeah.
You're missing the point. What the man is saying to you is that the average
In the
person
last
on the street
election,
is not benefiting.
let me bust you. Let me bust you. In the last election, in the east, in the southeast, there's a candidate that is coming out for elective post. Okay.
Hold on.
Let me land this point before you to tell you the damages that this so-called federal government have done. Now, those days when we were in Benue, every community were surveyed. You see what is going on in Warri now. They say delineation. Insecurity, Europe. Everybody lives side by side. Fishermen, some living. There were documents that really survey where belong to this, where belong to that. When the federal government start creating states, they create states. The document that really define just the way you have it in abroad. Expatriates were invited. They surveyed those lands. Where for agriculture, where the kind of agriculture you should have is some certain area. Nobody is talking about this. All those documents end up selling akara because the federal government don't care about data. And now look at people. As population is increasing, so also space remain the same, and there's not competition. And people are trying to say, I hold here, I hold there, I hold this one, which is very dangerous. Maybe the Northerners are coming to exploit it. It's just a matter of time because our people don't see. As you said, like if they divide everybody, we will have problem. Not this kind of problem. There's no country that is free from problem. Yet they are progressing. How can you wipe out 140 something people and the president will say go and dialogue with who?
Exactly.
Come on, let us be honest. And you are saying no, if they divide. No,
What do you want the president to say? Go and kill people?
Wait, no, the president can never say go and dialogue with who? He should say
okay, what did he say?
Wait, he should encourage the people first. He should make the people to feel that the government is with them and the government is concerned about their pain.
Absolutely.
This will first of all relieve the people. Now,
absolutely.
wait now. Absolutely. Then, but if the president say go and dialogue when they are saying these guys are foreigners, we don't know them, we don't know where they are, to dialogue with who? It's just somebody coming to keep people in my village, and you say my villager, the leftover should go and dialogue with who?
Okay, what do your village people want to do? You want to go and kill people?
Mind you, this is not the first time, and it won't be the last time.
When Russia enter Ukraine to go and kill people, are they not dialoguing?
I agree that the government is not functioning, and this is why I will always say it's about leadership. It's about leadership. You people elected this moron that is there, or allowed him to elect himself or rig himself there. So that's what you got.
Well, I think I agree with you to some extent. Leadership. I always said that leadership you said, it depends on what they have in their mind. For example, they preach unity of the country, but they don't have the country in their mind. They have their tribals men. So they are perfecting those agenda. They are good leaders to their people. It is the country that is bleeding. I use example, since how many years have we been electing people? And yet, look at what
Tinubu is a good leader to what people? Who are his people? Who are his people? Who are his people? I'm asking you. Are you talking about the Yoruba people?
No,
or who are his people?
Some of them.
You mean the people that they steal money together?
Answer him now.
Wait.
Who are his people?
I gave you an example.
I said before you give me any example, can you please tell me first who are Tinubu's people?
It's the people standing on his mandate.
I did not tell you. You're going to different angle entirely. So your
no,
question,
I just asked a simple, direct question. You said it. No, you said it. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. I'm going to say I didn't say it. It's not even I didn't say it. You said it. His people. Who are his people?
I want to explain to you.
No, don't explain. First tell me. Answer the question, then expand.
You know where you are coming from because you don't understand what I'm saying. You have to listen.
You just answer and then expand.
Okay, let me answer. It's majority of people who believe in Yoruba.
I gave you an example.
Let me answer him since you don't want to answer him. Hold on, let me put you on mute. Mr. Midwest. Let me answer you, Sandy. Tinubu's people are majority of the people that believe in Emilokon.
The Lagos boys. The Lagos boys and co.
And people that are standing on his mandate, and
You mean all of those people that were in the Congress or wherever they gather? Those people that are singing, "We stand on your mandate, we shall stand," and these people are even allowed to procreate. These people are allowed to have children. Useless people, totally useless.
My brother, let me also come in. You see, when I meet people, I use the example. I said, if I am a leader and I don't love my country, but because we are benefiting, me and my own people believe in me, either my tribal men, my religious men, or political men, or occult men, and we are achieving our goal, we will always praise that leader.
Speak for yourself. I will never. I have said this before. I have said this and I will continue to say this. If Tinubu was my father, I would have disowned him a long time ago. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're not. Whoever it is. All I'm saying is, you said if we're gaining something. I don't care about what I gain. It's about, because I'm a leader. I don't care about me. It's about where are my people going. It's not about me. Everybody's going to die. The only thing you have left is, what did you do? That's what everybody's going to leave behind. Not how many houses you have, how many fancy cars you bought. Who cares
what you
about
are saying?
junk?
I agree with you 100%. But you try to understand me as well. If your desire is to say, I want to build a country, I want to make it work for everybody, and you work towards it with sincerity, yes, it will work for everybody. But at the same time, if you have tribal agenda, you have ethnic agenda or cultic agenda, political gang or whatever, particular group agenda, that religion. And you have people that believe in what you are doing, they are aware, they are part of it, and you are able to champion that thing. For them, you are a good leader as well. So you see, leadership, it depends what you have in mind. Now, the way it is in Nigeria, those who are benefiting, few who are benefiting, they want these things to continue. Even to a point, they don't care about the numbers of people that die.
Because they don't have vision. Because these are people that don't have vision. They have no vision. And without vision, you will perish. People that cannot even think a year down the road, not to talk less of have a 10-year plan or a 50-year agenda for the country. These are the people, and this, you see, these are the people that people hail. He has this. Look at his fine wife. Look at his fine husband. Who cares about junk? From dust to dust.
I agree with you that leaders matters a lot. It depends what the leader is coming to do. Because if the leader himself have different mindsets, because you don't know what is in people's mind and is working towards it, the rest who are not benefiting, like me and you, who will be crying, like as we said, this one, that one. Why you see people praising them because they are benefiting? Only a few people benefit.
You see, my problem is now that Nigeria is known to be a terrorist country. Are you people proud of that? Like, you know, like is that okay to you? Nigeria,
what
as
are you
we
saying?
know it, I said, okay, we know Nigeria of 1990, 1980s, 1970s, but in this recent times, Nigeria is known as a terrorist country. It's about to make the list of the countries that will be banned from entering the U.S. because of the terrorists and all the mayhem that's happening. And that is why I'm having this argument. I don't hate people. I love human beings, but I want peace. I don't like massacre. I don't like forceful religious.
Also with me.
Yeah. So me and you have the same view. And that's why I'm not in denial. I say things, I don't sugarcoat it, because there's different type of there's people breaking the laws, there's different type of corruption, there's different types of crime. But killing people, 200 and something people all at once, it's a whole other level. There's levels to this. This is too much, is embarrassing for our nation. And that's why I don't want to be associated with a country that have terrorists like Boko Haram. Like, we're so desensitized and we think it's okay. I don't want to leave with this.
My sister.
I'm embarrassed.
Yeah, nobody want to live with them. The truth of the matter is simple. You see this country.
I don't even know these people, but I'm angry that this is happening in my country.
Yeah, but the thing is this. What I want to say is this. They try to be political corrected. Nigeria will be united. We will not do this. This problem in no state at all. They will adjust the youth, and the government will not be able to hold that country. People are getting fed up. These days, they want to arrest people. They don't want to give to police again because they see it in their two naked eyes. The same people they release, they are coming back to their community to commit havoc. Like in my state now, you build a house, uncompleted building. Someone from north will climb the roof, remove the zinc because he want to sell the iron. You sleep in your house, they remove complete gate from your house.
That is called a crime. Those are crimes.
That's a crime.
It's not a crime.
That's a crime that people commit in all over the world. But I'm talking about this terrorist. Terrorist is a whole. You're killing human blood is being shed.
Okay, I also agree with you because now it's getting out of hand. And that very particular one, I see leader already saying that they will resort to self-help. I will tell you, we have been used to self-help. It is only self-help that is going to change everything. But where it's going to take us to, only God knows. That is just the truth. If people think Nigeria government will now make everything to go back to normalcy, is lie. 100% lie. Until people will rise up, then you will use the army to tell them, say, no, there should not be. What do you mean? Countries once live together. It gets to a point they tell, why can't we discuss these things? If by force to stay together? Czech Republic and Czechoslovakia were the same country inside Europe here.
Why
No,
are you
this one,
using why are you using that as an example? What has become of Basne as Zagovina, whatever they call it? That's not a good example.
I did not mention
No, you said you
mentioned
go.
wait now. I don't know why you don't. I mentioned Czechoslovakia. They
Okay.
my landlord country. Czech
Okay.
Republic is growing. It's one of the most advanced countries in Europe here. Since they enter EU, they have advanced so much in many sectors. The other one, what is it called, Slovakia, is also improving.
Oga, you can dream all you want. Nigeria is not going to be separate except by serious war that you don't want to imagine. You don't. You see.
Go to separate Nigeria. I am not the one who's going to unite. You can unite
It is
Nigeria.
okay to sit online and be talking about all this stuff. You see, when the real problem comes, look at what's happening in Sudan. When the real problem comes, you won't even have anywhere to hide. As bad as things are, you need to sit down and try and figure it out. The people that will sell you the weapon to destroy yourselves, they're waiting for you.
40 people just in the trick of an eyes, and the other day was 40, the other day was 50. Are we not ready in Somalia?
No, you're not Somalia. Trust me. You're not Somalia. Trust me. You have no idea what war is. You think this is child's play. You won't have port to peace in.
I don't know. Me and the way we talk from different angle. I never mentioned anything like
you see, you have to be able to see beyond. Hold on, Oga. You have to be able to see beyond what is in front of you. You have to be able to see.
You love to twist things. I don't like people like you. When somebody's talking, you listen to one another.
That's fine. Congratulations to you. I don't need anybody to like me. It's not important for you to like me.
You like you love to twist something. Let somebody like to listen to that, and I will listen to you. So simple. If the Nigerian government don't change, the situation we find ourselves today, if we have civilized people, we will sit down and discuss it. We have done enough. People have paid enough sacrifice, enough sacrifice for the country, and yet the danger still persists. Whereby 130 people is gone, and we mind our daily business. What is even asking? What kind of people are these? Can't we go and spend 1 month in the street if we don't want to end up like Somalia? If we are really civilized people, not sugarcoating. We go to street peacefully to put pressure on our government to do it better. But we don't do that. Okay, now the other way around, everything is politics. It's like the government is confused. Go and dialogue. I don't know who is going to dialogue with whosoever they want to dialogue with. And at the end, the whole thing is going out of hand. So, my dear brother, nobody pray for his country to go to war. I never pray for Nigeria to go. And I've never seen anybody that will wake up praying, let my country go to war. Don't ever say that. I want my country to progress.
I didn't say you said that. All I'm saying is, even every conflict, World War I, World War II, Vietnam, everything ends up at a dialogue table. At the end of the day, you have to have a conversation. I have said it to you before. I would never have voted for these people that are in government right now over my dead body.
For me, I don't believe anybody called Nigeria is coming to do exception any longer. We have elected professors, military generals have ruled, people who have exposed have ruled. All we do is to campaign for the one we don't know. This man is going to do miracle. We've been doing it since almost 26 years now.
It's not about miracle. It's not about miracle.
Since 26 years, wait, my brother, since 26 years, the only thing they produce for us is Boko Haram, ESN. Schools don't have roof, no water, no electricity. People don't love themselves. Tribes is becoming so divided. People we marry, we eat together. We don't care where you come from together.
Because you don't have leaders.
Yeah. So like as you said, I say repeat that I never wish for Nigeria to go. But let me round up with this. It is something that gave birth to something. If we remain on this trajectory of 100 people in a day, village taken out, and everybody feel that it's coming to their place. Remember, those who are doing these things, they are the henchmen. They call them Fulani, but the politicians are trying to change it now to calm the situation down, which is very good. They don't want to mention it that way like that. But we know where exactly it's coming from. My dear brother, it is going to get out of hand. It's going to get out of hand. The government should be serious. We should not pretend.
Let them stay in the north. Let them not come in the east, because I'm already ashamed that Nigeria is a terrorist country. So that's why sometimes I deny them from Nigeria, because I cannot be from a terror. I mean, am I Boko Haram? Am I Muslim? Am I Islam? Am I a Fulani? I don't do all those things. I don't believe in those things. You know, I
That is
don't
why
want to
you judge. That is why you judge each person by their character. Not. I tell people everywhere. Even I mean, I remember when they used to do a lot of fraud and send emails, and people ask me, "Are you a Nigerian?" I said, "Absolutely." I don't care what if 99.99% of Nigerians are criminals. What does that have to do with me? I don't care what you do. That's your problem. I'm a Nigerian. I don't care what other Nigerians are doing, what the government is doing. I will not be a part of foolishness. I will not vote for somebody just because they're Yoruba because I'm Yoruba. I will pick the best person that I can ascertain to the best of my ability that will do nobody's gonna come and turn everything around in one day. But you can see traits when somebody
Even
when
my brother,
somebody when somebody when
that is
somebody
here,
uh-huh
if they make you president of Nigeria,
uh,
as far as the structure is concerned, the
uh,
chances for you to add anything positive to that country is very difficult because our problem is foundational. We must go back to go and address it. There are so many factors that is causing problem for us. Now we are becoming so distracted while we are so political corrected. But the truth of the matter is this, that people are now in power struggle based on region, based on religion, based on where you are from. And
they
we
won't
pretend that it's going to work.
they won't even they won't even make me president of Nigeria because I will kill a lot of people. I will jail a
Well,
lot of
that
people,
is
whether you're my brother, whether
if you
you're my
think me,
whatever. So
I
they won't
don't
even
believe
make
it. I don't
somebody
believe
like
it.
me.
I don't believe if they make me
You don't
killing,
believe what?
if they make me president of Nigeria, what I will
Eh,
do in my own case, I will
eh.
create an atmosphere where people will manage themselves who they are
You
and
see
contribute to the federal.
you have now said everything
Simple.
against everything you've said. You see, you cannot go there where you have criminals who have self-interest. You gotta get rid of the bad people. That is the
You
only
don't
way.
in a
If you
place
don't get
like
rid of,
in Nigeria. Take for example, I don't know where you are from. Maybe you are from east,
yeah, I
west,
was
or
born
maybe
in
you are from
Lagos,
north.
Nigeria. Lagos,
Yes.
Nigeria.
So okay, I don't know your tribe. Maybe any tribe you belong. If
My
you
parents
like
are Yoruba. My
what
parents
me
are
and
Yoruba,
you,
but me, I'm a Lagosian.
yeah, what we are suffering today in Nigeria is that the early coup plotters, the mistake they made is that they don't know killing anybody from a different tribes, not using those same people to kill themselves is going to cause that country everlasting pain. If you, I don't, that's why I ask you where you are from. If you kill my own person, whether that person is corrupt, I want to use myself as an example, and you did not buy your home in a brutal way like that, I'm going to react. I'm going to
Well,
suspect you.
you
So
are going to
whether
react.
it's
You're going
killing,
to react yourself to the mouth of my tank that is going to blow you to
is
smithereens.
it the
Mr.
guys who started it were they not having tanks? You
Look,
see
Someone
look,
where he
else,
look,
ended.
look, look. Let
Mr.
me tell you
Kendu,
something. You will never. Yes, ma'am.
let's not use the word by like the English
Okay,
version.
okay. Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry. So the
So
point
if
I'm
you
making is, hold on. You will never get everything 1,000%. I understand where you're coming from, and that is why I keep saying this. I don't support anybody. I don't care if you're my brother, you're my sister. If you're doing wrong, you are not my brother. You're not my sister. You're not my parent.
yeah,
I don't care who
yeah,
you are. But to say because somebody killed some people, they didn't kill everybody on the other side. Me, I don't have a side.
that is
That's the
what we're
difference with
suffering
me.
today. It's still
Yeah.
what we are still suffering because we don't need to buy ourselves. As I told you, the people of Southeast, you agree with me, entrepreneurship, they are good. If they sit down and they want to introduce modernization to it, you will see improvement. It will benefit all of us. The northern people are good for something. The west are good for something. You can't take us to central. For example, I'm from Edo. I will be making love for someone who read Quran and who enjoy it. And there are perfect people who can read that book and run good society. Dubai is good. Saudi Arabia is good. And there are perfect people who also with that religion. There are Christians from America, from Europe. Their country is good. So, my dear brother, we are different people. That
No, you're not
that
different. You're not
opportunity they
different
took
people.
from
It's
us,
because those people have leaders with vision who can see down the
those
line.
This is
Vision.
Mr. Midwest. Hold on. This is
yeah.
where I agree with Can Do about leadership. When you gave a perfect example of Dubai and Saudi Arabia, they practice the same religion we practice in Nigeria. Why is our own case different? So this is where I really lean towards what Mr. Kendu has been
Madam,
saying about
you
leadership.
know why our case is different? I want to tell you.
Okay, I'm listening.
Somebody is from North. He's having all year way in Edo. You can't talk about it. How come? So the person want to maintain that status quo. So they must have power. And that's why they do everything to possess the power. But if, for example, they were to take that their gold to manage their place the way it were before we collapse everything, you will be happy to go to North. This North we are pointing to. I gave you a perfect example. Go and find out. Once you cross from South to North, you are traveling. You will breathe down. 80s. Go and ask anybody. No crime. Who's coming to steal you or something? It was in the South you were having people like Anini, all those tough people. Not. But at a point, everybody want power. It was like when we entered this democracy, people were so distracted. They did not want to release people. They want to manage it from one coffers. We need the electricity, it must be federal. They did everything. They changed the name. They released a lot of money. They want to identify Nigeria. It must be central. And they did it, no results. And we cannot question it. So
No,
you get this.
a lot of these people, again, they lack vision. How can somebody tell me that you have a country like Nigeria and everything comes through Lagos? You see, people that have vision, will sit down and say, you know what? What if we did something to America or to France and they blockade Lagos? Do we have a Port Harcourt port? Do we have a port in another part of Nigeria? Do we invest whatever billion it takes to ensure that you are not a one-trick pony? That's what visionary people do. They sit there.
100%.
That's what I ask when these people carry the agbada and I see them in their Senate. It's like, what do these people do? What do they talk about? Do these people even have any brain? These are the type of things we're talking about. How is somebody going to tell me that Obasanjo, because of whatever, will not have a port in Port Harcourt or else other places in Nigeria? Because you've become a one-trick pony. All somebody has to do is stay 50 miles off the shores of Lagos, and nothing can come into the country.
My brother,
This
as
is
you blame
what
Obasanjo
leadership
is
does.
good.
It doesn't
Jonathan
matter.
was president.
Forget about the name. I
Jonathan was
don't
a
care who it
president
is.
for 5 years.
I
Why
don't
didn't
care
he
who the
sign into
person is.
law?
That's what
Why
I'm
didn't he
saying.
sign into law?
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter the person. It's just because you don't have people that understand vision and understand where they want to take their people. And it's not about where I'm from, this side. I'm not from anywhere. I'm not from
It is
nowhere.
about. Listen, it is about. This is what we made mistake.
No,
Dubai is
you
working.
making mistake. I'm telling
Wait
you.
now. If
Go
you
and bring
take the
somebody from
Jamas,
Ivory Coast.
wait, I want
He's
to
the
give you an
person that
example.
can.
Let me
Hold
give
on.
you an example. Wait.
Hold on.
Okay, let me
20
use
seconds.
European
20
Union as an
seconds.
example.
20 seconds.
Okay.
Go and bring, if the person that can make Nigeria work is from Ivory Coast, I don't care. I don't care where the person is from. Whoever can do the job. I don't care where the person is from. Go ahead.
The thing is this: if you take a German to go and manage Spain, there will be a problem. They are all in union. If you take the Swedish to go and manage Germany, there will be crisis. So the thing is this:
Okay.
we are
Listen.
different.
Life is about
We are
problems
a
and
different.
solutions.
Wait, my brother.
Life is about, you said if you
Mr.
take somebody from wherever.
Kandu, let him finish the point you allowed him
Wait,
to make.
my brother.
Sorry.
We are different nations. As I said, it's a foundational problem. By accident, somebody came, our system fell away. They put us together. Even the people were conscious. We need to go back to history. Why were they trying to create? They even make it, they say administrative convenience. And when we got independent, we practiced this regional to some certain degree. We were a great country. Now, what I'm trying to say is this. I'm a Benin person. There are things that I may find offensive. You may be saying I'm not civilized to find it offensive. But let me manage my own thing. You manage your own. Take, for example, I have a king. I'm proud to have a king. I live in Norway. The Norwegians are proud of their king. But there are also countries in Europe here they don't have. So if you want to mix us together and just be imposing nonsense, it end up like this, whereby everybody is a loser. The common man in Nigeria, we are all losers, irrespective of tribe. But the truth is that the future look very, very dark. We're talking about souls here. The poorest of the poorest who go to farm, somebody will just invade them, wipe them, 100 people away. A woman will stand, lose her husband, lose all her children. Come on, guy. And we are saying, if anything happens, it will be like Somalia. Are we not already like Somalia life? People are witnessing Somalia life already, but not everybody. But the truth is that the government don't do it differently now. A government that have been used to go and fetch for yourself. In this case, we can't fetch for ourselves. They must put their head together. Or else, people will have no choice to resort to self-help. But the consequences may be far worse than this, which I agree with you. But this is the trajectory we are going. Let us not be political corrected. I see former leaders saying, look, we will resort to self-help. We can't fold our hands. So this is my own worry. I'm worried,
you
not
see,
because I want it to be so.
those people that you mistakenly call leaders, they're not leaders. They're agberos because they can't think. They can't think past what is in front of them. You don't throw the baby out just because you gave the baby a bath and the water is dirty. I agree with you. And the same agreement about leadership because these people are not leaders. A real leader like me, I'm from Lagos. I don't have a king. I don't have an Oba. Because anybody that calls himself a leader of any group, any group, like the Oba of
Well,
Lagos,
here come the problem.
hold on, like the Oba of Lagos,
Wait, they have
start a
Oba
bunch of,
well
hold
recognized.
on,
Whether
hold
it's
on,
good, you see
hold
where the problem lies. Whether the Oba is good or not, let his people manage what they have. Not for you to
no,
tell them
no,
they
no,
don't have,
no, no,
and you
no,
don't
no,
have
no, no,
problem.
no. I'm trying to give you an example. You see, a leader, like when the Oba of Lagos sat a bunch of people from the east down and told them that if they don't vote for a certain person, they will end up in the lagoon. You see, that day, that guy stopped to be a leader because that's not what leadership does. That's not how leadership moves. That's not how leadership talks. So I don't care who made you a leader. In my own book, you have ceased to become a leader. You have lost your moral authority. For whatever your reasons are, whether you like that person you want people to vote for or not, that's not leadership. So at the end of the day, I'm sure we'll come here more times during the week and more months and more years until all these people are gone. Maybe it's going to take 30 years or 50 years for Nigeria to really start to strive to what it can be. If you think these people are going to change, you're grossly mistaken. And like I said some many years ago, a lot of these people have sent their children to the best schools in the world. They've gotten some of the best education money can buy. So if you think their fathers and mothers have done something, wait until the children come and meet you.
Yeah, I completely agree with both of you now. Now that I'm understanding where you're coming from, Mr. Kandu, when Mr. Midwest used a great example of Dubai and Saudi Arabia. I mean, these people practice a very different religion from Christianity, and they happen to coexist. So there's no war or anything of killing. So I just don't like that these people are giving Nigeria a bad name. It's very, I don't like it. It's embarrassing. I
Absolutely.
don't like
I
it.
mean,
I'm
it's
ashamed that
unfortunate.
this is
It's
happening.
unfortunate that these are the type of agbako. I don't even know how you call agbako. Agbako. People that you should not wake up to see. If you see them, you should go back and sleep and then wake up again. These are horrible Horrible people that cannot even think about, okay, what are we going to do to move this country forward? How does this country develop? Every time I go to Lagos and I see all these children coming out of school, they're like ants. There's so many of them. I'm like, where are these people going to live 10 years from now, 15 years from now? Where are they going to work? Who is going to take out the trash? You have to be able to think ahead, not just what you can see in front of you. How do you make provision for that future? Even if you're not going to be there with them. That's leadership. And like Miss Shioma just said now, go and look at all these Emirates, all of them, Saudi Arabia, whatever, 50 years ago. And look at them today. You say, oh, it's because they are different. They're no more different than anybody else. You have Nigerians, at least in this country, that run municipalities and running them very well. The same people. These people grew up in Nigeria just like you. How come they can be effective in other places, but when it comes to your place, they can't do the right thing? Even if they've traveled to other places in the world. It seems like once they land at that Murtala Mohammed, something hits them. Whether it's Bankole, whatever Senate president before, acting like Agbero. It doesn't matter the level of miseducation that they've gotten, because money is their God, power is their God. I better pass you. Look at what my pastor has. My pastor have 3 planes, your own only get 1. Foolish people. Material has become their God. And like I tell people, if whatever you think you have that makes you think you are somebody, the Sultan of Brunei has over 600 cars that are worth $500,000 each. Each worth more than $500,000. So what do you get? What person never get before? Useless people.
Well, I heard that even one of the leaders of the Boko Haram, was deported from Saudi Arabia last month. So as you can see, they're not taking any of that crap over there either. I don't know why we have to, deal with it in Nigeria. We need to eradicate this Boko Haram drama. Like, it's too much.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the solution we need to find. How to get rid of these people that are giving us a bad rep.
Yeah, and there's some people you just have to get rid of. It's not a matter of rehabilitation or anything like that. And if you're going to rehabilitate them, go and find a place somewhere where they will be growing their own food. They're not just sitting in a cell doing nothing. Let them be making license plates or something. I don't know, doing something. Those that can be rehabilitated, I don't know what it's going to cost to do that. How much are you taking to rehabilitate them when you have 3 million people in IDP camp? Life there, resources, you don't have unlimited resources. You got to decide where you spend what you have on who. So me, I'm not against getting rid. There's some people you just got to get rid of bad news. Just get rid of them. I mean, we're not going to hold up 200 million. Huh? Sorry.
I said I'm with you on that, and that goes to my first point when I was saying that the Southeast, the reason why they want regional government, so that they don't want any parts of that. These Boko Haram sets of people, they just don't want any parts of it at all. No traces of them. Because if you cannot act like a human being, then how can we live in the same environment?
Yeah. I mean, but I guess the issue about all this separation of and even people talking about, oh, in the past. You see, things have moved on from the past. Things have moved on from the 50s and the 70s. There is no society that has remained the same for the most part. Things have moved on. The question is, how do you manage what you have? But if you separate into regions, you will still have the same Yoruba people that are still in that region. You still have the same Eastern people that are still in and doing whatever it is that they do. You still have the same people in the North that are still doing the same thing that they do. That's just how life is. So it's not about separate. Yeah, I understand, and I can empathize with those people who are going through what they go through. But until you get true leadership that is not about southeast, west, east, or whatever, not that truly understand, okay, whether we like it or not, the people that brought us together. Here is where we are, and how does the government help people to develop in all part of the country? I mean, whether it is coastal highway, whether it is train, whether it is ports. I mean, you should have ports all over the place. Let commerce come in. When people are progressing, they don't tend to think too much about where are you from. It is, make the cake as big as possible. It is when the cake is so small, there will be a lot of infighting. Even within family, when you have children that are not successful individually, you will have a lot of infighting. But even if you have 10 children, if all of them are successful in their own right, and everybody can put hand into pocket to put something down, then the fight, not that there will not be problem. Life is about, if you're not, this is one of the things I say. If you don't have problem, your own problem, your sibling problem, your parent problem, your co-worker problem, you're not alive. Life is about problems. You wake up every day, it's about problems and how do you proffer solution. That is all it is. If you don't have problem of some kind, you're not alive.
Yeah, that's
You
true.
wake up, you find solutions to problem. That's how you progress in life. So it's not like, oh, I don't want problem. If you don't want problem, go and you know go and go
Just go
and
and
go and,
die.
go and drink 12
Yeah.
1 gallon soda or something.
So, I'm of the opinion that, I think obviously, let's be real, Nigeria is not going to break off. Nigeria will never break off, in my view. All those things, you get me? Let's just put the things right and let everybody, you know, um, let everybody, let's let's make it right so that at least it's a better place for people, because Nigeria won't break up. That one is a lie. If you're thinking that they're going to allow you to go, no one's going to go. So we might as well just, try and just make it okay, and we'll just manage ourselves. And maybe we might find a way to fix it that everybody will be happy. Do you understand? But I don't think Nigeria will break up, or that break up kind of business is different. And I don't think Nigerians really want to break up. Nigerians don't really want to break up in general, everybody. So, let's just live with each other, deal with each other, respect each other. If you have Boko Haram in your area and you don't want people to come, that's fine. You don't want your people to go to school, that's fine. You understand? So if you don't want it, you don't want, then nobody's going to come to your side. The other side where they have free people will come there. You understand? But I mean, minimize it, because you can't force everything. And to be honest, like this Nigerian case is like you have 5 brothers, 4 have to agree to leave. But right now, we know they go anywhere. You get me? So I don't even think worrying about Nigerian living is an issue right now for me. In fact, I don't even want people to go anywhere, because we have to roll back as well. We have to all the rulings that they've been giving us, we to have to re-rule all of them back. So we have to rule them back as well. So make we stay together. That's my view.
Yeah,
Choma,
absolutely.
you understand? If
Yeah, but I
people
don't
of
agree with you. If these people continuously kill my fellow Nigerians, I don't want to be part of that type of country. I don't want to stay with them. I'm sorry. We're gonna
Yeah, but
have to
you're
fall.
not
We
gonna
have
go
to
you're not gonna
fall.
go anywhere. Nobody's gonna allow you to go anywhere. That's the point he's making.
We're gonna file an immediate divorce. Okay.
No
And
no annulment or divorce allowed. You're not going anywhere. They will scatter this whole thing. They will turn they will Somalia, I mean Sudan will be a child's play. I tell you.
My brother,
Sudan will be a child's play.
I agree with you that there's possibility for them for we to suffer more than this situation. But the thing is this: we should have one thing in our mind. It is something that gave birth to another thing. First of all, the Somalia you are using as an example, there was a time they started introducing unbalanced Sharia law, and they thought they harming others who are not like them. They force everybody to accept it, but the concept remain. That is why they have what they have. In the northern part of Nigeria, they also call for Sharia law. I'm not against Sharia law, but
No,
when
I'm talking about Sudan. You had two old
pass through
people,
that
one
process,
soldier, one whatever. Again, this is where leadership comes in. These people, somebody should
this
have bought
no
hold on.
is
Somebody should have bought a gun
Satan.
and shot these two people in the head. And the country will not
Okay,
be
we are no, don't use that short. They make mad the people use that word. Uh-huh.
okay, sorry. I know, sorry. So what I'm saying
Yeah.
is when you have leaders, because of whatever infighting is going between them, they could not see 3 years down the line that you have only God knows how
We
many people have been. This is the
yeah.
thing. You have to,
What
just like Nigeria
I
now.
have learned.
Just like
Yeah,
Nigeria
let
now.
me give you an
If these
example.
people cannot see that if we don't change, and they're not going to change. That's my
The
thing.
problem with the see for me, what I've learned from that very issue is still the same thing I'm saying. You must let people govern themselves. What happened in the issue of Southern Sudan? They were having a common problem, a common enemy. It's just like what is happening in Middle Belt today. Maybe the governor can decide to meet other people and say, look, you have to support me. You understand me? They are also coming to your place. And they decide to say, no, we not agree, may God forbid. But in Southern Sudan, it was also like that. They agree. But when they finish this back, they say this one be president, this one be, that's where they made mistake. Because if that guy from different region, different tribes, were to have autonomous right to govern themselves, Sudan would have been one of the best countries in Africa today. Don't joke with what I'm pointing to you. I'm a dope person. I don't have a solution for an Esa man without agreeing with him what we want to do. Or else we burn the whole place. I'm just
I
telling
hear,
you. But
I hear you. I hear what you're saying.
investors,
Just like in the case, just like
agree.
in the case of those two generals. You see, you have to have people. You see, you can't be because I'm this tribe and you are that tribe or you are this leader.
Is real.
Somebody,
Africa
so,
to play it. I live in a
it doesn't matter whether it's Africa or Russia. You see, when Putin was going to go to Ukraine, he thought he was going to go there for 2 weeks or a month. You have to be able to think past what is in front of you. That's what really leadership is.
yeah.
Those two generals, if they had any sense, if they had, I remember conversation I had with people then that if these guys don't take care, they are going to destroy this country. And the people in Nigeria, again, we have said it would be nice for these people, whoever the leaders or whoever the rulers of Nigeria are, to have the sense to be able to see what could possibly happen if they don't change. But my conviction is this: these people cannot think past what their breakfast. So you're asking the wrong people to do the thing. If somehow Nigeria can survive the next 30 years and a bunch of these people are gone, hopefully, hopefully there will be enough people with enough sense that will not allow their children to come and rule. But even the chances of that not happening is not very good. You have the Tinubu'S of the world. You have what's the former president from Kwara State. They're positioning their children.
My brother,
They're going
this
to
is not.
rule over their fathers. Hold on, their fathers
agree
ruled
with
over.
you.
Hold on, their fathers and mothers ruled over you. Their children are going to rule over your children.
It doesn't mean. It doesn't mean. Let me tell you why I say it doesn't mean. Because from where you are coming from, if people agree, if they are going to rule their land, and the people accepted it, or they choose to say these people must go, this is their people. It will not lead to any problem. But if I want to go and terminate other people's own because they are wrong, I'm going to create everlasting problem. That's what Southern Sudan is facing today. They say, okay, you from this tribe, you be president, this one big deputy. You should understand that those who selected it for them, they don't want them to succeed. They are still coming to create problem because knowing very well once these two people disagree, it's war. So the best thing is there are countries in the world. You have to look at what really autonomy means. That sense of belonging. Let them decide. If, for example, this one was managing his own people, if it's not good, his own people will eliminate him. If I'm not from his tribe, I take him out. I will create a everlasting problem. People will interpret it to generate a everlasting hatred.
Unfortunately, that is part of the human problems. Look, if you come and kill one of my sisters,
no matter what she did,
there's not going to be any everlasting problem. I don't create any everlasting anything. If you, I will come after you, not your people, not with the Edo people. The Edo people haven't done anything to me. It
doesn't work. It doesn't
maybe
work like that.
in your own universe. In your own universe, it doesn't. In the universe that if something does anything to my child, and this is an exercise I practiced when my children were younger, that God forbid, if somebody comes and rapes my daughter, what will I do? And I had to practice that. Oh, sorry. I had to practice that several times because I'm not going to leave my other child to be fatherless because I want to come and take care of you because of something that you have done.
Wait, we are not talking about anyway, I'm pointing to how individuals affect people generally. Don't take it away. It
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. As a leader, you have to process these things. That if you come now and let's say you are in night, we are on the street, we just met, and you just came and slapped me. You see, in 2 seconds. Hold on, no, you and I are not going to be fight. We're not going to fight. You're going to be destroyed. It's not going to be a fight.
If you have the power to do that,
no, I do have power. Let me explain myself. Hold on, let me explain myself. You see, because of the power that hold on. It's not a disgrace. No, listen. Forget, it's not you, anybody. If somebody came now and slapped me, in 3 seconds, I have to process so many things. Because it's not going to be a fight because of the type of training that I have. You will, if you're not fight, you'll be very close to it. So in 3 seconds, I have to think, was this person done as horrible as it is? Is it worth maybe going to jail for the next 15 years minimum? I have to think really fast. It depends on what was done, how it was done, the environment, the situation. So I can't just act on my emotions. Because it's not going to be, you throw one punch, I throw one punch. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, and you're going to be wherever you are. And me, other people that saw what they happened, they'll be a prosecutor.
Listen, I agree with you.
Hold on.
You have.
Give me 1 second. I want to know if Mr. Kenneth Udonsi, if you have anything to say before the guys continue speaking.
Good morning.
You said what? I didn't hear you.
This is our first
My
time
network was like.
documenting. I wanted to allow Mr. Kenneth to speak because he's the first timer here. And this is our first
Okay.
time documenting your voice, Mr. Kenneth Udonsi.
Yeah.
Welcome.
You are welcome.
Good morning.
You're welcome, sir. Good morning.
I've listened to you guys. I've listened to all of you guys. You see, this Nigeria problem, you have to go back to the genesis. You see, somebody like Ojukwu saw this coming. That was why he called his brothers and sisters, come back home. Let's develop our land. We have the military. We have the entrepreneurs. These people have an agenda, and it will not favor us. Whatever happened that time. You see, you can kill a man, but you cannot kill the ideology. That's for sure. Nnamdi Kanu came out from nowhere with the same mentality. These Fulani people, they are dangerous. They are coming into our forest. Let's protect ourselves. They came up with ESN. What did Nigerian government do? They sent military to the east. Up to date, they are there. I was born in the southwest. I was bred in the southwest. I've traveled around almost all southern states of Nigeria. I know what's going on. Look at, have you ever been to Tinapa, Calabar, Tinapa? Donald Duke had a plan. But what did Obasanjo do? He killed the old distinct plan. He killed you. If you go to Tinapa today, Tinapa is rubbish now. That Calabar is supposed to be Dubai of Nigeria. They have Obudu cattle ranch, perfect weather, everything. But at the end of the day, everything still fall back to, because we don't have leaders in Nigeria. What we have is rulers. Are you guys hearing me?
Yes.
Yes.
What we have, they are just rulers. We cannot solve Nigeria problem. We cannot solve Nigeria problem with American solution. We have to solve our own problem with our own solution. I'm working with a man. Next thing, the man, my friend is telling I'm calling that person my brother, and he says I want to pee. The next thing, bends down to pee, and you're telling me that person is my brother. How? We are different people. We are different people. This thing we are is by forced marriage. By forced marriage. Now we dey into so. Most times when I see one man, because me, I like hearing different people, different views and all that. I see your topic most times here. Fantastic. When I click, next thing I'll be hearing is Peter Obi this, Pandora that. All these are not Nigerians' problem. Peter Obi is not Nigerian's president. We have somebody there right now. And the problem with all these people, Tinubu is there now. Instead of him to do the right thing, but he will never do it. He'll be waiting to win the next election before doing the right thing. Why? Because he needs those set of people vote. He needs their vote to win the second term. He will not want to offend them. They will pamper them. The same thing Jonathan did. Jonathan had a confab. but he didn't implement that confab because he wants their vote so that by the time he wins the election, he will not implement that confab. That's why we had this terrible president, the terrible president called Buhari. Now, Tinubu is there. Tinubu will just do whatever he wants to do, just pamper them, do this, do that. But the more you pamper them, the more we lose lives. I was listening to the other guy. He was saying, let's buy them. If you buy 2 million people, from to over 200 million people, it's nothing. Another the same you're saying, well, do you expect the president to tell the governor to go and kill them? You see, we Nigerians, we are very confused. We are very confused people. We don't really know what we want for ourselves. We don't really know what we want for ourselves, and it's very disheartening.
Well, I was going to say that I will help him to get unconfused because he was referring to what I said. What I said was, number one, we don't have leaders because these people are not leaders. And what I meant by what do you want the president to say, I said that if this was a reasonable leader, he would send investigators of whatever kind to go and find out who did what. That's what they will. That's what a good leader. Any Oba, any Bale does not just go on a rant. You send your chiefs or whatever to go and investigate who did what, how did what happen. I said, but absent of that, at the end of the day, even if whoever people that got killed go and go and do something to other people, at the end of the day, you still got to sit at the table. Every war that's ever been fought, even husband and wife, in a fight, eventually, if the relationship is going to continue, you're going to have a sit down. No matter how bad the fight is, it always ends up in a sit down. Even if it's to agree to disagree, you still have to have a sit down. So there was no confusion in what I said. And my thing is this, and I've said this before, nobody, I don't care if you're rearing cattle or you're raising pigs or chicken. It is not my business how you feed your chicken or your pig or your cow. That's your problem. You do not have a right to come to anybody's farm. I don't care if that's what they've been doing since 1776. It's got nothing to do with me. This is where we are. This is where I bought land through the states, the city, whoever gave me access to my land. And you're going to come on my land because your cattle needs to eat? I beg, where is my AK-47? With a drone save, I no go even come meet you. You get a warning shot. You get a warning shot, and that's gonna be the end of it. So I don't understand this foolishness. You don't understand. Understand what? If my job is making shoes, do I now go and start stealing people's cattle because I need leather to make my shoes? If you have cows, figure out how you're gonna grow whatever you need to feed your cow with, and sell your cow at the point where it's profitable. If not, go and find something else to do. It's not other people's job to make sure your cows are taken. I mean, it's like I ask myself, am I actually from Nigeria or even Africa? Because I don't know, I don't understand, I don't recognize this type of people. I don't understand this type of thinking.
I asked the same question. When I saw Nigeria on the news, I said, Jesus is Lord. This is not possible. 250 people massacred. And we're so desensitized. We think it's normal. This is sick. It's disgusting. Everyone should be outraged in Nigeria, but the problem is we're so used to it that it's just we expect it again to happen next month.
Yeah.
I feel bad, even though I'm not from Benue or those, I'm not a northerner, but I feel bad for those people. I don't know how you can be comfortable in that place. It's so
Yeah.
dangerous.
Regardless of where, even if some people, you know, in Chile. I'm not from Chile. Why do I have to be in Chile to empathize with people or wherever? They're just human beings. And this is why it is so dangerous. I tell people this. You see, when Rwanda started, it took people going on radio and then going on TV to tell other people that it is those people that are your problem.
Yep,
Whenever
the
you start,
Hutus and the Tutsis, you have to
yeah,
call them
yeah.
out.
When you start, you see, that's why they say your mouth is the most dangerous weapon on this planet. You can use mouth to create havoc, and you can use it to create love and peace. All it took were people going on radio saying, "Oh, it's those two C people that are your problem." Just like people, and I understand. This is why I said it's about people who can understand leadership. And in Nigeria is in a mess. We all agree. But it cannot be those Fulani people. Find the people who did something to you and go and do whatever you need to do. I will never be like those Fulani people or those Igbo people because I don't know who these Igbo people are or these Fulani people are. I don't know them. Find the people who did something to you. When people start to say those people, be very, very, very careful. This is how it starts. This is how neighbors started macheting neighbors in Rwanda. It's a very dangerous thing. Judge people by the content of their character.
They need to find those people. I didn't mention, but we know who they are, right?
Oh,
Find
I
them.
don't know. I don't know who they are. I don't. I don't. Because I haven't seen any investigation done. So I don't know who they are. Whoever they are, if there is a way to get them, and this is my policy in life, I would rather let 1,000 people go than to punish or to buy or whatever they call it, one innocent person. Because what if that one innocent person is me? That's my policy. I would rather if there is no way to figure out who those 1,000 people are, let them go than to take the life of one innocent person because that's a life you can never create.
I agree.
I think that's a difficult one. You know, I just think that they should go straight to the solution, which is state police. That's the only solution. Everybody protect themselves because everybody get your people to be in this security and protect your people. Do you understand? But obviously they wouldn't do that right now because they're not going to have the control of the money that they want to steal. So it'll be difficult. But I guess that's the only thing we can do. The only solution to this insecurity is state police. Everybody, you know your area, you know your locality, you know who's coming in, the way, and that's it. Then we can grow from there. But otherwise, and again, with Tinubu that is trying to please some set of people, it'll be difficult for him right now. Because if he does the right thing, he shouldn't be scared. I mean, this is what I think. He should just close his eyes if he can, but he wouldn't because again, he's one of them that wants to steal. So he's there not for. He just wants to get his own personal gain. Because ask me, like I said, I went to Niger Delta. All the
soldier of all the soldier police of Nigeria, they're just chilling there. They're chilling. They don't get nothing. They know they're doing just stay on the road. Every 50 meter, I went by road. So people don't tell me like, oh no, you not been. I went by road everywhere by Elsa, Port Harcourt. Everywhere is heavily militarized. And again, maybe like they say, maybe the South people are the special people because you can't kill, like nobody can kill. I'm not faulting on me. When I see the Nigerian police there, it's not their fault. They're not being paid anyway. So you could just give them small change and those kind of things. Because in all honesty, if they're being paid 50,000 naira, how will they survive? So they just go there, just get small money from people. The rest of the country is in danger. You understand? So the leaders, they don't care about the people. They just want their protection. So, that's what Nigerians will get. Unfortunately, the ordinary Nigerians, they could suffer for some time. You get it? So that's only if they do that. But maybe I know this Benue killing will still continue. We pray. We are very sorry. My heart goes out to all the Benue people. But again, do they have the courage to stand for themselves? You understand? But again, maybe it's political. We don't know. Maybe it's political because at the end of the day, they use this guy's system to get out Goodluck Jonathan. So probably they're thinking again, okay, you know what? Let's go there, just massacre them and just kill them. You get me? So we don't know. But however, we're going to, we go manage. I don't know.
Any animal, any animal that thinks that it is okay to take somebody else's life does not deserve theirs.
Yeah. Yeah, but how would you do it? The government, they're in the position where they don't, because of the money that they're getting, and this is money that they're getting for their personal self, don't want to do the right thing for the country. They don't even care about people. You understand? So they don't even care. They just want all where their money is. Let's protect it. We go there, put regional, what they call it again? The government that they put military government to be there just to protect them so that their money will be coming. Those governors of those states, they're looking at, they don't care. Let them do it for rivers. So if they do it for rivers, at least their money is guaranteed they're coming. They don't care about anybody. So like some people say, is it the day that we're going to rise up? People will rise up. I don't know what year that one, no. Because even these guys, they start training their children. Their young children, they start training them to think that it's okay for some people to be on higher level and some people are born slaves and some people will suffer forever. You understand? So because I'm like, I see some of my people that we know in England yet, and we know that they're not going to take some of all this nonsense. And you see them in the government and you see the way they behave. You know, you think, but you know that this thing is wrong. And they're growing that kind of level just because they're on that level of life with them. So I think that's the other thing that hurts me. Some people that that they understand, life, everybody is like the same, people shouldn't be, but they should go in the same way as well. So
yeah, it's
we don't know.
Because they're showing who they really are. They're showing you who they really are. And the people have said this to me too, that come on, make you go sit down if you did there. And I tell them that's because you don't know who I am. There is no amount of money that can corrupt me. None. I don't care how many trillion it is, because I understand what life is about. The money that you can take, which kind are you getting? I don't even understand.
Exactly. Like what is money? Like even like we live in abroad, like what do you eat? Like what's the maximum food you eat on the jam and good sea or bono? And what do people eat in Nigeria? The same food. oh, you sleep in this bed, you drive this better car. Okay, the person doesn't even drive better car. But what's life? But man, all these greedy people, they don't understand that. You understand? And they just want to make people suffer. But at the end of the day, whichever way, Nigerians are not another thing. I'm not going to lie. Nigerians have now woken up politically, or like I said, like the South and maybe Southeast. We just need to use our brain. You understand? You see, my own advice to my Southeast brothers, my Igbo brothers, let's use our brain. They want to play politics. Let's play politics. You understand? Let's look. Okay, what if, like, I'm in this situation where we have to start again? Yeah, we're gonna have to start again anyway. So let's use our brain and play the same politics that these people are playing, and
Hello, sorry,
all of us will play
my brother.
ourselves.
Sorry, my brother. When
Yeah.
last you go south? When last you go southeast?
I go south. I never go southeast though, but I go south 2 weeks ago, and I spent 2 weeks in Nigeria.
Okay. Now I was in southeast December. I went for an event in southeast. You see, if you reach southeast, the kind of military in southeast to put fear for people body. Even if you want to do something right, you see the presence of those military alone will put fear for your body.
Yeah, but I mean, look, but make I give you look at two ways though. Yeah, anywhere you get criminality that don't get checked, yeah, it multiplies. For example, if somebody goes and kills someone or arm robber bandit, and buy one person, yeah, and they don't stop that person, the person will now grow into twofold, threefold, 200, 300, 500 till you get the time. So if you understand that even the criminals of Southeast, they don't have them. They're not allowing it. So again, in future, in my view, psychologically, maybe in future, because now these other sides, they have serious criminals. And I think that's why they're rethinking it now, because the person that killed 50 people, you didn't do him anything. Well, he has the boldness to get more people, to get 200 people, to now go and kill 400 people. And all of them are criminals. Imagine the day Nigeria would turn, those their areas, they won't be able to live in. So again, as you look at it, that is militarized, but it's safe. And I tell you, it's safe. I think the Southeast is safe.
Southeast
Let's
is safe.
not lie. Yes. In my view, listen, coming from a way I look at it.
Bro.
Okay, let me know. Yeah, tell me, what are you doing?
I stayed in Umar here. I worked in Umar here from 2004 to 2008.
Yeah.
And you see all this what they hear now say ESN, IPOP, all those things were not there then.
Yeah. But even now, all this ESN, IPOP is political.
All this we are hearing now, they are alien to us. They are alien to us. Now, you see all these people now, foreigners. Now, foreigners.
No. I disagree. I mean, I talk my own.
You will disagree.
I disagree because I think it's political. You understand? It's political. Let me tell you, ESN, IPOB, people still go to their village and it's fine. Yes, they see the military. Yes, we understand they're doing that for political reasons. You understand? And realistically, political reasons to scare people, to not make people come and invest in those areas because people think it's dangerous. Me, I'm not lying. When I tell you, and I give an example, I went to South. Like, all my family people, everybody, they will call me in the morning, Port Harcourt. Are you okay? Are you fine? How you doing? Where is every family? Because they know I'm there, and I think it's perception. So people think it's not safe, but in those areas there's police everywhere. There's police everywhere. In fact, I give you something. I know, like, it's not very good. Important. If you want to get the policeman to be your escort, I know this is in Port Harcourt and in all those data is there. They will give it to you quick, because they need their police to be doing something. So it will be your personal district. And in my view, I think it's safe. But investors now, they'll think, oh, why do I want to go and invest there? Because they're saying it's not safe. Which is
Let me add quickly to what you said. You see, you don't judge a society by the means, by those who have means. You know, you come from UK, you bring some pounds. Miss Chioma and her people will go and charter her from Murtala Mohammed with a helicopter, so she doesn't understand it goes slow. You know, all the way from there to Ikoyi or wherever she and her people go and hang out. See, that's not how we judge a society. Not you that can come from the UK or me that can come from US and have 4 police officers with AK-47 following me all over the place. That's not how you judge a society. It is about how does the teacher in that environment, whichever environment is, how does the cashier at the bank, the average people, can those people go and get a police officer to be following them and secure them? That's how we determine how effective a society is, not by the few that can afford the luxury and the protection. And I remember I used to say this when I was in Nigeria 37 years ago. You see, our parents did some things, which is to help the children of some people that could not afford to send their children to school. And those were very good lessons to have learned. And I remember I used to say this. You see, those children that their parents cannot send to school, if they don't get an education and they don't get a feeling of, okay, my parents are poor, but maybe tomorrow will be better for me. I don't care how many schools my parents send me to. I don't care if I go to America, go to Middle East, go to Europe. You see, when I come back to Nigeria, those same children will come and rob me. They have to come and rob me because they've been denied of a future. And that's how we should judge a society, not by the few that can have all the luxuries of life. When I go to Nigeria, personally, except in certain instances, I don't go with anybody. I don't go out with anybody. I go to the same booker. I go and hang out with the same old guys. I'm just another guy. I don't go there with $200 jeans. I intentionally go to Walmart and buy $20 jeans. Intentionally. Because what makes me different from you? Just because I had some opportunity, that makes me I'm better than you? In what sense? I've gone out with guys that I grew up with where they've told me, why is my driver sitting with us? It's like, what do you mean? This is the guy that takes me everywhere. What do you mean? Where do you want him to go and sit? Ah, you can't let your driver be sitting with us because who the heck is you? Who told you you are somebody? Who is lying to you? And this is the mentality that some people think because they have a couple of dollars, they're better than other people. You're not better than nobody.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying, but this situation, what I'm saying is, coming from, I understand like how you
No,
think. Like no one's trying
I
to
wasn't
oppress.
talking to you, I beg you. I wasn't talking to you. I was just talking in general.
But even like for all the, like for our people in that area, you understand. So, but we have to look at like for our people again, it's hindering progress in our area because everyone is scared and thinking those places are very dangerous. So whatever investment comes from outside Nigeria is only going to go to Lagos, or it's going to go to some of all those places that they're claiming is safe. Do you understand? And this is where we need to, because like in my view, and I said those places are more even safer than in Lagos, because in Lagos, if something happens to you, go see police. Police not coming until 1 week, and you have to pay them to come. But these other places, you have police everywhere. That you understand? So I understand, but again, it is what it is. And we will need to use our brain right now to make sure we get the things that we have to get. So,
Brother, a lot is happening in this country. A lot is happening in this country. Yeah. Even you see all these
Sorry,
people.
my people. I was having a little break. I wanted to put something because I listened to this our brother that spoke about Ojukwu. He was saying that the Southeasterners should go. You see, I'm still saying the same thing. The issue of Nigeria, we try to downplay the effect of tribe. You understand? And in the process, we mess up the entire country. If you said Ojukwu has a vision, he want to lead the country. Yes, indeed, I agree. But it was a period of time. But there was a time he also believed in one Nigeria. And that period of time, other people want to go. But nobody also let them go. So we have to see it generally that at a particular time, every part of Nigeria, they were having the same problem we are having today. They don't agree. They want to get, separate themselves, enjoy their full autonomous right, and see how they can develop their people. It didn't start with Ojukwu. Ahmadu Bello said the same thing. Adakaboro declared republic. Antonio Naro said the same thing. Even some speech from Awolowo, you will understand that these are our leaders. We are just having the same problem. You get what I'm saying now? So he also brought that to that tribe. I use South Sudan as an example. After the war, if they agree on a regional government, you that is so powerful for your people, you will head that region. You will head it. We agree on laws. We agree on, they look at it very well and say, look, the power, yes, let us contribute to the central. Because it depends on where people are coming from. When they are coming out from a place of eyes of war, you put them together, a little different, they will resort to that war. Particularly when they are still on that tribal division. They pick one man from one tribe, they pick the other one from, when the day the two of them disagree, they will go and tell their people, because everybody can, I don't understand what is happening in Tinubu'S office now, between him and Shetima. I have to wait for media. It depends what they are coming to tell me. So maybe Tinubu will go and address his people. To suit his own arrest, his own interest. The other one will go and address his people. They say that my people they talk to, they start fighting themselves. Take for example, if those young guys who carry out the coup, the first coup out, a Northerners was the one who eliminated Ahmadu Bello and Tafawa Balewa. A Yoruba man is the one that eliminated Akintola. Maybe in the East, Igbo did. I will tell you, Nigeria will still remain. It will never be so divided the way we are today. So we must deal with it. You that said that you want to use Ojukwu as an example, you are from Southeast, from the way you are talking. You see your own people. So another person from another place, we also see his people. That is why the best way to govern people is for you to allow them to talk and have autonomy. Most of this country we are enjoying in Europe today. I live in Sweden. Somebody from North or Sweden come to South. If you talk, they will know. They still do some discrimination, but not. I can't use discrimination. They have some little difference because you can't do discrimination yet. It's against the law. They have some little difference, but yet they were able to develop within a period of time, and now they have understand themselves. The whole of Scandinavia, you read their history, is also war. They are the Viking. Are they not the one that discovered the English land? So you go and read about them, but it took their time. Today, the Danish person can come
So
to Sweden and
how many years will work for you? You want to go through your own war? I mean, we say these things as if these people have had their problem. So just because other people have had their problem, you need I don't have to go through the same thing that other people have gone
no.
through.
The
The
thing is,
problem is
for
the
me,
problem is no,
this problem,
the problem is, you see, this
no
division,
problem
this your people.
is
You just
common.
said about these people. I don't have a people until you become,
There is no
until you
single
become,
problem
until
that
you get
is
to a
common to
point. If until you get to a
there is
point
no
where you don't
problem.
have a
Wait,
people,
my brother.
it
There
is
is
about
no problem that is common
you.
to man. Those problems has been there. It
It
affected
doesn't.
country.
It doesn't. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You
Switzerland
don't have to
is one
go
of
through the
the
same
most,
problem.
imagine a country, one of the smallest countries in Europe. If they want to do election, they are electing close to 5 or 6 presidents. They have to
Okay,
design a system that will make them
okay. So what do you want? You want to go through your own fight and through your own
so we
war?
to go
You can
to a
learn from
drawing
other people
table.
and not go through that. Is that what you
No,
want?
is it a question you asked me? You can't answer for me. What I want is for we to agree that we were once a nation before Nigeria was created. Let's go back to drawing tables. Let's try to give autonomous right for people to manage their own people. There will be problem, and then we will start seeing solution. Not using only Abuja. What Abuja has successfully created for us is to divide us as a people, and in the process, they now make us to be like people who are just after power. Whatever happens is none of their business. Like what is going on in Benue. If we Nigerians, as indeed, we see ourselves as one.
But let me ask this question. Why does anybody need anybody to come and tell you what to do? Why do I need Tinubu or Donald Trump to tell me what to do in my own life? I don't
I
care
don't
what
understand you.
I don't
I
no,
don't
I'm
understand. I'm
saying,
confused about what you say.
okay, what I'm saying is, why do you need a leader to come and tell you what to do? Why people? I mean, most people are grown. Hold on, most people are grown. Most people are grown, and they've been allowed to actually have children. Why do you need to listen to what another man has to say for your life?
You listen because you want to learn.
No, I don't need to learn from Tinubu or learn from Donald Trump how to live my life.
For me,
There are
I love
rules.
to learn from everybody, from the good, the
No,
bad,
I don't like to learn. I don't like to learn from foolish people. These are foolish. I've already accepted that these are foolish people. I don't like to learn from foolish people.
I
It's
want
like
to
someone is
close,
talking.
yeah. So good morning, gentlemen. I want to close the show in about 5 minutes. You guys will continue to talk, but I will shut it down and then you'll continue backstage. So I want to thank all the viewers that are currently watching and all the super chats and support. Hope to see you all later this evening. Have a blessed day and ta-ta.
Thank you.
So I mean,
So we finish the show now.
I don't. No, in about 5 minutes, you said. I don't understand why people need to go and listen. Why you need to go and listen to what Balarabi Musa said or what Obasanjo said. I've never been able to understand this. Why do you need to listen to what other people say for your own life?
If what I said is what you're trying to analyze, like
No, I'm not talking about what you said. I'm just talking in general.
said.
No, whoever
or maybe
said.
Awolowo said.
Whoever
The
said.
thing is that they saw a problem and they presented it before the country and they failed to address it. And now we are suffering from it. We are so divided, and that's why I always refer to them. And again, no country is an island. There are problems that the German can solve today. The Swedish will go there and try to find out how they were able to solve it and learn from it. So they always borrow knowledge from one another. So this is what I believe. If I don't listen to another person, I'm not going to learn. Even that person you call stupid, from him you can have an idea.
I agree. I agree. What I'm saying, the reason why I said No, the reason what I said, you earlier, you said something that I don't know which of one of these northern leaders what he said, and I've seen people even on this show where they've played whatever one of these northern leaders said in the 50s about the northerners or whatever. What I don't understand is why do people need to go to what somebody said for your life? I have never sat down. I have never sat down and said that.
He didn't speak on individual basis. He spoke for the country. He spoke for the
No,
nation.
Nobody speaks for me. Nobody speaks for me, and I don't understand people that allow other people to speak for them.
We are quite different.
Everyone is different.
Hey, I understand. So, what do you want me to do? You want me to go to their side and be like them?
But this is just you. But sometimes you want to understand how their leaders speak to their followers.
Well,
you understand? This is you. You're different, but a lot of I've been to a lot of Yoruba groups. That's not what they're thinking. They're telling you, Awolowo, this is how he said that they should be reasoning, and that's how they're teaching people.
Because they don't have a brain to think for themselves. What am I supposed to do?
I don't know.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Just because you don't have, I'm them. I'm still talking about them. Just because you need to listen to Pa Jasin or whoever. I mean, it's like, don't people have a mind?